Fellow Redditors, what was a moment where you thought a person you knew might be an actual psychopath? When I had a parent-teacher conference with a student of mine's mom and dad. This was maybe 15 years ago, but it stuck with me. The daughter had some minor issues with math, 3rd grade, and the father insisted that he was a physics professor at an Ivy League university nearby. When I told him his daughter was struggling with the US standard algorithm, he got upset and told me he didn't understand what the word algorithm means. And he's a physics professor? Okay. When I began to explain, his face got completely flat and devoid of any expression. His wife immediately noticed the look on his face. He was staring right at me, not blinking or saying anything, and her face blanched, and she started pulling on his arm and trying to get his attention off me, I assume. When I described it later, I called it a serial killer face. He eventually let her pull him out of the room and end the conference. I immediately told my principal and said I refused to do another conference alone with these people. I definitely felt as though if I were alone with this man, he would have come after me physically. His wife's response was very telling. I only dealt with her from then on. Edit. Since so many people have commented on this, I didn't actually say US standard algorithm to the parent. I shouldn't have put it here either. It seems the term is confusing lol. I said addition and subtraction algorithm. When explaining, I was very careful to say it in a way that isn't condescending. I would never expect parents to just know math terms, but I'm a talker, so sometimes when I'm explaining I just forget that they might not know it and get carried away with explaining. I might have even apologized for using the term and not just saying carrying and borrowing, which I usually do, but I can't remember now. We care for our 2 nephews due to their parents' alcohol use and some other issues. We moved our family 3 hours away so they could stay in familiar town. We already have 3 of our own, 2 of whom have autism. The younger one's dad takes offense to us doing his job, I guess. He says we are trying to steal their kids because ours are retarded, threatened to kidnap our kids, so we know how it feels. Then said he was going to earfuck our youngest daughter for a time last year and scramble her brain until she's as retarded as her siblings. We started out trying to have decent relationships with him and mom, but they get angry we won't allow them to lie or make unrealistic promises to the boys. The little one wet bed after every phone call or contact visit. All calls and visits we insisted be supervised by us to prevent the lies and promises. Oh, and because dad was encouraging his son to attack our son because he has autism and needs to man up. They started going nuts with the threats because we refused to let it be a free-for-all. No, you can't show up unannounced. No, you can't talk before school because it upsets the kids and they need to concentrate on school day. It sounds horrible, and I'm not proud to feel this way, but I'm starting to hope they just die or go to prison. Boys would be better off without the constant drama and in and out. They won't call for months, then call 25x in a few hours because they want to talk now. Mom has 6 duos, 2 of those boys in car. Still free. Still not labeled habitual offender. Courts have been pushing back her last 3 duos, including the 2 with the boys, for 2 years. COVID isn't helping, but every time she goes to court for 2 years now, she asks to extend and they do. So she's still drinking, driving without license. They've not paid 1 cent towards boys in 2 years either, which is separate issue from visiting concerns. I hate these faking people, but I love my nephews too much not to help them. One of my best friends is a fully diagnosed / confirmed non-violent psychopath. I've been close friends with him since high school, about 8 years ago. He's also Russian, if that makes any difference. He's a good looking dude, like model type. I remember when he transferred to my school during sophomore year, I thought he was the coolest dude ever. So did everyone else. Not just the students, the teachers loved him. He was the smoothest dude I've ever met. He's also the most fascinating person I've ever hung out with. I have never seen someone care less about others' opinions or his own well-being. I've seen him get pissed drunk and talk to cops underage. I've seen him do multiple gainers off 60-foot cliffs. I've seen him drive motorcycles over 150 miles per hour. He works in sales and does extremely well. He never tells me how much, but I know it's well over 6 figures a year. He can get along with anyone. If I had to go to a place I didn't want to go to, or didn't want to interact with people, I'd bring him, because he's so smooth. He can talk you into and out of anything. He can make you stay up till 3 AM drinking on a weeknight when you have work the next day. He's not a bad dude, he's just completely emotionless, and I kind of like that about him. You can say whatever you want to him, and you know he won't get upset. I learned he was a psychopath about 1.5 years ago, and since then, I have watched his behavior every time we hang out. It's so fascinating how much he just doesn't even comprehend other people's opinions. He's not rude or offensive, he just completely disregards what people say. I know everything he says, and does is to pander to who he's with, cause I've caught him off guard a few times. But he's extremely good at being your best friend within 5 minutes of meeting you. He's still one of my best friends, and every time I hang out with him it's an adventure. He's dating one of my friends and I know he'd never hurt a fly. But if he did, I know he'd feel nothing. Not sure if it was the guy or my friend, but I had a friend for several years in junior/senior high school. We will call her Pam. I had been single for a bit, and she wanted to set me up on a blind date with a guy a couple of years older, but still within an appropriate age range. I said sure, why not? My parents, old-fashioned and conservative, were waiting at the door to meet him, and we watched him come up the walk. He was nothing special, but then again neither am I, but certainly nothing that set off any flags. Suddenly my mom turns to me and says if I didn't want to go out with him, she would tell him I was sick. My dad immediately agreed with her. Now this was totally opposite how she would normally act. They both hate liars and lying, and for example, if a guy or friend kept calling she would not let us off the hook. We had to answer and tell them to stop. For an instant, because it was so odd, I almost took them up on it. But I was a teenager, and how could someone give off vibes walking up the sidewalk? We met up with another couple we knew. It was a small town, so we walked everywhere, grabbed some dinner, and went back to my date's house. Thought it was fine, and so far, nothing raised any flags. We get there, and his parents are not home. Within a few minutes it was clear the guys had set this up. The girl's date wanted privacy, and unfortunately the girl was into it. He invited me up to his room to listen to music. I told him flat out nothing was going to happen, except music. His room was small, and he did immediately start to put on music, and was swapping some stuff out, and trying to get to different parts of mixtapes. This was in the 80s, and we had a lovely conversation actually. Except the only place to sit was on his bed. After a while he sat next to me. I didn't expect him to sit on the floor. He kept edging closer and eventually went to kiss me. I thought why the hell not? Except it was awful. I had heard of bad kisses and kissing a wet fish, and that doesn't even describe how bad it was. Not trying to be mean, just explaining why I wanted to stop. I stopped, he continued. So I sat fully back and even put up my hands as he tried for a second round, and explained I wasn't comfortable doing any more as I just met him. He started in with sweet talk, and I tried to be nice. He hadn't done anything at that point, and I didn't want to be mean. All of the ordinary does a 180 and gets mad and says I owe him because he paid for dinner, 2 slices of pizza and a small Coke. Yes, this line was actually used. He threw himself, and he was not skinny, completely on me and pinned me on my back on the bed, reaching under my shirt. He should have asked me more about myself. Then I would have told him I was a professional horse trainer. I specialized in retraining ex-racer horses to other disciplines such as jumping or dressage. You know how much leg strength it takes to stat on a racehorse in a tiny English saddle? At 16 years old I could leg press 350 pounds. I brought my pelvis up, wrapped my legs around his middle, and squeezed as hard as I could. After he was left lying on the floor crying and screaming at me, I walked downstairs and announced I was leaving and suggested the girl go with me. She opted not to, and I went home. Did not hear from him again, but heard he was saying shit about me around town. Where does the psychopath come in? About 6 months later he was arrested and charged with rap. It was all over school, since the girl was still in high school. She was 16. He had just turned 19 a few days before. Now a 16 dating an 18 over 19 is nothing, but if the parents pressed it, they could have charged statutory rap. They didn't. They charged full rap, which was highly unusual for the time and place this happened. Turns out, it was so bad, the girl had to be hospitalized. It was their first date too, so she had no indication. Then the police showed up at our school and called several girls into interview. Again, different time and place. They wanted it there, so the parents wouldn't be present. I was called in. They didn't seem interested in my story at all, probably because they didn't need it. After the interviews, which were done individually, they charged him with 2 more apps out of the 6 they interviewed. One refused to testify, so that one got dropped. The other one was Pam, the girl who originally set me up with him. And when details came out in the news, it turned out he rapped her before she set me up with him. I confronted her about it, and it turns out she did it on purpose, hoping something would happen. Never did explain why she still had contact with, or if she only contacted him to do this. She had been hiding the fact she no longer liked me and didn't want to be friends. Apparently just not talking to me was too hard, and this was the easier route. I have no idea. It was the typical high school girl bullshit taken to the extreme level. I never spoke to her again. He got 20 years, by the way. I had a girlfriend who was in a relationship with a sociopath. He didn't have music tastes. His playlists were a copy and paste of literally anything other people listened to. He could spend entire days working without the need to do something fun. His face didn't express any emotion, to the point of looking kind of autistic at times, and he started laughing only when she noticed that he never did. A very synthetic laugh too. His tastes changed to completely match hers. He could go from being menacing and about to hit you in the face to normal like nothing was happened in seconds. He would invent things that your friends said of you or about other friends, to the point that you suspected everyone, felt isolated, and that you had only him. He didn't like men, but admittedly had sex with them to obtain favors. He didn't have a sense of humor, only appreciated saying offensive things to enjoy people's reactions. He claimed all his exes were crazy. He would always find a way to have a favor done from someone, even if it took days, and even if they considered him weird. He wasn't scared at all by loud and sudden noises. He called stupid every person who showed fragility, even a woman who was flashed by a creep on a bus. He wanted people to compliment him and thought they were stupid by believing he was special, that he succeeded in tricking them. He was never happy, only ferociously sensual when he was drunk, and satisfied when he could witness someone suffering. Most of all, he enjoyed making her cry. All these pieces came together after 6 months, and he was also very good at hiding the nature of all these actions. Shit like this makes you wonder if it wouldn't be better to sensibilize more about what they really are and are not. Judging from the definition of what a psychopath is, I had a classmate that seemed friendly and charismatic. Always hung out with the popular kids and everyone loved him. And with my naive, I wanted to befriend him because he seemed super cool. But as our friendship moved along, he kept trying to push weird boundaries like sexual shit. He was very manipulative towards me. Somehow I was dumb enough to send him explicit photos. He later showed me nudes of other girls and criticized how they looked in front of me. I was worried about if he had shared my nudes with our friends. He had jokingly said he did to get a rise out of me. I was so fucking pissed. And that is when my parents found out and barred him from coming over, and we couldn't remain friends. However, my rebellious ass kept texting him because with his charm was able to convince me to unblock him. He would send lewd text messages, and I felt super conflicted about whether I should say something. And I just got tired of it, and he turns around and starts quoting Bible verses about the sins of lust and shit, like I was the lewd one, and he was more righteous than me for throwing scripture in my face after calling him out. And then I went on a mission to warn any girl that came in contact with him. But literally no one believed me. Anytime we were in the same friend group, he would just flip a switch and go back to being a gregarious dude. He never showed any hint of that weird shitty behavior when others were around, so I basically had no proof other than my personal anecdotes. How could a charming, God-fearing guy be such a scoundrel, right? I don't know what his behavior is like now, because I blocked him on literally everything he could contact me on. I'm incredibly late, but I actually have a really good story about this. My parents stayed at the same church from the start of their marriage up until I was about 13, roughly 20 years, and most of the families in the church had been there about the same time. Classic small town church, so everyone knew everyone there. One family in particular had a really rough backstory. The grandmother took care of about 7 of the grandchildren, all aged 8 and under, as her daughter was in and out of relationships and on and off of drugs. This caused the grandmother to not be able to be very present in her own son's life. The son was named Stephen, and he was about 6 years older than me. I have many memories of him just being downright odd and creepy. Overall, he was known for having issues, and everyone tried their best to steer clear of him. It's like we all thought that it wasn't a matter of if he was going to do something one day, but when lo and behold, 9 years ago, he broke into a woman's apartment at his school and dismembered her body. He then dumped parts of her body in the trash bins behind her complex, but some body parts were never found. The woman was known for being the only person to be friendly with him, and there have been reports that she rejected him on a romantic level, and that's what set him off. He murdered her just days before she was set to go back home for summer break. His name was Stephen McDaniel. Look up the case if you'd like. The woman was considered missing for a few days, and there's an interview of a news reporter actually talking to Stephen. He's talking about how much he misses her and how he hopes nothing has happened to her. Then the reporter tells him that a body has been found, and he just goes blank. The rest of the interview is him sitting in the ground trying to grasp the situation at hand. It's a very freaky turn of events. He also strategically placed her body in that dumpster because he knew when the trash was to be collected, the only reason her body was not taken away in a dump truck is because the investigating cop car had blocked the lane to it. Had the trash been collected that day, this case could very well be an unsolved case to this day. This is gonna get buried, but it's a good one. So I'll share point. When I was in my junior year of high school, I was really good friends with this guy we will call Nigel. Ob's not real name. Nigel was a very charismatic guy, always cracking jokes, super fun to be around, and overall what seemed like a good guy. Nothing had ever made me think differently until one afternoon I got let out of school 2 hours early. I was taking college classes, so my days were shorter, and Nigel was waiting for me near my car. We were pretty good friends, so when he asked for a ride home I didn't have a second thought, just agreed. As I was taking him home he asked if we could go to the store near his house. I thought NBD it's not too far, but when we got to the parking lot of the store he asked if instead we could go to the park behind the store and hang out for a while. At this point I was mostly just confused. All of these places were within a block of his house. If he wanted to go, why did he need me to drive him? But I agree to take him to the park and let him know I'll have to head home after that to get ready for work. He agrees and we pull into the park, and he starts giving me directions on where he wants me to drop him off. Now this park is pretty big, and it's mostly known as a hiking/biking trail, and over half of it is just dense forest. Nigel is directing me to take him to the most secluded section you can reach in a car, and by now I'm starting to get worried. There's nothing good that is gonna happen in an abandoned spot in the woods. When I reach the end of the road he starts trying to convince me to come for a little walk with him, just pouring on all the charm, and I was pretty much second away from going with him when the craziest thing happened. My passenger door, where Nigel was sitting, flew open and it looked like someone or something physically dragged him out of my car and closed the door behind him. Nigel started screaming and banging on the door to be let back in, but I just threw the car in reverse and got the fuck out of there. I had no idea what he wanted me in those woods for, but I knew it wasn't good. 2 years later, I had moved away for college and Nigel was working at a local gas station. One day a very popular and pretty girl came in, and as she used the restroom Nigel locked the doors, turned off the open sign, and waited for her to come out, where he then murdered her. He was caught within an hour as he was driving her car, with her in the trunk, and trying to find a place to hide the body. After this girl's murder I got a call from local police asking about Nigel and my relationship with him, just kind of standard questions. Until they informed me that Nigel had a notebook filled with girls' names and the ways he was going to murder them, and where he would leave the bodies. Apparently my name was included. He had planned to lure me into the hiking trail 2 years earlier and stab me to death, leaving me in a thickly wooded section. So yeah, I basically had no idea until he murdered another girl, and I never would have dreamed that my friend could be capable of plotting out and attempting to execute such a horrible plan. When I saw my friend, Juan, chase after someone with a knife. I've shared this story before, but it is very personal to me since I had known him ever since I was in kindergarten, and we were really close growing up. We were kind of the outcasts of our class, the dorky kids who always got good grades, along with our other friend Nick. Here is a picture of the three of us at the circus. We did things like draw this comic together about this guy named Tom, where each of us won a 3-part panel and we would trade off the notebook continuing the story. It was fun to us, and I wish I still had that notebook, but it got taken from us in the 4th grade and was never given back. Juan and I had sleepovers pretty much every weekend, since we lived somewhat close to each other, and he always joined me for my family camping trips every summer. I was an only child, and he was a bit like a brother to me. Then a bunch of us were transferred out of our grade school by our parents in the 6th grade because they were unhappy with the administration and felt we could learn better elsewhere. Even though I lived on the south side of Chicago, I ended up in a school on the north side with another friend of mine, Manny, while Juan ended up going to a school closer to his house. Juan and I still hung out sometimes, but we started drifting apart more and more. I could tell his new school was changing him, and by 8th grade he was part of a local crew. At the time I was really into graffiti and rap, so even though things were changing, we still found things we had in common. The last time I saw him, I was at his graduation party. After the whole family thing was over, we were hanging out with some of his friends from the neighborhood to smoke some weed. Then Juan and I decided to go for a walk. I had a backpack full of spray paint, so we went to the train tracks by his house to hit up some trains and walls. I put up my name, and he put up his gang's tags. As we are bombing this one wall, we hear a voice from below. There is some guy yelling up at us. I don't remember what he said, but it really pissed Juan off. I had never seen him like this before. He was like a completely different person. He started running after this guy, and out of instinct, I just followed after him. The other guy bolted, and he chased after him, and I chased after him. After a few minutes, he lost him and stopped, and I was finally able to catch up to him. He still had that crazy, angry look in his eye, but then I also noticed he had a knife in his hand. It was then I realized that this wasn't the Juan I grew up with. He started talking about getting a couple of other people to find the guy. Apparently they had some beef with him, which is why he was so angry. I convinced him to let it go for now and go back and smoke some more weed to chill out. We did, and I crashed at his house, just as I had done for so many years. But after that night I wanted nothing to do with the lifestyle he was getting involved in, and even though we still talked on the phone sometimes, we never hung out again after that. After we started high school, we lost touch completely. I still thought of him a lot and wondered whatever happened to him. So I would Google/Facebook search him sometimes, but never had any results. Until a few years ago, when I finally found him, after using his middle name in a search. There were about 6 or 7 different mugshots from his various visits to county jail, mostly on drug possession and assault charges. It made me sad, because he was such a smart guy, but at the same time I was glad I didn't go down the same path. This is a picture of the two of us and my dog Snippy from a trip we took to our 2nd grade teacher's wedding. It's one of my favorite trips we took together, and the way I prefer to remember him. My ex-husband. I didn't like him the first time we spoke. I know now I should have gone with my gut instinct. Second time we spoke he swept me off my feet. He was everything I wanted in a guy. Really, he read me quickly and determined exactly what I wanted, so he could portray that point. So we moved in together and away from my family quickly, got engaged, married and pregnant quickly. He lied all of the time, and about little stuff and big stuff, and even when I could prove he was lying he'd still fight back, trying to gaslight me into believing his story, or try to turn it around on me. The lying, the cheating, the emotional abuse, it was a lot, and I wanted out, but it's not easy to leave someone like that. Friends thought he was the perfect husband. People loved him, because he would be exactly what he needed to be, to impress you, and endear himself to you. but there wasn't anything underneath that point. One time we were arguing. I forget about what. Now, it was the middle of the night and I wanted to go to sleep. He kept getting up and turning the light on to keep me up. I'd get up and turn it off. He'd get up and turn it on. I was exhausted emotionally and physically. I called my mom. I needed to vent and I was scared. He actually took the phone from me and tried to convince my mom that it was me who was being irrational and that it was just a little spat. He was a compulsive spender, ran up my credit card bills behind my back, and we would run into money problems, but then all of a sudden out of nowhere he'd get the money we needed. I could never figure out how or from where point he cheated on me while I was pregnant, stayed out till 2 AM, came home drunk with his wedding ring and a vulgar note in his pocket, tried to convince me he did nothing wrong. If you've never dealt with someone with NPD or ASPD, it's hard to explain just how charismatic, convincing and manipulative they can be. They can twist things, fake emotion, bully you emotionally. I realized though, when my daughter was around 3, that I did not want her growing up around him. I didn't want her thinking his behavior was normal, nor did I want her to think our relationship was normal, or that a guy should treat her that way, so I got up the courage and left. He spent the next 5 years or so pretending we were kind of still together, even though we lived in different states and never spoke. It was strange. He told his cowhawkers that we were still together. He was in the military and sometimes couples did live apart, so he went with that because he was constantly trying to portray himself as the perfect family man. He speaks to our daughter maybe 3 times a year. Has forgotten her birthday and Christmas. For him it's very much out of sight out of mind. But then if he does see her, family reunion or at her sister's graduation, which I would bring her to, he tries to act like father of the year. My daughter is now 14 and is creeped out by him. Good instincts, and luckily he lives across the country and we have very little to do with him. Oh god, it's way too late to share this, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Hello to the one person sorting comments by new or rifling through my profile. It was high school, the app crowd. I was the class loner, like all the rest of us. My classmates were nice to me, but I didn't have many friends and I probably smelled. That worked for me, no complaints. I was in my own little world. This kid, Brandon, was the BMOC, the big man on campus. He was a genius and a social superstar. He was banging the hottest girl in senior year, and she loved him. Everyone wanted to hang around him. He gave out homework advice like candy. He put up with me. He was never mean, but we weren't friends. We just went to the same classes. It was the last day of school. We were doing yearbook signings. I never got one, but I was signing as people shoved them into my hands. Brandon's book ends up on my desk. I write some bullshit on the back pages. Brandon turns to me and asks politely for his book back. Sure, I hand it over. Now pay attention. Here's where things get interesting. I must have held my grip on the book for a fraction of a second too long, because Brandon's eyes changed. In an instant, they went from calm interest to, God, I don't know if I can describe it. Something fearsome. A white hot flash, a mix of shock, anger, disdain, and utter hatred. They were a devil's eyes. In that instant, I felt like I'd found the wrath of some terrible king, like I might be utterly eradicated and wiped from history for daring to defy him. Them. They went back to normal. He started chatting it up with some other kid like nothing happened. I'll never forget the way he looked at me. In that moment, the mask slipped. I saw something I was never meant to see. I don't think he knew that I saw, but I know. This is the first time I've ever been able to get this off my chest. God save anybody who doesn't tread carefully around that kid. This was in middle school for me. I was on the dance team, and it was after school. So I was walking over to a group of my friends to stretch for practice. I didn't realize that I'd left out my shoes, flip-flops or sandals, whichever way you want to call them. So as we were stretching, a girl that was a grade above me and my classmates came up behind me and began lightly smacking my back, sides, and head with one of the shoes. At first I ignored it because this specific girl was not at her full mental capacity, to put it lightly I guess. I'm not sure how to word it properly, and I apologize for using wrong terminology. Anyways, she started hitting me harder with the shoe/sandal, so red marks were appearing on me. I had already asked her to stop, and my voice was raising to get her to stop, all the while my friends were trying to get her to stop while another girl, an upperclassman from the high school's dance team, ran to get the coach/teacher. Finally, the teacher appeared out of thin air and got the girl to stop smacking me. The girl called me a loser and ran off. The teachers that were present while all this was happening moved my dance team shirt and saw the large red marks all over my back, neck and parts of my face. Things finally got back to normal and my friends and I continued stretching. After 15 minutes of stretching, the girl circled around us and literally attacked me from behind by grabbing my shirt, throwing me down to the ground of the gym, and hit my back open-handed, leaving even more marks. She eventually got kicked from the team for attacking a minor. She was 16 or somewhere close to that age. Months later, during the school day at lunch, I was with my group of friends when we were approached by some other kids telling me that the girl, I'll call her JJ, was trying to find me and stab me with a broken pencil that had the lead protruding from it. 2 friends went to get the principal while myself and the rest of my group went to the teachers that were supervising us. I told the teachers what was happening and they didn't believe me until JJ came up with the pencil in hand. She even told the teachers she wanted to stab me. The teacher sent me and my friends inside to talk to the principal. Thankfully the principal knew what JJ had done prior and called JJ's mom and my mom. Well, JJ's mom got to school first and began yelling and berating me, calling me a liar, slut, and other expletives that a child should never hear. The principal threw her out of the office and waited until my mom got to school and explained what happened. Am I wrong to still be terrified by those memories? This is the second time I've ever shared this memory/story. From ages 11 to 15 she had made elaborate stories based on other people's traumas, so people would feel bad for her. Miscarried 4 times, saw her baby on the bed after she miscarried at 10 weeks, made rap allegations onto innocent people. One wasn't a minor and one was autistic. She made me believe I'd made her kill herself for no reason. I texted her mum in a panic thinking she was dead. Turns out she was sat in the living room just watching Netflix. Engaged to a uni student, one of the guys who she was in love with and she accused of rap. Went to a strip club with her. Her dad threw her into her room and locked the door saying he'd slit her wrists open. Her door doesn't have a lock, so I saw right through that one. Her dad's a raging alcoholic and beats her. She made an elaborate story about how she was caught with a boy in bed by his girlfriend. The boy was in Greece on Feo. Strip danced on a table at school. Faked an eating disorder. She murdered her uncle who tried to rap her. It was faking scary. When she said this she was bawling her eyes out, but turned out to be false. OFC. There is so much more. You could literally suggest anything, and I bet I could think of a linked scenario. She also would take my phone and do she'd like message people about her fantasies about me. Why on my phone? And she would post photos online with both of us in it, and she would come out as gay so everybody thought we were together, and she posted to Pornhub. Even though she was a faking minor, it got taken down thank fuck, and publicly shared that she was into some inappropriate shit. When I cut her off she kept a photo album full of pictures of me, and I had people messaging me telling me I'm the only thing she ever spoke about. Not sure if this makes her a psychopath, but she's definitely got some issues and problems with lying. It's been a few years, so she's now out of my life, but she definitely faked me up as I grew up. Yikes. And I really hope, if her behaviors were caused by childhood trauma, that she gets help healing from it, but I can't exactly speculate on that. I knew a guy who was a psycho. His own brother was frightened of him. That's how I first met him. I knew his brother. He was built like a troll. Not that tall, maybe 5 feet 8 inches, but very wide across the shoulders and strongly built. He was also, frankly, ugly, with little piggy eyes, and not exactly what you'd call clever. Sorry if this sounds like a joke, but it's him. Girls wouldn't even look at him. When we went out he never got a girl in all the time I knew him. One day we'd just gotten off a train and were walking along the platform with him. He saw another guy standing in the doorway of the train, and just as the train started pulling out, grabbed his arm and ran along pulling on it. The guy tried to hang on and started screaming as he was slowly being pulled out of the train. We were all trying to make him let go. He was laughing like a maniac, We eventually forced him to let go, just before the other guy got pulled off the train. I already didn't like the guy. After that I refused to hang out with him. When he was younger, he peed the bed. He liked to start fires. Sometimes he would torture and kill small animals, a puppy, a kitten, a turtle, whatever he got his hands on. That's when his brother became frightened of him. In childhood he was fascinated by weapons and ammunition. Used to buy magazines and salivate over pictures of guns and knives. He was also fascinated by bikies and wanted to join a gang. When he got older a few years later, after I stopped knowing him, he raped a girl. Before the court case, he went around to talk to everyone who knew him. He told them to tell the cops a story he had prepared. He threatened to kill anyone who didn't stick to the story. As it happened, he lost and went to jail for a long time. Lost track of him after that. I would hope he's still there, but that was 30 years ago. He's probably out by now. Seemed like a complete waste of a human being. God help me, but I hope he's dead now. Never told anyone this, and sure it'll get buried. This is completely outside what I share on this profile. Absolutely 18 plus, be warned. But the boy/man I dated as a teen, 16 to 20, was absolutely a socio or psychopath. He told me over the years that as a child, he had constant dreams and fantasies about rapping and hurting his female classmates. He also snapped the necks of baby chicks in private on his mom's farm. He detailed a story about going out with a buddy as a kid and setting a fire that ended up burning an entire barn or house down in his childhood area. Not sure of the exact details. I never pushed. He had an intense fixation on young girls, making constant pedophilia jokes about faking kids, and then eventually cheating on me/coercing teenage girls during and after our breakup. He also admitted openly to sexually abusing his adoptive younger brother when they were young. He sexually abused me in about every way you can think of, and never even considered my own sexual needs or pleasure. He exploited my traumatic sexual history and my kinks for his own gain, and would bring up really faked up shit. When we fooled around during a heated breakup talk, he asked me to kill myself with him, and tried to convince me that we should die together. Aside from being raped by him and hearing his faked up childhood stories, he would send my nudes to his buddies and humiliate me every chance he could get. I eventually left him. That was over a decade ago. He has a daughter now and an ex-spouse, and I worry about it, even though I haven't spoken a word to him since and have never even met his copperant. I think all the time that someday I'll get a call about him doing something really faking awful to his daughter or himself or another child/woman. I wish I'd been more vocal at the time, but I didn't realize how awful it was because I was young and desperate and loved him. I hope I never get that call. When my ex-husband locked us in our walk-in closet together, we were getting ready to go to a surprise engagement party, so time was of the essence. He blocked the door demanding a kiss. I believe his words were, "Nope, kiss tax." We were running late. It took 2 hours to get to our destination, so I said we could share all the kisses once we are on the road, and started to go around him. He blocked me from getting by with his arm. I said something along the lines of, "Very funny, we really need to get going, we are going to be late." I tried to go under his arm and he used his body to keep me in the closet and block me from getting out. Alright, this isn't funny. He closes and sits in front of the door. "I'm not getting up until you kiss me." I say, "Please let me out, this isn't funny." I swear to you his eyes glazed over and he was no longer him, whoever this person was. I struggle with anxiety as is, so at this point I start having a panic attack. My heart is ever pounding as I write this. I plead with him to let me out. He won't even look into my eyes. He's fixated at a point on the carpet. I begin to hyperventilate. "Let me out." I try to tug at the door knob and move him. He's 6'2" and a heavyset dude. There was just no way I'd be able to get out unless he moved. Blank-faced, still staring at the floor, he says, "You need to get help." I don't know how long I was in there for, or how long I tugged at the doorknob and tried to move him. The door opened inward, but the doorknob started to loosen at my tugging. I remember screaming, like a horror movie. There was no way any neighbors were going to hear. They lay out of our home, put our closet in the center of our huge house. I realized the only way I was going to get out was to move him. I got down on the ground and pushed him out of the way with my feet. He was sitting cross-legged and I swear fell over in slow motion, as if he was still controlling whether or not he got out of the way. I scrambled out of the closet and ran for fear that he was going to grab me on the way out. I managed to grab my phone and locked myself in another bathroom to call my dad. I ended up going to the party by myself. It was for one of my best friends, and, at the time, I was more afraid of disappointing her for not being there. I had to pretend like everything was okay when everyone asked me about my ex. When I finally got home, it was as if had never happened. He'd refused to talk about whenever I tried to bring it. There were many more instances like this in our marriage of 3 years, but this one was particularly scary for me and made me realize something wasn't quite right. I lived in fear for another year until we divorced. One of my oldest friends from college turned out to really be a psychopath. I knew him for 15 years and that entire time I thought he was a regular human being who had a conscience and empathy for other people, but he doesn't have any of it, and he does an amazing job at hiding that fact. I've only seen his mask slip once, but that was enough. I'm leaving out a lot of details in this story that would identify him. He raped or sexually assaulted at least 7 women that I heard about, and we are pretty sure there were more. He knew most of the women through different circumstances, and it was only when several of them starting talking to each other did they realize that he had done it to more than one woman. That's when those women reached out to other friends of his, and they found more. The last time I saw him was directly after everyone found out about him being a rapist, and I thought I owed it to him to hear his side of the story, since we had been friends for so long. That hour was one of the craziest experiences of my life. Listening to him saying things like, well, of course she said no, but I could tell by her body language that she actually wanted it, so of course I knew that no matter how many times she said no, I was doing what she really wanted, and I knew how her body works better than she does. You can't assault or rape someone who's willing, and now she's saying that she didn't want it, but I could tell by the way that she was flaunting herself at me that she did want it, no matter what she said. That's when I realized that he was literally a completely different person than the one I thought I had been interacting with for over 15 years. It didn't matter that all of those women had said the word no over and over again. He did what he wanted because he views himself as smarter than everyone else, and therefore the way he sees the world is correct. Of course he didn't do anything wrong. It's just everyone else who can't admit the truth. I haven't talked to him or seen him since that day. My therapist, sitting quietly across from me, turned and asked why my father couldn't be a psychopath. Fumbling nervously at the carpet beneath me as I sat curled on the floor, my spine pressed into the corner between 2 walls as I breathed, trying to avoid all thoughts related to breathing, scared for the flashbacks that could come if I cognitized it. Well, because he wasn't as scary as his drug dealer, and because he seemed genuinely scared of him. Also, he had a dog he cared about when he was a child. Words jolted out of my mouth in spurts, in between hesitations. I tried to justify away the abuse in every way. The times he raped me paled in comparison to those he'd sold me to. The situations that weren't rap, but were just weird and confusing, clearly didn't count. I'd only just shared this to her, and I was already backing away from its reality. He was terrifying, yes, but I felt like I at least understood a bit about him. His drug dealer was terrifying, my idea of a straight up psychopath, and even my father seemed to acknowledge this. She said he was the reason he did so many other confusing and terrifying things, watching me through the frosted glass door of the bathroom with such fury that for an hour straight I could hear nothing but his breathing when he forced the lock open and came and pissed on me as some disgusting form of territorial marking, so I knew I didn't belong to myself. The times he forcing me to eat my food from the floor like a dog and watched in fascination that made no sense. All the times he laughed, rolling in hysterics when I was in pain, being abused before his eyes. No, he wasn't as scary. He wasn't okay. I knew that he was a bad person. He was abusive, but it paled in comparison. He was not at all like the dealer who struck terror at even the slightest thought. The dealer was the true nightmare. Even my father was genuinely scared of him. In my denial, I tell my therapist that maybe that's the difference between a psychopath and a sociopath. My view crumbling as I try to hold it together that my father wasn't as bad as the dealer, and if he was, then how did I categorize the dealer? But already knowing it was true, fearing no one would ever believe me, I internalized it, relieved, terrified, completely unable to process this without rethinking every moment until that time. Every now and then I claim he's a psychopath, a strong stance to take even now, still holding all those doubts, but rationalizing the truth. Trying to refuse the thoughts of defending him, as so many people trained me to do over 2 decades. I shrink from it, recoiling in fear, unable to stand straight, and wanting to hide. It was then that I began to realize, but the processing, 7 years later, is still in place. Late to the party, but my former roommate definitely has psychopathic tendencies. We both work, or worked in the mental health field, and he fully believed that the job of a caseworker/therapist was to manipulate the client. He would also upset people in his personal life, intentionally, just to amuse himself, and would openly admit at point he was abusive towards his dog, threw horrible drunk tantrums, and never took any responsibility. I recall one evening when he didn't like my response to a joke he'd just told 3x in a row, so he threw his Coke bottle full of snuff spit across the living room, splattered all over the floor, back door, and TV screen. 3 weeks later, I gave up on him cleaning it up his damn self, and just did it because gross. He would blast his music from the balcony to punish me for not inviting his drunkards to my phone calls with my family members on the back porch. He honestly believes that white people are genetically and intellectually superior. As a kid, he would send his little sister over to the side of the pond that was more likely to have a nest of water moccasins, very venomous snakes, to see whether she would get bitten, instead of going himself, or protecting her by telling her to avoid that area. He'd get embarrassingly drunk at the bar, get kicked out, and then re-narrate the entire evening to himself out loud to replace the true memory of his awful behavior. He texted me a while back to show me a pretty picture he'd taken on his phone, and I responded by saying it's lovely, and then updating him that my aunt had just died. He replied by sending me a picture of his Christmas tree. Absolutely textbook narcissistic PD with antisocial tendencies. My younger brother and I can't agree whether my older brother is a psychopath or a sociopath. There is no one event. We grew up immersed in it. It was our normal. He has my parents wrapped around his finger. He is a master at manipulating them. When things get rough for him, he threatens to kill himself, and my parents give him what he wants. He gets a massive rise out of manipulating people. There is a lot of satisfaction there for him. He is an addict. He'll claim to be clean when he isn't. It's a big game to him. How much can he mooch and squeeze out of everyone around him under the impression that he's getting better? Inevitably he spirals out of control and then threatens to kill himself. My parents come to rescue him, and he tells them everything they want to hear. They have hope. The cycle has resumed. He steals. Nothing is too big or too small to steal. Catch him stealing a big lighter and confront him. You're being petty. Catch him trying to steal your car and try to stop him, and he'll tell you that you're out to get him and that he would never try to steal something that big. He was just moving it, and you better believe he'll try to fight you for accusing him. He targets heavyset and less attractive women. He throws a massive amount of charm and effort into wooing them. When he has them wrapped around his finger, you can tell how entertained and excited he is. It's faking creepy. His life is a game. Who can I outsmart? Who can I take advantage of? Who can I mooch? Who can I deceive? Who can I bully? I went to a small high school and people really weren't ever interested in dating me, except one guy my senior year. No interesting details to go into there. He was extremely charming. We flirted for many months. We went out on one date and he broke up with me after a week and a half. I didn't think too much of it, but the two things that did stand out to me was he broke up with me after I didn't get jealous when he said he was gonna hang out with a friend who was a girl. When he broke up with me, I will never ever forget the look in his eyes when he said, I thought you were gonna be a little bit more upset than this. Dude, it was weak. Whatever. Time went on. He stayed in my friend group and we were in drama club together. At times, I thought he could be way too mean to the freshmen, but once again, I didn't think too much of it, because most people were mean to freshmen. Fast forward a few months after graduation, I'm hanging out with a friend, who had kind of separated from the friend group, but the two of us remained close. Turns out she left the group, because of the guy. She began crying really hard on my couch, and told me that he had been hitting her the whole school year. The whole story sounded like an abusive relationship despite the fact they were only ever just friends. She told me about lying to her mom about why she was bruises and stuff, and how, even after she stopped hanging out with all of us, he still liked to find her in the hallway. I was furious then, and I'm still furious now at him for hurting my friend, and I feel so bad almost a decade later she felt she couldn't tell me or anyone else. Point is, in that moment I realized he is a psychopath or sociopath or something, cause he could be so cruel, but you'd never guess, because he could also be so charming. I knew a girl who claimed she was adopted, and that her adopted parents were abusive. She said this caused her to live in a warehouse as a part of a drug gang during high school, where she eventually became a gang leader. One time she claimed to have been shot on spring break as part of a gang war. This turned out to be a lie, but no one knew until much later. Then she claimed she had advanced stage brain cancer and only had a few weeks to live. She would go to chemo every day, and said the doctors advised her against doing any physical activity, as it would worsen her condition. However, if she got upset with her friends or so, she would threaten to go running, and then vanish for a few hours, not pick up calls, answer texts, and then the next day say how she'd been so upset with that person she ran 10 miles, and slept under a bench. Obviously this made everyone feel horrible, so everyone disagreeing with her. Except now she started saying things like, I'm such a broken person, no one would want to be friends with me, I don't deserve love, and do the same thing, causing us to spend hours trying to talk her out of what we perceived as the next thing to suicide. She also would tell her so that literally everyone was flirting with her and wanted to sleep with her, regardless of whether that was true or who the person was. She would also claim to compete professionally in surfing and MMA, undefeated regional champion, as well as play professional jazz music. Later she fabricated claims of members of her family dying. This was how I found out that she had lied about literally everything I've mentioned. These family members that allegedly passed away didn't even exist. She never had brain cancer, never did chemo, I don't think was even adopted, never ran drugs, never did any of the sporting events she claimed to at the level she claimed. Basically every other word out of her mouth was a lie. A few of her friends all came to the same conclusion, and she admitted that sometimes her perception of the truth was inaccurate due to her autism. Scariest part? She graduated a tier 1 research university and is doing a PhD at another in a very relevant and important field. Nobody but her ex-friends ever found out she was a pathological liar, and to my knowledge nobody told anyone else. She'll graduate and get a high-paying and important job, and who knows what she'll say then. Psychopath isn't a diagnosis in clinical psychology. Psychopath literally means mental illness from the Greek, sick, mind, and pathos, suffering. I think the etymology of this word is incredibly important. I fear a lot of people think about people with mental illness only in terms of how dealing with it affects themselves, and don't stop to think about how the people with mental illness might suffer because of it. Psychopathy is a personality trait, more accurately a collection of traits that people display to various degrees, high levels of expression of which are often comorbid with degrees of narcissism and Machiavellianism. Antisocial personality disorder, narcissistic personality disorder, borderline personality disorder. These are actual diagnoses that have various factors that correlate with psychopathy as a personality trait. But being diagnosed with any one of the above doesn't make you a psychopath in the way we've all been taught by Hollywood. Mental illness is an incredibly serious issue for millions of people worldwide. 45% of people will experience some form of mental illness at least once in their life, and 5% of the population will live with mental illness their entire lives. It's also incredibly stigmatized in ways too numerous for me to list, but I highly recommend you read this, as well as any other credible sources you can find on the subject. You can never know too much. The people you're all talking about in this thread don't deserve to be reviled, mocked, and recalled in a negative manner anytime someone brings up that psycho you used to know. It's hard when somebody wrongs or hurts you, physically or emotionally, but try to understand that these people are likely suffering from a disease. One they can't control, don't want and oftentimes can't meaningfully do anything about. I like to think about it this way: if a close friend of yours developed a tumor in their brain that started affecting their personality, making them violent or impulsive, would you feel okay calling them crazy, not supporting their recovery, and bitching about them online? Or would you understand that this isn't really your friend behaving this way, they've got an illness affecting them, and through proper treatment and support they can be healed? People with mental illness need help and support. They need intervention. Many mentally ill people, when treated with enough dignity to be listened to, and not immediately dismissed as crazy, can be very effectively rehabilitated through a combination of therapy, medication, perseverance and a support network in their life, family, friends etc., who are understanding and patient. And those who can't be rehabilitated, those who are too deeply affected by their illness to meaningfully assimilate into society, can be identified, institutionalized, and treated to the best of our ability before they hurt themselves or others, descend into homelessness, or what have you. Sorry to be a party pooper in this fun thread about all the crazy ex-girlfriends and weird kids we've known growing up. But I think this is a really important issue that isn't treated with the gravity it deserves. Threads like this are part of the problem with stigma surrounding mental health. We can all do better to help people suffering in ways often invisible or incomprehensible those around them. Peace, love and understanding. Y'all. Edit. Some more reading. Those suffering from mental illness are significantly more likely to commit suicide. Disturbingly, the most deadly mental illness is anorexia. Around 20% of people with serious eating disorders like anorexia will die due to complicating factors surrounding their extreme weight loss or by suicide. It's one of the leading causes of death in women, aged 16 to 24. Those suffering from undiagnosed or untreated mental health issues are at increased risk of ending up in prison. And also how prison is a terrible place to try to rehabilitate the mentally ill. TLDR, Psychopath confirmed. Crazy security guard working third shift with me walked me through the method he used to kill his friend's dog because he thought he was given a special mission to do. So worked thirds for a while and was often the only other person in the building other than the security guard, who was a college graduate around my age. We'd talk politics, ethics, and stuff. Super interesting and intelligent guy. We were literally on opposite ends of the political spectrum, but kept things civil and tried to understand each other's points. I honestly don't know how the conversation started, but he started talking about this girl he dog sit for, someone he'd gone to college with. He said that one day she complained about the dog, tiny lapdog of some sort, making a mess in the house, and sometimes she wished she could just not have to deal with it sometimes. My god, this still horrifies me to this day. This guy then spends the next hour describing how he thought this was a special request and that she wanted him to get rid of this animal. He spends the next hour talking to me about how he drugged the dog with Tylenol to put it to sleep, filled a storage container, like one of those plastic tub /lid combos, with water and put the dog in once it was unconscious. Then turned the container upside down so that he didn't need to worry about air leaks, so that it would definitely drown. Mind you, I'm sitting here, alone in the building with this guy, where he casually describes how he went about drowning his friend's dog because it popped in her house once or twice. Needless to say, I nodded my head, and he went on his way to complete his shift and got the hell out of that shift as soon as I possibly could. When was younger, around 13, I hung out with this kid Dennis. I was your typical lost teenager. I wasn't cool, and Dennis was 2 years older, rebellious. He had been thrown out of multiple schools, got into fights, smoked, etc. I thought he was the man. Dennis took me under his wing, and that's when I observed his psychopathic behavior firsthand. He had zero regard for anyone or anything except himself. Everything was ego driven. He would use and throw away people as soon as he got what he wanted from them. He tortured animals. I remember he nailed a baby squirrel to a tree, got into fights, and collected lots of guns. Girls he dated he would sleep with or get them to buy him things and leave them. His mom was always zoned out on Xanax and his dad was a cop who never cared. One day Dennis comes over and asks me to hang out. My grandmother, who raised me, told me I wasn't going anywhere and I wasn't to hang out with Dennis again. You could visibly see his expression change. He became ice cold. But my grandma was stone cold when she needed to be. As a kid she grew up in Queens around the Cosa Nostra. She certainly wasn't afraid of Dennis. I didn't see Dennis after that. 3 hours later he shot my brother's friend Eddie in the stomach with a 9mm and almost killed him, simply because Eddie said Dennis didn't have the guts to do it. Point last I hear Dennis was doing a 15 to 20 year bid upstate for a assault/attempted murder charge. I'm working on my dual MSN/MBA. I always reflect how different my life could have been if I went with him that day. Point needless to say, listen to your grandma. My brother is a psychopath and my father was a narcissist, possibly psychopathic. My brother told me, when we were children, maybe 7 years old, that he was going to murder me someday and claim he was crazy, so he would avoid jail. Later, in high school he chased me down with a butcher knife after attacking me and tripped over a branch as he chased me through the woods, and I got away. Later he did a home invasion where he and the kid he got kicked out of high school with beat the shit out of me and my buddy. I had to go to the hospital because my face was all faked up. The last thing I remember before passing out was him choking me with the cable from the cable TV box, whispering some shit in my ear. I couldn't really hear what he was saying, but the tone was pretty dark. The only reason I escaped that time was the other kid tackled him. I'm not going to prison for you. As he tackled my brother, then they turned the TV up real loud and called someone on the phone. I suspect my brother was trying to find someone who would help kill or dispose of us. They used to have boxes attached to the TV you switched channels on. He has never had a girlfriend and has been living on disability, mental illness, for the past 30 years. Paranoid schizophrenic last I heard. I think he's faking it because he said he was planning it that way. But he has been like this his whole life. So I think he might have that condition where he fakes it so well he forgets and he comes to have the illness, but he has a 154 IQ, so it might just be all part of the plan. Point I have a gun now and never told my mother my physical address because when I agreed to communicate with her after 20 years the only condition was that she not tell my brother where I was. I received a birthday card the following month, but have since moved and not disclosed where. But he knows the city and that's bad enough. Point he lives off the state and has been deemed mentally ill, so I guess his plan is still working. I sleep every night with my Glock expecting he might come here, even though he is much smarter than to kick in my door. It is more likely that I'd come home someday and he would already be inside. Point there's more, but I won't bore you. It's really sad. My best friend from high school was an amazing person. We were very close. I left for university and she stayed in our hometown and ended up trying drugs. She had undiagnosed schizophrenia. It was just the ones her family told me, but it unhinged her mind somehow. I don't have anything against drugs, but whatever she took killed her. In her place was someone I couldn't recognize. I tried to reach out to her many times. Her family got her the best psychological help they could, and she also spent years in a psychiatric unit. To no use. She ended up being released although unstable, and ended up in jail for stabbing somebody and a whole bunch of other violent acts. The last time I saw her she was half naked and being arrested in front of my work. Years have gone by. I still think of her every day and wish I could, I don't know, do something, get her back, go back in time and never leave for university. When I hear of demon possession in shows or anywhere in conversation I can totally understand why people believe in it. I have started writing and sending her letters once a week, just pictures and poems. I still tell her she is my best friend and it will never change. She stares through me, but maybe somewhere in there she can hear me. But you know the worst bit? Everyone speaks of her now like she was a drug addict. She never touched drugs or alcohol. The real story is that while she had taken drugs nobody who was with her had seen her take them. There were also signs of sexual abuse and physical assault. Whatever she went through that night was enough to leave her catatonic for months. But still people don't see her as a victim. Just some crazy chick on drugs. That guy, let's call him D, I met in a youth hostel in Australia. I spent 1 month there before moving in a real flat, but was still hanging out with friends at the youth hostel afterwards. It was next to my office. We were friends and he was an incredibly smart and nice guy from Germany, Oxford educated, fluent in English, German and French. He was very polished and mannered. Everyone liked him. I came every evening at the hostel for a beer with friends, and he was there hanging out in summer apparel, flip-flops and all year long. He told us he was working at a big corporate bank in the city, which we always found weird, but we didn't have any reason to doubt it further. One day after 9 months or so, I arrived at the hostel and met D all dressed up in a tuxedo, which was very new. When I asked him why so much classiness, he acted defensive and said that he was dressed like this every day. He was working in a bank and had to. Weird. I always saw him in flip-flops. 1 month later, he told us his mother died and that he prepared a trip to Germany. We were very sorry for him. He started acting a bit weird and we started to be a bit curious. One day, I arrived at the hostel and I met with 2 other friends, and 2 police investigators were there and wanted to talk to us. They told us that he was in fact staying at the hostel because he was awaiting trial for having stabbed someone 2 years back and had to check in at the police station nearby every week. They went in his room in the hostel and found forged death certificates for his mother. That was him trying to escape Australia. Later on, one of my friends spoke to his very alive mother on the phone. So the day I met D in a tuxedo for the first time, he was back from his trial. Point meaningless to say we were all flabbergasted. It was my first time with a pathologic con man. I met him again 1 year after that in Europe, and he was still pretending his mother was dead and didn't even come clean with all the lies. It's late and this post is going on 10 hours now, so this will undoubtedly get buried, so I won't get too detailed. Point back in my senior year of high school, there was this 14-year-old freshman girl dating a 22-year-old man who occasionally would wait for her at the bus stop after school. Red flags already, I know, but apparently the parents gave him a key to the house and everything. Point one day another kid on the bus writes something insulting on a piece of paper towards the guy and puts it up to the bus window. Sure enough, the 22-year-old sees it and goes berserk trying to get on the bus. And I mean hitting the door, trying to pry it open, shaking the bus, etc. Eventually the bus driver is able to leave, and we go about our day. Point the next day the 22-year-old shows up at this kid's bus stop, and naturally no one is allowed off the bus. 22-year-old pretends to go away, but I knew he'd come running back, so I told the kid I'd protect him. Sure enough, we get off the bus. 22-year-old faker comes running down the hill, and before I can do anything, a passing, parked car offered the kid a lift. He got in, and the issue was over. So the 22-year-old and I essentially looked at each other and walked away. For some reason after that, he yelled my name and said that if it happens again he would be back, and if he couldn't beat us up on his own he'd go get his friends. Fast forward to almost being done college, and lo and behold, the faker is in jail for murder. Turns out the 14-year-old broke up with him and starting dating another early 20-something faker. Finds out, breaks into the girl's house and stabs the new creep in a stairway with the knife from the kitchen multiple times. So potentially multiple psychotic or sociopaths here. There was this guy I grew up with. We were really good friends and did quite a bit together. He was always strange to me, but honestly was really good company and hilarious to me. Point one day he called me up laughing up something hysterical. Could not even get the words out, laughing so hard, so I hung up. A few minutes passed by, and he called me back. He stated in a monotone voice, "You hung up on me." I did not think much of it, but he stated that same phrase 3 different times. After the 3rd time he said we need to meet, and hung up. Well, that made me feel uneasy, but I did not think anything of it. A few days pass, and we schedule to meet each other for the first time in quite a while. We meet at his place and I walk into a room lit full of candles and strange drawings hung up on the wall, floor, and the nearby desk. What the fuck is this? He started laughing hysterically again, and this time he made his voice change in different pitches when doing it. He turned around smiling like the Joker and took a knife to his hands to draw blood. "You hung up on me," he said. After that happened I was out of there faster than I've ever moved in my life. This was literally the strangest thing I've experienced from a person in my life. Needless to say, we don't speak anymore after that due to the obsession over the hung up phone call and the bloodletting exorcism type of environment I walked into. That's when I knew he very well could be a psychopath. It wasn't all at once. It took 6 years and a broken nose. He was my first love, and he acted like he could feel emotion, but he couldn't. Drugs turned him into even more of a monster. If you want the long story, keep reading. Lots of TWs. I was 14. He was 13 when we first started dating. It ended when I was 20. He was very kind and sweet, but that was an act. He would trap me and make me out to be the bad guy constantly, even though I did nothing wrong. I was raped, tortured, knives held to my throat, cheated on constantly. He even sent a dick pic to my own mother anonymously, pointed pinch me in front of people to make me look weak. But what they couldn't see was the blood and bruises those pinches would leave. Any time he put himself in a shitty situation, I had to be there so he could trample on me. The good was all I focused on to preserve my sanity. The bad was unimaginable. I was sexually assaulted every single night by someone he made us stay with. This other person wouldn't allow him to stay unless I was there to molest in my sleep. He knew and didn't care. All with no running water or electricity. I was made to feel so sorry for him that I wasn't allowed to go back to my home and sleep where it was safe. He got me pregnant at 18. Everything was fine by my standards of the faked up relationship. I didn't know better. I was starved, pushed, beaten, passed out several times from malnutrition, worked my ass off to find my paycheck already gone. This was only worsened when the baby came. I worked until the day I gave birth. He ruined my birth by starting fights with my family. The nurses thought I was on drugs because he very obviously was. The nurses started treating me like shit because of it. I begged him to take care of us. He quit his ridiculously easy job when I was still in the hospital. I had to go to work on day 9 of life. He decided to go get high and bring my baby home. RSV, like a cold, fatal to infants under 1. On day 13, my baby almost died. He couldn't breathe. He ended up okay. I went back to work only to get 963,273 missed phone calls, voicemail completely full of get the fuck home right now. I swear to God I'll kill him, you stupid bitch. I almost lost my job. Found somebody else to watch the baby, but it continued. He went on a bender with my car at 3 AM. Totaled it. Spent all my money. I almost lost my job again. Got kicked out. Broke somebody's innocent. This other guy did 0 things wrong. Knows. Played victim. Longest he had a job was 90 days precisely. Forced me to quit mine. Then quit his to trap me. Several months later, my calipers kept locking up on my car, which was caused by a mystery car issue. Ended up being master cylinder, no other symptoms. He was driving my car. I was behind him. Baby next to me. Long dangerous curvy highway. I asked him not to drive so dangerously that my brakes were bad and he couldn't stop on the highway. He flipped my car to the wrong side of the road and beat the shit out of me. Long story short, I took the baby and jumped out. I called the police. He's facing 2 felony charges for what he did to me next month. When the cops asked me if he'd ever hit me before that day, I still covered for him. I told them no, baby and I are doing amazingly. I've got a decent steady job. He's got a great, loving home life. I'm dating a great guy who would make an amazing stepdad and is the polar opposite of my baby's father. I will no longer take anybody's bullshit. We are strong, healthy, and better than ever. We are safe. I'm still seeing if I get a court summons next month or not. It's possible I won't get one due to the order of protection. I want him put in jail for a very long time. I don't want him to do this to anybody else. But if he moves on, at least this will be on his record. It'll be up to them to listen. I can't risk our safety to heed warnings. One time I was on a drive with a couple of friends. We were juniors in high school at the time, and we were enjoying a drive in the countryside on a summer night. The friend who was driving has always been a little off. They've spent some time in a mental hospital and have said some awkward or weird things, but our friend group still liked them. I digress. So I was sitting shotgun, dude was driving, and my third friend was sitting in the back. And we were just having a normal conversation about going back to school, stress about senior year, all that. The driver friend wanted to stop on the side of the road, which we had been doing all day to take pictures. There was still light outside, and the sky around us had turned pink due to the sunset, so we assumed they wanted to stop to take a picture point, so they pull over and go into their center console. They then pulled out a buck knife and turned it in their hand. They paused for a second and with a small smile said, "You know, I could just gut y'all right here, and y'all wouldn't be able to fight back." The third friend and I shared a look of what the fuck, and I told the driver I wanted to head back. The driver got agitated and said they were just joking, but I told them that I still wanted to go home. So they drove us back to their place. I picked up my car and went home. Kinda stopped hanging out with them so much after that. That whole interaction just spooked me so much. My ex back in high school. He lived in Chicago, so it was long distance. He was so angry at me for breaking up with him before I went to college that he set up not one, but two fake personas, using names and photos of people he knew, to catfish me and tell me to kill myself repeatedly. Would constantly harass me about how much of a hoe I was and that I should die and all this other horrible stuff. He would constantly make fake numbers one after another, so I couldn't block them all. Finally went to the police, but they couldn't do anything about the fake numbers. He even went as far as to text my father that I was sleeping around and putting myself in danger. Showed barely any emotion when we actually got together physically. Would hide away when things got back hard. Lied about how he got money. I'm pretty sure he was doing drugs when I wasn't around. Even hacked into my Instagram account to unfollow my friends and then tried to make me jealous by saying he was having sex with some boy he met, and when I told him about the man I was seeing, he flipped out and called me a whole. Last time I was with him my best friend came, and I remember crying hysterically on the floor of our other friend's house because I was so scared of him. He came to get me, and my best friend told him to fuck off, to which he berated me for it and came back. I ended up going with him, but I cried the whole time while he sat out of the room and listened. Last I heard from him, he was harassing me, and I told him if he didn't piss off I was getting a restraining order. Haven't heard since. After starting my time in hospital, I quickly realized that I don't really feel anything about death. People said you get used to it, but I was used to it from day one. I didn't really think anything of it until we had a particularly bad week where a lot of our most well-known and well-liked regular patients died in a short time frame. One of whom was a 24-year-old woman with cystic fibrosis who was one of the smartest and sweetest people I'd ever encountered. Everyone was torn up. People took mental health days and the hospital offered subsidized counseling, and I felt nothing at all. No sadness, no anguish. I can say it's sad to lose somebody who didn't deserve to die, but I didn't really know her. She didn't really affect my life. I quickly realized I wasn't used to it. I just straight up didn't seem to be affected by death. Lead to a lot of introspection and trying to consider whether it was something I should be concerned about. I'm neither autistic nor Asperger's, and empathy has never been difficult for me. I love my fiance. I cry at movies. Hell, prior to her death I cried with a patient I mentioned. When people are alive, they're real and their emotions are real. But for whatever reason, the moment they're dead and I stop caring. I talk to their family and it's agony, because I can see how absolutely defeated their loved ones are, and giving them that news is heart-wrenching. But I never feel that same grief, only empathy. Fourth is maybe it's a weird coping mechanism, but I never mention it in person and find myself faking grief, because I don't want to be seen as a sociopath. I should note, some of the dialogue is slightly paraphrased, as I don't remember exactly what words were said. This was a while ago, but the facts are all true. I've been wanting to tell this story for a while. Sophomore year of high school, my class goes on a camping trip. We needed to be in groups of 4 for our cabins. My 2 friends and I select each other and get a 4th dude placed in our group. We'll call him John. John was super quiet, not even your run-of-the-mill quiet, like I'd never heard him speak quiet, and I had multiple classes with the guy. He always wore pretty much the same outfit, dirty hoodie and sweats, and had really deep bags under his eyes. He was super short and scrawny, and always had this weird smile on his face. He wasn't zoned out at all, he was always listening. Oh well, I thought he's a socially awkward nerd. So am I shouldn't judge. The first few days go fine. We even get John to open up a little and play cards with us once, but he mostly keeps to himself. On the last night we're there, my friends and I are down by the lake, talking. We see John walking by himself, so we call him over. After all, we've been rooming together for a few days, and he doesn't have many friends. Notably, one of the other dudes we are bunking with aren't there. We keep talking, and John doesn't say a word. Eventually, me, the roommate who's there with me, and another friend, my ex, actually, all start skipping rocks. John comes up and joins us and stands next to me. Then he speaks, and my blood runs cold. I might kill someone tonight. I'm the only one who heard it. I look over to him, and he still has that faking smile on his face. You're joking, right man? No response, just a smile. John, that isn't funny dude. I brought a knife. How he got it through airport security, I'll never know. But I try to call his bluff on it, and he doesn't answer. My two friends come over, and they start talking about it with us. I ask him if he means one of us. He doesn't respond. More poking and prodding like this, and he says it wouldn't be someone in our room. Someone else in the cabin, though the cabins were divided into 8 or so smaller rooms, with a central hallway and a bathroom. Each room housed 4 dudes. We ask him if he's joking several more times, and eventually he says yeah, I'm joking, but his facial expression doesn't change. I don't believe him, but we get called for curfew. I end up going and talking to one of the teachers who was chaperoning our cabin, and he agrees to talk to John. After he gets back he says that John said he was joking, but he talked to him anyway. My other 2 friends in the room initially agreed to sleep in shifts, just in case. As we stayed up, we kept watch on John's bunk. He slept face up, not moving, and it looked like his eyes were open. I was convinced he was still awake, but my friends got tired and decided to go to sleep. I said fuck it, every man for himself, and went to the hallway and read until the sun came up. As far as I know, John hasn't murdered anyway, but that was the closest I feel like I've come to being murdered, except for when that other dude put me on a list of people to kill, but that's another story. Guy I grew up with was always a little off. Hyper intelligent, came from a great family. He always got in trouble for doing the most outlandish things, but I think it's because he was looking for the absolute limit to what he could get away with. It turned out he could get away with almost everything because he was charming, a master liar, and his family had connections. I say most everything because he's in jail now, but we knew he was messed up when we were kids. When we were 9, he colored all over his dog with a black Sharpie. He stole money from his closest friends in high school. Within a few months of getting his license, and with me in the car, he drove his car between 2 other cars that were traveling side by side on a 2-lane portion of the highway at a speed of 90+ mph. He talked his way out of a couple DUIs that I was aware of when we were seniors. Teflon. There are so many anecdotes people with whom I grew up have about the guy. I didn't hear from him much after high school, but he got heavy into cocaine in college. Failed out, then became a motivational speaker on addiction stuff, until he was arrested for robbing several stores with a weapon in multiple cities. He was finally arrested after a high-speed chase that ended when he jumped out of his moving car and tried to run away on foot. I remember him telling me once in middle school that he had a recurring dream that he killed God. I think about that from time to time. Not psychopath, but likely a sociopath. I'm gonna explain as much as I can, so that maybe someone who is close to a sociopath/psychopath/narcissist can see the light and get the hell out of their point. My 22F, old roommate, 24F, and I met in college when I was a freshman, and she was a sophomore. At first, she was charming and fun. I loved being around her. We had some challenges in our friendship though, and there was a lot of drama between her and our other friends. She was a criminal justice major and loved studying serial killers and their brutal crimes. She's brag about how tough you have to be to study that, and how she had learned to compartmentalize her empathy because she had none. We remained friends for another year or two until she asked me to move in with her. I said yes, because I was fed up with dorm life and was ready to live in an apartment. I did not always get along with her or enjoy her presence, but I rationalized the decision by saying I'd have my own room. It would have a lock on it. I'd have my own space. We wouldn't have to share space all the time. That's not so different from what we were doing already at the time. I lived across the hall from her. She is clean and considerate. I could deal with that. Little did I know that she had been manipulating me that entire time leading up to her request, so I felt obliged to say yes and stick to that decision. Sure, she was a good roommate. She paid rent and utilities on time. She cleaned up after herself. She took out the trash. She didn't eat my food without my permission and shared some of her food with me as well. But she was very two-faced. Sometimes she was a wonderful and supportive fun friend, but at other seemingly random times she would lash out at me for sharing my feelings or opinion at all, or saying no to her. I learned over time not to do that, which is how psychopaths get control over people. They are nice, most of the time is a common sentiment among abuse victims. She had a job, but no driver's license or car, and she insisted the solution was that I drive her to work some days of the week. Okay, fine. Her family lived nearby, could drive her other days. I helped her get her license because I was sick of driving her places, but was afraid to say no. I let her use my car, but she never ever reimbursed me for gas or maintenance. I was already too afraid of her to bring it up. She even made some comments about how I was being so generous and how she'd give other people such a hard time for asking for gas money. I thought maybe she was just a leech. The signs of sociopathy really began to show, though, when I informed her that I wanted to move out in the future because I was having trouble finding a job. She tore me apart. She called me immature and irresponsible for giving up my job search and choosing to move in with my parents. Plot twist, I got a job, then moved in with my parents, and kept my job. Screw you, ex-roommate. I'm making more money than you now. I'm very insecure about those very things, and I believe she hit me where it hurts most to make sure I never thought about leaving again. That's still not the most hostile encounter I had with her, though. The worst one requires some explanation. About 6 months into living with her, I got a long distance boyfriend who lived about 20 miles from my parents. She was incredibly threatened by him, sometimes even yelling at me when I wanted to close my door to have a private conversation with him. We tried to have some group gaming activities because we had some games we all liked in common, but she began to despise him. Why? Because he challenged her and called her out on her shit. The most hostile I ever saw her was when I was calling my boyfriend privately in my room after I had excused myself to go to bed. She barged into my room and started complaining about something TMI that she would only feel comfortable talking about with me. She didn't know I was on the phone. I was too shocked at how fast she intruded and began talking to interrupt her. When she found out my boyfriend heard the TMI comments, I saw her face change in a way I never had before, and I hope I never see again. I could swear she was fantasizing about slitting my throat. Or maybe his. She hated his guts. Either way, it was terrifying. She then sent me several texts from her room about how much she hates my boyfriend. And do you see what I mean now? That episode left me sobbing in my room. My boyfriend was on the phone the whole time. That was when he used the A word for the first time. Abuse. It marked the end of my denial, the beginning of my healing, and my effort to move out in secret. I could detail that harrowing process, but it's a bit off topic. I'll sum it up as, I told her I was getting ready to have my boyfriend visit, and I was just cleaning. But when he arrived all of a sudden we packed all my shit into cars, then left and never came back. I cut off all contact with her and blocked her on everything, leaving a small message about how I needed to have space from her indefinitely. She called my boyfriend and demanded he have me call her. She talked me to all our friends, and they sent me nasty messages that I refuse to read to this day. I moved in with my parents just in time for COVID-19 lockdown to begin in the US. I'm incredibly grateful to be living with people who care about me and support me at this time. The thought of quarantining with her makes me shudder. I get to see my boyfriend at least once a week and that makes me very happy. Part of the healing process for me was talking to people that she talked throughout our friendship and asking them to explain their side of the story. I heard some horrifying things. Former roommates of hers claimed she would kick their dog, sexually harass them, she's bisexual and they were straight women, and tell them she would love to kill them in their sleep. I wouldn't have believed those claims at all until now. The way she looked at me validated those claims. It made me rethink the way she tormented her cat for fun and would grope me as a joke in a way that made me uncomfortable. It made me rethink a lot of things. Thankfully I have been healing well thanks to support from my boyfriend, friends, and family. I have also gotten the chance to help others who are trying to escape emotional abuse. I was watching a program on psychopaths and the description matched my friend, who I've known for decades, perfectly. My wife mentioned it before I did. There are a couple of types of psychopath. He wasn't the stabby type, but he used his charm to try and manipulate people, usually women. He's choked his partner a few times, just for fun, and his boy on a couple of occasions. He's been banned from his judo club for taking practice sessions too far and choking his opponent, even though they've tapped out. He hates women. They are inferior in his opinion. He will take a bunch of flowers to a woman in his village, so they think I'm a great guy. Also, all women should be wrapped. Yeah, that sort of confirmed him as having issues. Animals. I won't allow him to be alone with our dogs. On more than one occasion I've heard a yelp from them. I was just squeezing his nose, my friend would say, putting on his puppy dog look. Maybe not relevant, but certainly strange. He loves playing with little children. He would play with the kids in his local park. Their mothers would look on and think I'm a great guy. They would wish I was the father of their kids. In the village I'm the daddy. Nope, you're the strange old faker who plays with kids while their dads are at work. I could fill up Reddit with his conspiracy stories and stories of incompetence. One of my best friends had just broken up with her boyfriend 2 weeks ago, and in a group chat we were planning a bowling night when she mentioned that she'd bring a boy. I obviously asked back quote a pretty one, back quote, to which she replies back quote back off, he's mine. I was a bit taken aback at the time, because as I said, she broke up with her ex 2 weeks ago. I just reply back quote, it's a bit early for a new boyfriend lol. Didn't think much of it, it was just honest advice. She has a history of dating abusive dudes because she falls in love with the first guy who comes along. Almost instantly I get a call from her. I pick it up in a pretty good mood and was like back quote, hey, what's up, but I didn't even get to finish because in a very angry and spitting tone she hissed back quote, are you jealous or what? I was super confused and asked her what she meant, to which she replied, back quote, it's not my problem, you're single. If you weren't so ugly and boring there might be some dude out there who wants you, but no. Or something along the lines of that. I'm usually not the one to handle things like this over the phone. Usually I would have hung up, but she really insulted me and I thought it was unfair, coming from a girl whose 3 last exes cheated on her and where one of them became physically violent, while my last 3 exes were all very healthy, loving long distance relationships, except for one where he lived close to me. I basically told her that as well, and that she shouldn't talk like that to friends who are just trying to look out for her, then hung up. She continued texting me that I'm only doing this because I'm alone and jealous and want to destroy her life. After I blocked her she took to spamming the group full with the same garbage, getting weirder and weirder, saying that we all just want to sabotage her because we can back quote stand how pretty she is. Even insulting another friend in the group who was trying to intervene on her weight. Total no go, with something along the lines of, oh another ugly beach being jealous. Oh wait no, this one is the faking walrus. Back quote. We ended up kicking her from the group. But it didn't back quote stop there. She kept telling people we had bullied her into leaving and gossiped about her. It was so weird. Never seen her like that before. All because of a boy who later also ended up cheating on her. I met a guy who I instantly fell in love with. He was charming and treated me amazing. Not to mention how good looking he was. We dated a couple of months and then ran off and got married, like idiots. Within a month or so, things got weird. It somehow came up in conversation one night that he had previously killed a dog with his bare hands. The hair on my neck stood up. I asked why and how. He said because he thought the dog was going to attack him, so he grabbed it by the neck and choked it to death. I thought how insane that sounded, but I didn't really bring it up again. A week later he had his 5 kids come over. One of them made him mad, and he started screaming at them and sent them to their rooms. He proceeds to rant and rave to me about how much he hates them. I was like, wait, no. They make you mad, and you dislike them sometimes, but not hate. He said no, I hate them. I said, oh god, what did I get myself into? My hair on my neck stood up again big time. Meanwhile my daughter was 3 at the time and a little hyper. One day shortly after the episode with his kids, I hear him yell at my daughter. I went running to where they were, and he had grabbed her by her hair and was trying to walk with her. I screamed and made him stop and get away from her. He told me then and there that I had to get rid of her. I had to give her to her dad or her grandparents, but she could no longer live with us. He said he didn't care what I did with her. That was the moment that clinched it for me that he was a psychopath. I grabbed her and said, you can fucking drop dead if you think I would ever give my daughter up for you. Needless to say, we immediately moved out of his house. I knew that wasn't going to end well if we stayed another minute there. One day I had to go back and get some stuff I had left there, and he wasn't home. So I said, how can someone who seemed so normal at first be so crazy? And I didn't see any signs initially. I decided to check his history on his computer to see if I could see any crazy stuff there. Well, it turned out he was heavily into bestiality and would browse this one website for hours at a time and download some of it. I lost my sheet. I started to wonder if he really killed the dog the way he said, or if he was actually doing something with it. And as if all of this wasn't crazy enough, I get a call from my sister's husband a couple weeks later asking me why my sister was at my ex's house. I had no idea what he was talking about. Apparently she drove up to him because she liked him and felt bad that I left him. She ended up sleeping with him and he denied it. She says he drugged her. I don't know what the truth there was, but she knew of an identifying birthmark in his pubic area that no one would ever know about. So I knew it was true that she slept with him. And yes, she is a piece of shit, and I told her she was dead to me. So crazy, right? Total Jerry Springer show sheet. But it gets even crazier. I get a voice message from some woman one day, shortly after I left, and after my sister's incident, telling me that she had been dating my ex, and she wanted information on him, because he got her pregnant. I asked him what that was all about, and he threatened to kill me if I spoke to her. Needless to say, I had our marriage annulled, and I never spoke to him, or heard from him again. Thank you, Jesus. My ex, father of my 2 adult boys, when he blamed our, then, 5-year-old for having his own face bashed into the timeout corner, a corner with a door, hinge right at cheek level. Kid kept leaving timeout, so his father went to force him, and he pushed back, until he wasn't strong enough and gave up. Father's strength then made kid's face bash into the corner and started crying. I went to comfort my son and softly admonish the dad for doing that, and his reply was he shouldn't have fought me. Then I looked back at other things. The time he buckled that same son, under a year old, into the 5-point harness car seat, son started crying. I asked what was wrong. He said, I don't know, he just started crying. Maybe he just doesn't want to go. We were leaving my in-laws. I went to comfort my son, but he stopped me and said we have to get going wherever we were headed. Anyhow, later when I changed his diaper I saw a dark bruise in his inner thigh right where the harness buckle was. He knew. It's impossible to not to when, just as you are buckling a seatbelt near your kid's leg, and they cry out at that exact moment. How can you not? He pretended not to know. By then I was so psychologically broken by his gaslighting and general manipulation that it took me a few more years to get away from him. I was newly pregnant with our second son, which he did on purpose. NSFW story here. He never had pre-ejaculate, so as long as he pulled out in time it was a really effective method for us. Well, one time, I warned him at the start that I had ovulated that day. He masked the usual signs he was getting close and didn't make any sound or other indication that he was actually coming. He just suddenly stopped. I lifted my head to look at him better and asked if he just came. He said in a sigh yes, so no surprise I was pregnant a week later. What really upset me with this was he went on Navy deployment when our first son was 3 weeks old and missed all those firsts. So we had already discussed that we'd planned for me to be pregnant while he was gone on the next deployment and have the baby when he returned, putting our children about 2.5 years apart. Instead, now I had 2 babies 18 months apart, age 4 meters and almost 2y, when he went on deployment. I ended up giving up our rental and moving in with my parents and then had to wait 2 more months for a new rental after he returned from deployment 8 months raising his sons. He missed so much, but I think he wanted it that way. Our younger son was 13 months old and had no idea who his dad was. Oh, and a week or 2 before he left, he lied about being on duty, unable to leave the ship for 24 hours, and instead went to Atlantic City with 2 credit cards I didn't know about and lost $2,000 or $4,000, I forget which. It was 23 years ago, in cash advances. Of course he was 6 hours late coming home, so I was worried. This was before we had a cell phone and had no way to know what happened. I had already called the ship and they said he wasn't there. It was a Saturday. Many details he gave to set the scene so he could be gone more than 24 hours. First and third watch of 6/6/6/6, so he'd just sleep in and come home late morning, maybe lunchtime, but it was supper time when he finally came home. My boys were 20 meters and 2 meters. I could use the help point. So he went out to sea and expected me to fix all that with the extra money he'd get on deployment. There was a lot of emotional abuse, convincing me I was the cause of most of our problems, and as a result I was truly a broken person. It took me years to heal. During the divorce I discovered he had been into child porn too. I saw hundreds of welcome to our descriptive name Yahoo group emails in an email we hadn't used in a while. Descriptive names like teenage hidden locker room cam, daddy's little girl, 12 to 15 love, etc. I did involve the police, but that wasn't enough to get a search warrant, and NIs couldn't do anything because our base housing wasn't in the perimeter of the actual base. He blamed me for his child porn too. We didn't have sex frequently enough for him. But the kicker, our older son, the one in the stories above, is just like him. He tormented our younger son, who has mild autism, to the point he has PTSD. By that point I was divorced and in a new relationship and had a daughter. The boys were in their early teens and their father was completely out of the picture for the bulk of the previous 7 or 8 years, except for garnished child support which he eventually stopped working to avoid paying, and my fiance and I were legitimately afraid of the older son. He was opportunistic. He'd lie about the smallest things, manipulative, and very unpredictable, but therapy, meds, PCAs, skills therapists, IEPs, didn't help. When things were just getting worse, and I found my 8-month-old daughter shouting at the cats in play, repeating what she's seen, I knew he couldn't stay with us any longer. She was living in a toxic home, and I wasn't going to allow that to influence her developing brain. Nobody in my family could help. Friends, neighbors, nobody, so we sent him to foster care. When he was gone we could all breathe again. I hate saying that. I love my son. I always have. But I was afraid of him. And now that the other son is older I've learned the depth of the abuse he suffered. It was bad. He had no safe place. He's still working through that damage. Both sons are in their 20s, and the older one won't talk to me until I apologize to him. I won't. I told him I did the best I could for him and nothing I did seemed to help. He needed to be safe from himself and learn how to live with, and not control, a family before he became an adult. I believe I made the right decision, and I'm not going to apologize for doing the best I could for him. He was 16 and old enough to know better. He's 24 now. I'm hoping he continues to mature, and eventuality he's healthy enough to be back in touch, but he's not there yet, and my younger son, 23, says he never wants to talk to him again, and he gets upset if I talk about his brother at all. Last I heard my older son was back in touch with his father and his family. My ex-in-laws are not bad people, but they made almost no effort to stay in touch after the divorce, so eventually I told them not to bother. No contact was better than insincere contact I had to cover for. I'm just happy my son isn't alone and has people around him to support him growing into a man. I know he's being fed stories from his dad and that I may never see him again, but I'm also not going to risk the mental health of my entire family again for one person. It took me a long time to heal from all that. My daughter's father is similar. After 11 years of more, less intense abuse and manipulation, I walked away. He's involved with our daughter 50 over 50, but she's 11 now and starting to see it. I can't take her from him, but I do my best to give her all the positive empowerment I can. I don't badmouth him, but I do empower her. When he told her she needs to start shaving, I told him to leave the girl talk to me. I told her she didn't have to do anything to her body for anyone else. Hair is normal, and it's a pain in the butt to maintain a shaved body, and I fully support her not shaving, but if she decides she wants to, I will teach her how to do it safely. I give her little things to help her to be strong, validated, in the face of his manipulation. Example, he told her to trim, because then it's easier to stay clean. I told her, if that's the case, why doesn't everyone do it, and not just the girls? I told her this is a societal issue of my generation, and not everyone realizes how toxic this is. I go out of my way not to make him look bad, maybe just misguided. It's so hard to do though. Anyhow, yeah, sorry for the long post. My oldest brother. He's very charismatic and people describe him as charming. He even has been very successful business wise and has a really popular podcast, and yeah, to point the psychopath part. He's 13 years older than me, so obviously bigger and stronger. One of his favorite games was the knife game where he held a knife to my neck, where I couldn't move. He thought it was hilarious. It seemed to last forever. When he did it, another favorite game of his was he would grab either me or my sister by our wrists in one of his hands and by the ankles in another hand in the swimming pool and would dunk us until no more bubbles would come up, then lift us breathily to get a breath and dunk us again, over and over. So I constantly felt like I was going to die. Another game was duct taping my wrists together, then duct taping my ankles together, then duct taping my bound wrists to my ankles. Then he would duct tape my mouth shut and put me in the dark closet. This happened a lot, and it was before my parents' divorce, so I was younger than 7 years old. To put it in perspective, if he did this when I was 3 years old, he was 16. Since he's 13 years older, he has a wife and kids. My heart breaks constantly for them. I worry that one of my nephews is becoming like him, since he got mad at his sister and held an axe to her neck. He's done the same type of the things to the kids, saying he just playing with them and that they like it. CPS was called and nothing happened. So thanks a lot, CPS. I have no faith in the system protecting children. They just check off boxes and ignore bruises. I'm a former high school teacher, and it was a student I had. He was attending class and passing during the first semester and never explicitly threatened me, so there was nothing I could do. But the second semester he rarely came to class and had a very low F. Once he was past the school policy for allowable absences, he was eligible to be administratively dropped, so I did that. When he was notified, he came to my classroom after school and screamed at me, and this time did explicitly threaten me. After I miraculously got him to leave the classroom, I went, shaking and crying, to my department head. We went straight to the principal's office. They banned him from the entire building my classroom was in, and he was not allowed to have any contact with me. I also kept my doors locked outside the hours of the first and last bells and during lunch, because I knew, if given the chance, he would ignore the rules and come back. Why he didn't get expelled I will never understand. Every once in a while I would pass him in another area of the campus and he would get this truly evil grin on his face and say hello miss, which I always ignored and kept walking. He terrified me and he knew it. Fast forward a few years to when I was living in a different city. I was at my parents' house when I saw on the news that a mass shooting had happened at the grocery store down the street from the high school I had been teaching at without skipping a beat. I said, probably his name. A different person was eventually arrested and convicted, so this kid, adult now, could still be out there and doing who knows what to whom. I never believed in evil until I had that student, but now I know without a doubt that true evil really exists in this world. I'm currently 17. I have a history of being defiant and getting in trouble going a long way back. In 7th grade I met my friend, who we'll call Chris, and he was the exact same way. We basically spent all of 7th grade doing nothing, sitting in the counselor's office, yelling at teachers, getting into trouble, etc. I was getting suspended basically every week. At some point the counselor told me he had OD, which is one of the building blocks to sociopathy or psychopathy. At the end of 7th grade year I basically got kicked out and sent to an alternative school and continued to get worse. At one point I did something really fucking stupid that could have gotten me sent to jail, and I sort of disappeared for a year because I went to treatment. When I got back out, of course, I continued doing everything I was before, aside from the drugs I was doing before. I was basically defiant again. Chris is my age, about to turn 18. I believe he developed conduct disorder because he'd been in and out of the juvie in my city since I had disappeared. He had done various things I won't say, but me and him meeting again, the wheels started spinning and we started plotting and did some stuff, and I sort of realized this man really did not feel guilty for anything he did, and honestly neither did I, so I couldn't judge him. I currently have the diagnosis of bipolar disorder. I'm a juvenile, so it really fucking means something that I got diagnosed with it. I also have traits of NPD and terrible ADHD. But my shit is nothing compared to this faking man. That man isn't scared of anything. But he liked me because we go way back and we aren't too different from each other. I bet if he didn't like me, he probably would have robbed me. He's a really cool guy though. I'll look for his, as if I ever wind up in there. Last time I saw him, he was on the run from a group home. I was walking down the street with him, and they pulled up in a van and got his ass. Started working at a pre-K and had 2 co-teachers. Became great friends with both of them. However, one of them got super clingy. Someone had called it boyfriend syndrome. She got mad when I'd go hang out with anyone without her, even my fiancé. I had a friend that I hung out with a lot before I started working there, and so all of my recent pictures on social media were of me and that friend. She would talk shit about her and then added her on Facebook and Instagram. When we would hang out, she would always want a selfie together. Months later, she told me she wanted to post as many photos of us together so my other friend would see and get jealous or mad. It worked. My co-teacher then proceeded to tell me that if she was out of the picture, that meant that she, my co-teacher, would be my new best friend. On the phone she says, "I want you to tell me I'm your best friend." I tried telling her I had multiple best friends, and so I couldn't say that, or I'd be lying. We went back and forth with me trying to get her to understand, but she wouldn't budge. She told me to just say the words. So I did. She let out a huge sigh of relief and said, "I feel much better now." After that, I got an offer to be a sub and move around to different rooms. I gladly accepted. She would come and visit me in the room I was in every day and talk about how she wanted to kill herself. We had so many talks where I was trying to calm her down and try to not get too distracted and be able to still watch my kids while she left her co-teacher out of ratio. I finally told her it had to stop. I couldn't do it anymore. At least not in front of the kids. We were outside on the empty playground for this talk and she kicked, punched, and threw toys that were lying around. After that, she'd still come into my room every day, and when I tried to say anything about her leaving, she would say, "I'm here for the other teacher, not you." Fast forward a couple months later, I got accepted into a university and was going to live further away. She got mad when I asked my gay friend to live with me. We got into the same uni, and not her, even though the apartments I chose were for students only. She said that if I stopped talking to her, she would kill herself. I talked to her for a bit after that, because I obviously did not want that to happen, but I ended up cutting ties completely and haven't talked to her since. I'm pretty sure my brother is. One occasion I was in a kitchen with him and saw him putting a fork over a burner for a few minutes. He then came up to me and told me to put it in my mouth. I fought him and pushed him away only for it to land on top of my hand, and it left a fork 3-pronged burn on my hand for years. My parents fought almost constantly because my dad was a drunk and emotionally abusive towards everyone. so I never mentioned it because I didn't want to cause another day of fights between everyone. My dad would spank my brother, then my brother and me would be home together most of the day as we were homeschooled, and he would have taken it out all on me or my dog. Point, speaking of our dog, we would walk our chihuahua and he would pull him and up and let him hang and laughed at him as he choked and wiggled. I would punch him until he would let go. I'm 3 years younger than him and was a lot weaker. I still live with him and he's still socially inept. We probably all need therapy. But hey, when you're poor and can barely afford a house, those things don't happen. Point, rest in peace Chewy. I'm helping raise his puppies 8 years now. They're the best part of my life. Point, it brings me great comfort knowing once I give them a good life I can feel no guilt if I choose to end mine. Point, for now drugs and alcohol will help me suppress my memories of physical, mental and sexual abuse. This will probably get buried, but here goes. In the final weeks of last year, and ending just before February this year, I did a 10-class screenwriting class. Largely it was great and reasonably informative and interesting, and I got to meet a really great group of people who all had really interesting ideas and great chemistry once we were all comfortable around each other. Point. But then there was N. I always had a strange off feeling whenever he was around, which is really weird because I'm generally a really confident person. From the moment I met N at the first evening class, I knew something was up with him. Either way, classes progressed and tbh everything felt pretty normal. N was the only one who spoke up and argued with the teacher. He was about 50. Everyone was aged 20, me, to about 40ish on average. So the fact that he constantly delayed the class and kept butting up against the teacher, a short, older comedy writer, of a class we had all paid about £300 to attend, was really frustrating at times. And seemed to exclusively into body horror, heavy gore and brutal serial killer genres whenever we had to make our own scripts or come up with a quick film idea. He talked about stuff he watched in his free time and some of it was pretty messed up. Don't get me wrong, films are films. I like my own fair share of violence and horror, but he would practically laugh at Human Centipede and Saw and Tusk and other such films anyway. About week 6 of 10, class is going as usual and everyone seems to be having a great time. We're all laughing, sharing ideas and bouncing off each other pretty well. In the previous week or so N has calmed down a bit, or so I thought. The thing I should mention about the teacher was that she tried to make a joke with every sentence. It started off quite tedious because lots of jokes were forced and corny, but we got used to it. She'd often use someone as the butt of a joke, but it was never a dig or offensive, so all in good taste. She asks a question, N says his answer, and Teach says something to the tune of "well done. Top marks to you boy." Doing an old to me teacher kind of impression. Well, N just blew up. He started this huge 15-minute shouting rant at how he wasn't a boy, had children, how shit he thought the course was, what he thought of the teacher, and even threatened her, but made a point to say he didn't want anyone to feel threatened or like he was going to do something. Which was weird because he was yelling and raving at this sweet little old lady. We were in a stunned silence. When he was done, the teacher excused herself to get a cup of coffee, and her assistant/ex-student and a member of the class, younger guys, went with her to make sure she was okay. N left and never came back, thank God, but that derailed everything for that day. I was shaken, and literally shaking a little, or at least it felt like it. It was insane, and he was batshit crazy. When he left, we all had a huge "what the fuck was that" moment. The next week Teach comes in, we start afresh in high spirits as N is banned from the building and course. She had spoken to a psychologist friend who basically said it sounded like a psychotic break. Point, this isn't even mentioning the hints he had dropped, that he had run with gangs in Florida, and in the US and UK, where we are from. And the potential hint that he had done heroin when he tried to talk about it, and drugs to the very easily influenced autistic guy, L, in the class. N took a real liking to him, and it seemed fine, but he was always bring up topics like porn and very disturbing stuff with him. I'd always make sure to hang around with L to make sure everything was okay. I was terrified he'd come back to class or try to attack someone either that night or in the coming weeks, but nothing ever happened. The final couple of classes were done during COVID, so on Zoom, and it was much better without N. The rest of us now have a group chat and discuss ideas in peace. N has even become a running joke. Dude was faked up, and I hope we never cross paths again. Sorry for the long story. My high school boyfriend was entirely apathetic to anyone's feelings but his own. He was super emotionally cold, and when I would get upset about something, he'd say it's not my fault you're choosing to feel that way. When my uncle died unexpectedly of suicide, he made me make the 40-minute trek to see him if I was so upset. And yeah, I did it. I was young and dumb. He actually ended up dumping me right before I went off to college because he found someone else, despite the fact that he had threatened suicide the one time I'd previously tried to break up with him. But he'd continue to randomly try to contact me, and if I ever told him to fuck off, he'd say things like, "Wow, I'm sorry you're so bitter." He eventually married a woman, adopted her son from a previous relationship, and they had a daughter of their own. How do I know this? Because he again attempted to add me on Facebook in 2017, when I was married and had already had my first son. Since I'm actually not bitter and couldn't care less about him anymore, I figured why the hell not, maybe he's matured and has a cute family or something. But it soon became clear that he was no longer with his wife, shacking up with someone much younger, and didn't appear to have much contact with his kids, at least on social media. He obviously hadn't changed in 10+ years, and I quickly unfriended. He's the type of person that uses someone until he's bored with them, with zero empathy. I'm no psychologist, and there was no one big aha moment, but lots of subtle signs over time makes me pretty sure he's clinically antisocial. Let's just say I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if I don't ever see him on the news as a murder suspect, but I also definitely won't be surprised if I do. I sometimes wonder if I'm one, or have tendencies which I wouldn't act upon. Maybe it's just what being raised by a narcissist made me like. I don't really know what's normal, but I technically don't feel empathy. I just simulate it, as in trying to, in my head, equate somebody's experience to something I experienced, so I can imagine what they might have been feeling. But of course that doesn't always work, especially if there's no reference point. So I can shut the fake empathy off at will if I decide that I don't want to be invested, and I can be very heartless and just not care. The only thing I will feel bad about is that somebody might notice and see behind the mask. I have in self-defense hurt somebody who was hurting me, nothing serious at all though, and I felt good about it, and that part of me really scared me. It was my abuser though, so maybe that feeling was normal. I don't know, but I spent a conscious effort to learn about what people consider acceptable and unacceptable behavior, so I can live according to that compass, which means that I would never hurt somebody unless it as self-defense. So I wonder what I would do if there was nobody to judge me for if I did bad things. I have the need to be liked by people, so I try not to do anything that's considered bad, and I actually do understand why those things are considered bad. But what if I was unchecked and had nothing to lose? I don't think I would suddenly run around hurting people, but I wonder whether I would be able to hurt a person who I really hated. I think I would, and I think I wouldn't feel bad about it. I wonder if that's normal, because society is not natural anyway, but we as animals adapt to it, because we know there's a use in getting along with one another and making sure people don't commit crimes, etc. So I don't really know if I am just being paranoid because I know what a person is capable of behind closed doors due to how I was raised. I mean, I have siblings I say I love, but I am not sure if it's really love because I don't miss them and I don't ever miss anybody, but I did always protect them at the cost of my own safety. However, I wonder if that selflessness isn't just me trying to portray myself as a good person because I feel like I am not. Is there ever true selflessness/altruism that doesn't involve any self-gratification? I don't understand. One of my roommates in university seemed like a good guy. He moved in after our other roommate knocked up his girlfriend. Long story short, he was the only one at the townhouse for Reading week. I was the first to return and was immediately greeted with about a dozen holes punched and knocked through the walls. One went clear through to our neighbor's home. You could stick your arm in their place from ours. Tim, that's his real name, comes downstairs and explains how he had some people over and one guy got aggressive with a girl and he ended up getting in a huge fight with him that went on for 10 minutes and resulted in a ton of damage. Turns out, it was our neighbor, Kevin, with the hole, that was aggressive with the girl. Our house and their house used to hang out and play PlayStation and Dreamcast together, but we stopped. Fast forward a month, Travis asks me if I'm interested in smoking a J and playing video games. I am. When I'm there, Kevin walks past us and leaves. I mention to Travis that I'm pissed at Kevin for what went down in our place. His eyes bulge out of his head. What? I repeat the story that Tim told me, and Kevin gets back from the store. Travis has me retell the story to Kevin. Then, they proceeded to tell me what really happened. Tim had been acting like an asshole to people's girlfriends and had to be talked to a few times that night. As they were going home, Tim asked everyone if they wanted to come over to our place. They declined and he lost his shit. They said they could hear him screaming and yelling and pounding all of the walls of the townhouse. Then, they saw him repeatedly punch the wall separating our units until there was a hole. I had 2 more people I knew fill me in as eyewitnesses. The look on my other 2 roommates' faces when I told them that we'd been angry at the wrong guy for the past month. I went to Israel for birthright. After the initial program I started an extension trip that landed me in the Negev desert for 3 days. There was this one kid whose name I can't remember who just seemed off. He seemed to have a story for everything. I thought he was a pathological liar, and he really creeped the girls on the trip out. Anywho, at the end of the trip I was left with nowhere to stay the night before my plane home. So, out of all the people, this one kid, who I argued with in the desert over nonsense, was the one to offer me a place to stay for the night, because apparently he had a room with 2 beds. I didn't like the idea, but I had no choice. So, after waiting for about 3 hours in the hotel lobby, because apparently his parents messed up the hotel reservation, he finally got us in. Whatever, we went to sleep and went to the airport. I had to sit in the airport for about 18 hours to wait for my flight. When it was finally over I went through security, not looking forward to the 15+ ride back to the US. As the security began putting stuff through the detector, one of my bags got a red light in their machine. They started taking stuff out and putting things through individually. One of my sneakers seemed to have something in it. A bunch of airport security came by and this one dude started questioning / interrogating me. I asked what was in the shoe because I had no idea, and he said, "I don't know, you tell me." After explaining why I was there, they finally believed me and showed me what was in my shoe. It was a 6-inch long mini razor blade that was put under the sole of my sneaker. I was dumbfounded. I'm also 99% sure the kid I stayed in the room with put it in there. I had to throw Psychopathy on the pile with the rest of it for my now ex-wife. We had a situation arise where our son was habitually lying. He was very young, and the lies were of the kind where you could see he was probing the moral universe to better make out its landscape. He was an astoundingly intelligent lad, now a blindingly intelligent young man. Anyway, my wife and I talked about this, and I said, the next time he lies, we'll have a chat with him. Of course, the opportunity arose in a day or two. My wife had at him first. She had nothing to say about why lying is bad. She just relied on the idea that, because Jesus called Satan the father of lies, lying must certainly be a thing you don't want to do, lest you piss off powerful entities. Sad to say, it wasn't quite the wake-up call it should have been. For me, it was later, adding up to and that I realized it all added up. My wife couldn't really articulate any reason why lying was a bad thing to do, because, for her, it wasn't really a big enough deal to induce her to apply herself to the kind of moral reasoning that produces a solid, compassionate conclusion about such things. And it also highlights a corollary thing, that authoritarian, God as supervisor theology is a flimsy barrier against the depredations naturally arising from a shoddy personal morality. My mother battled breast cancer since I was in the 1st grade and was told by doctors that she wouldn't make it to my high school entrance. She made it into my college entrance, and when she finally passed, I was devastated. Soon after my mother passed, my father brought home another woman whom he didn't even spend the time to introduce to me or my brother, and she was settled into the bedroom my mother passed in. I was stuck sleeping on the couch when I came home on the weekends, and I eventually took up therapy in college because I was becoming very suicidal. After I graduated college, my brother and his wife offered me to live with them since they knew what effect living with my father and the other woman was doing to me. When my father sat us down and asked why I was moving out, I told him that I needed to become an adult and start learning how to live in my own, and leaving the family house was my first step. I also told him I underwent therapy because of my mother's passing as well as other reasons. He said he had no idea why I even needed therapy. He even said that had I not had a good reason for moving out, he was going to disown me. I have not spoken to or seen my father in over a decade now, and I have no reason to reach out now. Even when I had my cancer scare and my possible chance of having another autoimmune disease and my brother asked him to call me, he didn't. TLDR, my father is a psychopath and I never wished to reach out to him. I worked in a hospital that tended to the rougher sort of folks. I met one guy who creeped the absolute shit out of me. A taxi dropped him off at the as he had OD'd in the back seat. I extubated him the morning after. It took him a bit to wake up, but anytime I was alone with him, he would say sketchy shit, like you have no idea who I am. If you had any idea, your mind would be blown. He would talk about getting free drugs from dealers because he wore gold chains, so they thought he had money. He told me stories about defrauding women out of their money and homes pretending he loved them, and about how far he could push them before they would finally say no. He would act totally normal when anyone else was around, but when I was in the room with him, he would just get creepy AF. He asked to go outside to smoke. I told him I needed to remove his fourth because there was no way he was coming back. He promised. I told him no. Eventually my manager stepped in and told me to just let him go. Of course he never came back. That was one hectic morning. All within 3 hours of starting my shift. Not a psychopath, but once found a patient piercing his own ear with a large gauge blunt cannula and safety pin. Calmly, not flinching, emotionless. Like what the fuck. Also, met a patient who told her husband she had cancer. He was very doting. She was extremely needy. They were both young 20-somethings. Something felt off, so looked through her medical records in detail. No cancer diagnosis. When the doctor came to ask them about it, she admitted it. Her husband looked shocked and terrified. I remember him saying, "But you used to go to chemo every week." Poor kid. Insane. Late to the game, but my now husband brought over an ex-coworker Alex to hang out one day. The moment this guy walked in our front door, I was immediately uncomfortable. I've always joked that my ex-boss was a sociopath and listened to a ton of murder podcasts, so I was familiar with some red flags. Immediately I felt objectified. I faking changed from yoga pants to jeans hanging out in my own home. His eyes lingered too long, and he looked at me the way I stare down cheese fries when I'm baked. He started drinking and taking about a multitude of crazy hot ex-girlfriends, and how he enjoyed being spiteful in breakups by stealing their children's library books. What the fuck? He brought up his childhood and how he killed small animals like any other small child, starting with bugs and birds. He accidentally touched my leg as he was grabbing a pillow right as my husband turned to grab something from the kitchen. I faking gasped and jumped up because I was already on edge. My husband knew from my body language, face, the fact his phone has vibrated 15 times in his pocket, that something was up. Luckily his friend also took my oncoming panic attack as his to leave as well. After Alex left, my husband immediately locked the door and said, "Wow, that dude was so faking weird." I just freaked the fuck out and laid out everything I just typed out, and he was gobsmacked, pissed, and upset. We moved a month later, pre-planned, but Alex had asked to come over and see the new place, which my husband did not mention to him. My husband got a new job, but I have run into Alex at the grocery store 3 times and always feel like prey who can't get away quick enough. This is super long, but I need to vent, so sorry. Years ago my late brother Holden had a friend named Wesley in high school who had a bad home life, and at the age of 17 something happened with his dad, and he had to leave his home. He would have had to change schools and go into the foster system, so my parents volunteered to become temporary guardians. He lived with us in our home for about a year and we treated him like a member of the family. He kept to himself mostly and was always friendly, but something was off about him. We had this big black cat named Beans that we adored. He was so sweet and would follow us around everywhere. Beans went missing and I was so upset. Wesley would ask me occasionally if I had found him yet, and something about the way his eyes looked made me feel a twinge of suspicion, but I pushed it back. A few months after our cat's disappearance, Wesley's girlfriend found a litter of tiny kittens that needed to be fostered. Her mom didn't allow her to keep them, so Wesley said that he would help. I ended up taking care of the kittens during the day and Wesley would watch them at night when I was working. One morning, at the end of my shift, Wesley called me and said that one of the kittens fell off of his bed, hit its head and died. He said he's panicking and doesn't know what to do. I left work early and got home 10 minutes later, and he had already buried the kitten in the backyard. On the phone call, it sounded like he was sobbing, but it really didn't look like he had been. A few days later, Wesley's girlfriend took the rest of the kittens back. A few weeks after that, I was home alone with Wesley, and then his girlfriend came over, broke up with him and left. I went to check on him, and he was crying because he was upset that her grandparents wouldn't be giving him a car and paying for his housing and college anymore. This was the summer after he graduated high school. He wasn't upset about his losing his girlfriend at all. He told me he really only cared about the money. I walked out of his room and checked my phone. I had a long message from the ex-girlfriend, and in it, she said that Wesley had told her that he killed Beans by throwing him against the wall and drowning him in the bathtub. She also told me that he had sexually and mentally abused her, and when he had the kittens he would threaten to hurt them to control her, and he had killed the kitten on purpose when he got mad at her. I went back to Wesley and confronted him, and he admitted it and tried to make me feel bad for him. I went along with his game because I knew I was home alone with a violent psycho and assured him that we would get him mental health help. I went outside, broke down in tears, and called my parents and my boyfriend at the time to let them know and asked them to come home. That night my parents told him he had to go to a mental health facility immediately. They drove him there and tried to commit him. He kept trying to weasel his way out of it and convince the people there that he wasn't a danger to anyone, and they let him go. My mom was pissed. He was 18 at this point, so there wasn't anything they could do. She told him that he wasn't allowed back home because he refused to get help and we didn't feel safe around him. My dad paid for a hotel for him for 2 weeks and then said that he was on his own after that point. After these events, my parents talked to one of Wesley's family members, I think aunt, and she admitted that she knew something was wrong with him even as a young child. I talked to Wesley's older brother who was in college at the time, and he said he was sorry, but wasn't surprised. It just makes me feel so sick when I remember how good and loving my family was to him. We threw a party for him when my parents officially took him in, and he then murdered our pet and then asked about him just to see the tears well up in my eyes. He never once apologized for it because he wasn't sorry. My brother Holden was also so devastated when he saw his friend for what he truly is. He felt massive amounts of guilt for bringing Wesley into our life. I assured him that it wasn't his fault. At the time I felt sad and scared, but looking back I just feel rage and hate. I hate Wesley even more now because I know he contributed to the pain that Holden felt when he killed himself. I know it's not Wesley's fault that my brother is gone, but he hurt him, so I will never forgive him. TLDR, my foster brother murdered our cat and his girlfriend's kitten. Felt no remorse. I was diagnosed with a conduct disorder at 15, which eventually became a diagnosis of antisocial personality disorder with narcissistic tendencies around 2 months before my 19th birthday. So the person I know who might be an actual psychopath is me. The main component of antisocial personality disorder is the genuine inability to feel empathy. Genuine inability is the operative phrase here. It doesn't compute. It's not something I chose or conditioned myself to not acknowledge or not care about. It's just not the way my brain is wired. Honestly, it makes my life easier. It enables me to do what many of these comments have described in all too familiar detail. Use human beings as pieces on a chessboard. Honestly, most of the stories people have told in this comment thread involve things I've either done or would do if I wasn't deterred by the possibility of incarceration. I've also learned that when it comes to getting your kicks as an antisocial personality, emotional violence reigns supreme. It's amongst the most devastating type of interpersonal warfare, and in most cases it leaves no possibility for legal recourse. The thing that should scare you the most about those of us who may be actual psychopaths is the fact that, unless you take the time to really get to know us, or we're someone you can't avoid, like your parent or your child, you probably have no idea. Those of us who are on the low functioning end of the spectrum may struggle to control their impulses and act normal, but as a general rule of thumb, psychopaths and sociopaths are masters at blending in and smoothing over any previous wrongdoings through the use of charisma and manipulation. I went to school with a guy who I was friends with on and off. He was known for killing all the cats in the area, and not in a nice way, not that I think there is a nice way, using the excuse of being a bird fanatic. He escalated up to using a bow and arrow on random feral wildlife. He then became a hunter and did bigger game, but legally. He used to watch videos of people being killed. You get the idea. Anyway, years later I'd been back in contact with him and all my friends were worried because they called him the cat killer. He did these random pop-ins to my place late at night. I lived close to all the clubs and bars, and he'd crash sometimes. One night I woke up to my apartment buzzer, but got this horrible instant vibe not to open it. I don't know who it was, but I had this suspicion it was him. Turns out his dad had killed himself the week before. I didn't know, and I felt this overwhelming feeling that, if I let him in, that he would murder me. I have nothing to base this on, but after I read some parts of a book, name escapes me, but something like The Instinct of Fear, about trusting your gut, I just knew something about him wasn't right. AMD knowing later on that his dad had shot himself, I got the feeling his oddness required this release for anger, or whatever feelings he had going on. Never seen him since, but around the corner from where I lived, someone had added his name, Loves the Silver Bride, into the concrete, and both our names are very unusual for our country, so the coincidence is too big, and it freaked me right out. I've never been sure, but wouldn't ever surprise me if he is arrested for killing someone one day. I grew up hanging at a corner hangout that my grandfather ran. The older guys would have card games in there every night and he'd collect the street tax for the local mob. Us kids would just shoot pool in there while they played. This lady lived next door with her 2 kids. They were pretty poor. I mean, looking back we all were, but the mom was just a derelict and didn't take care of her house or her kids. The son, we'll call him Frank, always seemed weird, but never really bothered me. He was a few years older than I was. One day me and my friends are hanging in a schoolyard, and he comes around with another older kid. They had decided to beat up the younger kids in the neighborhood that day, so the other kid comes up to me first and Frank immediately tells him no. He said me and my 2 cousins were off limits because my father and my grandfather would kill them both. So instead they start walking up to each of my friends and punching them in the face one after the other. Pop, pop, pop. The whole time Frank is giggling like a lunatic while this is happening. I knew there was something faked up about him right there. A couple years later he stabbed a kid to death for absolutely no reason. This was in the late 80s. He just got out of jail a few months ago. For those wondering, my dad found out what they did that day, grabbed both of them by the throat, and lifted them against a wall. Said hurting my friends was the same as hurting me, and if they ever touched a kid from the neighborhood again he'd kill them both. They never did. Bear with me, this is long as hell. Trigger warning for lots of abuse. I had a boyfriend when I was around 16. Let's call him S. S was a year older than me, but 2 years ahead of me in school. He was the typical goth kid in my high school. Those black cargo pants with chains, combat boots, death metal shirts, painted black nails, occasional heavy eyeliner, but his staple look was a 9-inch tall mohawk, mostly black with dyed red tips and spider webs shaved into the hair on the sides of his head. Well, I noticed for about a week that every single day he would walk laps around the whole school's interior, all 3 floors, alone during lunch, and one day I kinda followed him in a stretch of hallway that was empty besides us. I tapped him on the shoulder and said something along the lines of, "Hey, I see you walking alone all the time. I like your hair and all of these chains and your Chelsea Grin shirt. Do you want company while you walk?" Which I guess flipped a switch in his brain, because from that moment on he was obsessed with me. I was testing out a relationship with someone I'd known for about a year at that point. I hadn't really told anyone about it yet, and one morning that first period was cancelled, and that time dedicated to teachers' meetings. He asked me to walk around with him. He eventually led me into a deserted stairway. Told me he had fallen head over heels with me, asked me to be his girlfriend, gave me a really expensive looking glass pendant on a handmade hemp necklace, and forcefully made out with me, shoving me hard up against a brick wall. Point mind you, I was 4 minutes and 11 seconds, and 100 pounds dripping wet, and he was about 5 feet 7 inches and very toned, and muscly for an average high school kid. I told him that I was sort of seeing someone, but that I would seriously consider it, and that I just needed a little time. He accepted that, and left me alone in that stairwell. I broke things off with the other person, and within the week I was dating S. Very soon after we became an item, he forced himself on me in the school library, and stole my virginity. It only escalated from there. There was a few points where the thought of, oh my god, he is seriously a faking psychopath, which all of this brick of text was context for. The first was when I told him that he was taking things too quickly, short and sweet for hey, rapping me isn't okay, and that I needed time to ease into things. I'm not ready to have sex, and he took out a razor blade in the school library and started cutting himself on his chest, saying, "This is your fault. I'm doing this because of you. You don't love me," etc. etc. The second time was the first time my foster parents let him come over to our house. He acted sweet and innocent to them. My foster parents knew him and his family already, because they are old family friends. My fosters left to go to the store, leaving us alone in the house. He tried initiating sex on the couch in the living room. I declined. He started to choke me extremely hard with both hands, telling me I liked it, saying I wanted it, and I deserved this for being a prude. The edges of my vision started to go fuzzy, then dark, then an overwhelming feeling of calm just fell over me, and everything went dark. I opened my eyes, and I was looking at myself, and S on the couch. I watched him violate my unconscious body, while still choking me, and finish himself off inside of me. He then realized that I wasn't breathing anymore, panicked, started doing chest compressions. Then I saw my mom, who died when I was 11 years old, and she told me that it wasn't my time, that she loved me, and that I needed to go back and wake up. In an instant, I snapped back and started coughing and gasping for air, my chest and throat absolutely on fire. I hid in my room and S left before my fosters came home. I never told anyone what happened, never got medical treatment, never went to the police, because I was afraid. I hid in my room for a week and a half, and when I had to go to school I would put Mac-Up on my bruised neck. I couldn't speak for a week at least, and to this day my voice is much more gravelly and cracks much easier than it used to before this happened. I fully believe that S choked me to death that day, and once he realized what he did and the gravity of the situation hit him, he did the first thing that came to mind. I believe if we had gone on a picnic in the woods, like he wanted to originally, that I would have died that day and never have been found. After high school, he enlisted in the army. Last I heard he was dishonorably discharged, but for what I'm unsure. If you read this to the end, thank you for sticking with me through that. She Chava comment. In the Marine Corps I had a friend that hung out with a guy named Kevin Cossett. When I was introduced to him, I had heard he had tried to run out of MCRD, California boot camp, a few times and tried to claim insanity. It didn't stick for some reason. I ended up being his squad leader through infantry training. I got assigned to being his squad leader. When I told him to do something he would have these super wide eyes, the kind that tell you I'm faking crazy. He would do anything I told him despite everything I tried. I was never mean to him, but he just didn't comply. After infantry school we ended up in security forces together. My friend, as mentioned before, hung out with him, so I involuntarily ended up going out on libo with him. We would go out drinking, and I ended up befriending the guy because he was hilarious, but he also kept that same crazy look in his eyes. I quickly learned that he hated everything and most people. I never felt fully comfortable around the dude because of this, coupled with his crazy gaze point. After training we went our separate ways, but a few years later I heard from my same friend that he was arrested on suspicion of murder. He ended up killing a gay Navy sailor because the Musgrove told him to do it. Stabbed and shot something like 40 times. He got convicted and is severing a sentence now. I'll never forget that look in his eyes. The wildfire wide-eyed, crazy look. It still scares me to think that I fell asleep next to this dude on duty and off. What if he snapped and thought I was homosexual? Would he have killed me? My friend? All I can say is I never felt 100% safe around him, and looking back on it my intuition was right. One of my girlfriends in high school had this friend that always gave me a very off-putting feeling whenever I was around him. He came from money and his parents essentially let him do and buy whatever he wanted. He always had the newest cell phones, got a brand new Mustang for his 16th birthday, and was almost completely unaware of the concept of money. One of the things that stuck out to me immediately was how obsessed he was with seeing himself. Every reflective surface was an opportunity for him to stare at himself and style his hair, adjust his hat, pull up his shirt and flex his abs. Mind you, he was a total beanpole, etc. His screensaver on his phone was of himself trying to look tough. At the time, I thought it was hilarious because of how goofy it was. There was a time where we happened to be hanging out with the same group and I remember how the conversation would always die when it came around to him. He was glued to his phone, browsing through his MySpace pictures. The only time we ever got anything of substance out of him was if we were blazing, and even then, it was a chore. I've never seen someone who was so dependent on being high at such a young age. He was a narcissist in the truest sense of the word. Nobody mattered to him but himself. Well, a few years down the line, I remember scrolling through my Facebook newsfeed and I see a trending local headline about a man who stabbed his roommate to death. Over 70 times total. I was curious why so many of my friends were sharing it. Sure enough, it was the same dude. He truly thought that consequences didn't apply to him. For those of you that are interested. A guy I actually almost dated before he got deployed to Afghanistan, volunteer military paramedic, came back after like 3 years of deployment. His choice to stay that long, and we ended up going to a concert together. His first comments to me and my sister were incredibly rude and gross, to the point my sister asked me if I could let him stay overnight. He had a train home the day after the concert because he started to freak her out. He was gonna stay at her place initially since she had 2 rooms and I had a studio apartment. I agreed. OFC cuz I'm not gonna let a creep, even one I used to be friends with, near my little sister. When we came to my place he started bragging about how much money he had after the deployment. I mean, cool, whatever, and showing off photos from Afghanistan. First comments he made were incredibly racist about the only black guy there, which he apparently ran off the base by telling people he was gay. This was a joint deployment between my country and USA, and this was while Don't Ask, Don't Tell was enforced, and hitting on him. He admitted this was a lie, so he didn't have to be near a black dude. Which is super racist, but not yet really sociopathic. But I was getting really pissed. He then mentioned he wished his deployment was more fun, and I was like, what the fuck? He meant that not a single bad thing happened on his base all the time he was there, and he didn't have to apply his skill. I asked, isn't that a good thing, cuz that means no one died, no one got hurt? He said that's good for others but not him. He went there to be a medic, and he just sat there. He mentioned one time they were asked to support a US base and a guy was brought in that lost both his legs after stepping on a mine or some shit. He continued to describe how awesome an experience that was and how much fun he had trying to fix the guy. He offhand commented the dude died like it was NBD. I only let him stay the night cuz I was genuinely scared of telling him to fuck off. Blocked him on everything after he left. Hasn't heard from him since, but mutual friend of his, now also his former friend, informed he now is a proud neo-Nazi. My former best friend. We used to hang out a lot, and we've known each other for 10 years, but come high school we grew a bit different, because I got new friends, and she hung out with a girl who had people jump on my spine on a trampoline, and led to permanent back issues, but we still walked home from school together. grade 11 for her and grade 12 for me. That stopped happening because she got picked up by her dad and I had band after school. I saw her less because I was busy. The last time we walked home together she told me she was gay, so when we stopped walking home together, she took it personally. One time at school she and the girl mentioned before cornered me, and my former best friend accused me of being homophobic, but she didn't actually outright say it. She kept telling in my face, "You know what you did." I had no idea what she was on about, so I got out of there. Fast forward a few months, and I'm walking out of school with my friends and a couple girls I don't know come up to me all hostile asking if I was bullying her. Confused, I said no. That was when she came up to me, followed by the girl mentioned before. She blatantly told me she thought I was homophobic, and the second I defended myself she tried to jump on me. It took all 4 other girls there to keep her off of me, and the vice principal got me out of there, and to my friends also turned out in grade 10 she was arrested for threatening to murder the gym teacher. At work I was assigned the task of loading all pallets onto different trucks. About 15 minutes before the deadline, which is also the time we clock out and go home, I tell a coworker I need help. Let's call this coworker Pete. That day Pete was responsible for the paperwork. It was his responsibility to hand the truck drivers their papers once I was finished. This means it's in his interest that I finish on time so he can go home. He can't help me himself because I know he has other things to do, so I tell him to send someone else. At this point there are only 2 trucks left. About 17 or 18 minutes later, I'm still not finished. I have not received any help whatsoever, and 2 drivers are impatiently waiting. Now it's important to know that the trucks are located relatively far away from where my coworkers are, which means I can't see them. Suddenly I see my boss and 2 coworkers, including Pete. My boss is visibly surprised, and Pete is simply smiling. My boss and the second coworker come to help me out, but Pete just goes home. I then learn that Pete simply told everyone that all pallets had been loaded, all papers had been given to each driver, and all trucks had left. Everybody thought all work was done, so everybody was just waiting around until they could go home. Pete threw me under the bus for no reason at all, neglecting his own duties. Fast forward a few weeks. Once again we are nearing our daily deadline. Pete, a few other coworkers and myself are preparing the pallets. A girl, who I'll call Jasmine, was responsible for distributing the new orders amongst us to make sure everything is packed and everybody has a similar workload. She places a pallet near Pete, who becomes angry. He accuses her of slacking off and giving him too much work, which was not true. Jasmine is the kindest and most soft-spoken person, yet he shouts at her for no real reason. 30 minutes later, and we all go home. What I will write now, I didn't witness, but Jasmine told me this in confidence. Pete drives home in his car, while Jasmine takes her bicycle. Only Pete didn't drive home that day, he was loitering on the parking lot. Jasmine and Pete live in the same neighborhood close to work. When Jasmine almost arrived home, she suddenly hears a car loudly and quickly accelerate behind her. The car nearly hits her, but swerves away at the last second. Pete potentially nearly killed Jasmine. Jasmine asks me not to tell our bosses because she is afraid of Pete. Pete is a psychopath. I don't doubt this. He takes pleasure from the misfortune of others. He will stir conflicts between his peers. He has no respect for authority or rules. She found me through an old AOL/AIM profile and used at least 3 different names/personalities to talk to me. Sussing me out. Not that I knew at the time. She acted innocent, as if she just wanted to be friends, since she was in a relationship, but then made advances. Once she was caught by her boyfriend and became single. She lived with a guy, but claimed she was at her parents' house. Later moved into an apartment with a different roommate and never invited me over. I found myself starting to care, despite my misgivings, but one day I realized I was making a mistake and basically put up a wall, so to speak. I too was pretty screwed up because I stayed, even though I didn't love her at all. She would come to my house before I was home, then complain I wouldn't give her a key. It was a hint. I was unassertive. I already knew she was going to be a problem. She basically argued her way into living with me. She never stopped looking at and posting personal ads on Craigslist, among others. She went on dates, some she was paid for, while I was at work, and she was supposed to be. Sent nudes from her car/work/changing room/elevator to fuck buddies. Oh, and around Christmas, from the bathroom, while I was in the house, wearing a sexy Santa outfit. Nice. One Mother's Day, while I was in the shower, she was masturbating on webcam to slash for a guy she knew, who she had also surreptitiously allowed to watch us have sex, and also fooled around with him at various points. Among others, told me she had work trips several times, but it was subterfuge to cheat. She had more doctor visits for feminine problems than anyone I've ever dated. She often thanked me for being understanding and not accusing her of cheating. She also surreptitiously picked up medications so that I wouldn't know what they were for. One time she was in one of her moods where she was being randomly totally irrational, started yelling at me because I had not proposed. This was 2 days after I had caught her cheating, unknown/undisclosed to her, when she had said she was going to the local mall. She visited an old FWB who was also in a relationship. It was such an odd situation. I didn't want her to know I knew, but I couldn't stand being chased around the house and yelled at any longer. She, of course, denied it, as if that made it untrue. She threatened to leave, but wouldn't. She ignored my encouragement. She broached the subject again not 2 months later, while still talking to that guy and others. It was just insane. Smelling a condom while having sex was kinda not the greatest feeling ever. Noticing hand-shaped bruises on her legs wasn't all that great either. Smelling another man on your girlfriend provokes some really visceral human responses. By the way, the abject gall of trying to tell me she was having an allergic reaction when her lady parts were so swollen they looked like she was stung by a bee was. I felt she could at least have hid it. In retrospect, she may have wanted me to notice by that time, because in later conversations at breakup she disclosed she wanted that type of relationship. Her open, me monogamous, and happy for her. I could do this all day. It gets worse. I only stopped having nightmares maybe 2 years ago. I had a lot of things going sideways back then, and I just procrastinated day by day and year by year until she finally found my replacement. It was odd. I acted like I cared, and I'm not sure why. One time a friend tried to dig a little deeper, wondering why I just say back, "She is the worst person I have personally known," and I just said that if I wrote her as a character in a book, I would be accused of going over the top, when in fact, she was worse than I could know, because most of the things I found out about her were by accident, circumstance, or through mutual acquaintances. By that point it was all academic. It had become a social experiment to me. I wrote down everything on a calendar, watching patterns and such, tracking our sex life, her sex life, and thinking maybe I'll say something tomorrow. Seriously, to really understand how bad it was, I'd have to put a person through it, and the only person who deserves it is her. But she doesn't have a normal emotional system anyway, so the point would be lost. Sometimes I think she faked every emotion she seemed to have. Except when she was being mean or cruel, those seemed legit. TLDR, I used to have issues. I still do, but I used to too. Also, thanks, that was kinda cathartic. Begone thought. I met her when my fiance and I joined a new D&D group online hosted by an old friend of mine. At first she was well liked by the group, and by far the most talkative and social. When she started messaging me privately, though, I noticed that something just seemed off. She was very controlling and manipulative of our conversation and of any info she had, and had multiple different group chats with strange combinations of all the people playing in the game. Rather than talking with all of us together, there was always someone she was excluding. I also began to catch her telling lies about the smallest and most inconsequential things, which didn't hurt me in any way, but it was so weird. I slowly started to hear stories about her in other groups, though always from her perspective. She'd broken up a long-time couple in her previous game by luring one of them into a relationship between their characters, and then using it to talk shit about the other partner. In another game she played an extremely manipulative villain and actively took pleasure in using them to make all the players distrust each other and cause each other suffering. She explained that her previous relationship ended because her partner wanted to spend time together and she just didn't care to. The way she explained it was so flat that it really struck me as odd. Thing after thing started to pile up, and while my fiance and old friend were convinced she was only accidentally insensitive, I became to really suspect that it was either intentional or because she just didn't care or understand other people's emotions. Neither of them would listen when I tried to point it out, and that's when she started to actively turn on me. She monopolized my fiance's time, texting him non-stop every hour of every day, and slowly drove him away from his friends, mainly by leaving him no time or energy after talking her literally all day. Then she began aggressively convincing my fiance that he was unhappy in his relationship with me and that I was being manipulative and overly dependent. He stopped working out, stopped wanting to hang out with his friends, and began to text her excessively during work as well. I began to feel like there was a third person in our relationship who was monopolizing his life, and I told my fiance as much. She then started to lead my old friend on, as if interested in dating, and made a show of being staunchly lesbian. She sent me memes about it and joked that she liked to make people guess her sexuality rather than being open with it, as a way to excuse not sharing it earlier, despite me clearly being an open supporter in a very liberal-minded group. Despite talking to him so ridiculously frequently about everything, she never told my fiance she was lesbian or that she had any interest in my old friend. She even went out of her way to pick wedding rings and look up the cost it'd take for my friend to move in with her and get married so that she could rescue them from their parents. When she showed me the rings, none of them seemed like something my friend would like, and when I asked her about it, she clearly gave the impression she hadn't thought about my friend's interests at all when picking them. She also gushed to me about having a crush on my friend and how she was watching a show she hated just so my friend would watch it with her. During those 2 to 3 days she stopped messaging my fiance, but after I told him about her crush, which I'm guessing was her plot all along, she started talking to him again. That wasn't the only time she used her sudden silence to get his attention. I eventually felt like for his health, my sanity, and our relationship he needed to take at least a day off of texting her. That night she just so happened to get a flat tire and needed him to comfort her over text. He offered to call and she turned it down while she waited for her dad. At this point I wanted nothing to do with her. She was very clearly manipulative and selfish to the extreme, but my friend and fiance were still sucked in by the good side of her. It was ridiculously hard to get her to stop messaging me, despite me actively ignoring her messages. She tried to get my fiance to guilt me into replying to her and would intentionally message me when she knew my schedule left me alone and free. Speaking of schedules, she swapped hers entirely from going to bed at 9 PM to 5 AM so that she could match my fiance's night shift. In a hoe, I finally turned to Google for help, and that's when I began to realize she was either a sociopath or psychopath. The internet told me about this technique, called grey rockware. By replying to her messages with emotionally flat and boring responses I could get a narcissist to leave me alone, whereas by ignoring them it only encourages them to play victim. I tried it and it worked, and at that point I was convinced that I wasn't this asshole being jealous of my partner's new friend, but that we were all being intentionally manipulated and played with. Even then no one believed me until she finally got too cocky and pushed too far. She told my fiance she had a crush on him and then ignored him for days when he didn't tell her if he had feelings for her. It took him a while to admit what she'd said, and when he did I told my old friend immediately, among doing other things, who instantly tried to contact her and tell her that that was not okay. She had no regret or guilt or feelings for him apparently, and was only upset she'd been caught. My friend cut ties with her immediately. Then she typed up a long message to my fiance, putting all of the blame on him for manipulating her, emphasizing that she was several years younger, 21 to our 27, though I'm not sure I believe her, and saying that it was his fault she'd lost my friend and I as friends. Basically it was this huge, nasty, shitty last attempt to come out on top, filled with lies that we could disprove easily with screenshots of things she'd said and done. After that she ghosted all of us, and we never heard from her again. As I started sharing stories of things she told me, we all began to realize just how deep her lies ran. Remember those weird separate conversations? They were to keep us from realizing that she was telling different people widely different things. She lied about absolutely everything and anything, no matter how small. It's been almost a year, and we are still finding things she lied about. I don't know exactly what she'd be classified as, but there's definitely something scary about her. I wish I'd paid more attention to the warning sign of the previous couple, and I'm worried, because last I heard she's joined a new group with a young couple in it. If I had any way of contacting them to warn them, I would. It took months for me to see what she was up to. How long will she toy with them? HMM. Never thought of I'll be posting about this. This is not exactly answer for the questions, but to identify them easier. Hear me out. Psychopath can be a few types, but they all have something in common. They looks pretty normal or innocent, but that's the most basic cover up for them to hide in normal people. Be a commoner, they can easily manipulate others' people impression towards their image and personality, so that they can hide their true face. They will, however, have something that trigger their temper and be angry, or make them become aggressive. You have to observe very carefully on the body language and the signs on their face/action to know. Or you are familiar with that person. They can put on a smile or act as normal while killing a person, or doing some cruelty act due to certain reason. Psychopath always has lesser feeling/sympathy towards life/human. Or pure cold blood. It can be grew up environment/ or certain event happened in the past which caused the trauma. But studies had shown violence people has past history of head trauma/brain damage, which eventually lead of active violence after a decade. Psychopath will be obsessed with a thing, and that thing will be their trigger to trip them into violence act towards the person/object which had trigger it. If you guys found certain people have a behavior of smashing things because they were hit/full/tripped by it, you guys need to watch out. That's all I can think for now. If any of you have comments or thoughts, let me know. It wasn't really a moment of realization, but I guess I matured and understood better and realized that my dad's behavior is way off. I learned that my half-brother, 30s, has no contact with him whatsoever, and started understanding why. He started arguing a lot with me and my older brother over unnecessary things, and ended up throwing my brother out, or my brother left by himself. This is apparently how it went with a half-brother. As he grew older, dad started doing these things until he broke contact completely. He rarely argues with my brother anymore, but anytime him and me get into a small argument he escalates it, blames me, and then usually in the evening he comes, and he's very apologetic. If he says something during the argument, and I point it out in my favor, I'm suddenly a liar, and I'm also accusing him of lying, which he would never do, making him really mad. Like, as he says, that I can see flames in his eyes. He doesn't wanna buy anything like jackets, shoes, or haircuts, even when we stay at his place for 1 month plus for us, because it's mom's responsibility, and he calls my mom lazy and greedy. He's also a pathological liar, and as showcased above, extremely manipulative. Our mom has full custody and we live with him every other weekend, every other school break, and half the holiday/summer breaks. He was abused as a child. His mother and sister died. They ran a restaurant, but after the deaths his dad became a drunk. So, even if he biologically isn't a psychopath, he definitely has some disorders and traumas. I doubt he's a sociopath. After reading about it a bit, he isn't prone to violence or crime. TLDR, my father is a manipulative, greedy pathological liar who has made my half-brother completely break contact, and everything is my mom's fault according to him. This whole post makes my father look like a total asshole, which I guess he kinda is. But he's still nice to us most of the time. He lets us do things and we have great things at home. He's bought us computers, consoles, etc. And it's not like he buys nothing of the above mentioned, but it's hard to convince him to point at it. Added a section about his childhood. I know that I was a sociopath for a long time, actually. And for years I was convinced that one day, someone would push me too far, and I'd snap and kill someone. This was something I never admitted to anyone. And I probably was a ticking time bomb if my trauma had not gone untreated. To explain, I do not suffer from any sexual abuse, but I suffered from an extremely manipulative, emotionally, mentally, and physically violent household growing up. A household that was also a part of a cult. As crazy as that sounds, it is true. This is not an exaggeration, which is strangely something I always have to clarify when I talk about this. My mother was detached, neglectful at best. My father the entire reason for my PTSD. My brother was an enemy in my survival. I grew up having almost zero familial love in my immediate family. Though I did find some in my grandmother and a few distant family members. Though I only saw them 2 times a year. I also wasn't allowed to have friends. Which I did not make until I was 14, except for exactly one childhood friend that I was rarely allowed to see. That kind of childhood fostered me to have this toxic victim mentality. My ways of serving my father, lying and manipulation, was the only way I knew how to get what I needed out of people, such as love and support. Honesty was rewarded with beatings, no food, or verbal language I'll not repeat. As a woman, my parents constantly degraded my physical appearance to the point where I would maim myself with my own nails because I felt so physically ugly and disgusting. I would use knives if I could sneak them into my room. Even cutting myself numbed the pain. This led to me disassociating and becoming very comfortable with blood and gore. Though I never took pleasure in it, doing this to myself was more of a way to cope and relieve the pain/grief. I'm still scarred to this day, being 25 now. What's worse was my personality. As you can imagine, someone without a single good role model in their life, like me, turned out to be a very shitty person. I felt that the world owed me something because of the pain that was inflicted on me day in and day out. I would use and abuse people as my father did, just to get any sort of love or attention, anything to feel any kind of affection from anyone. I was so utterly desperate for anyone, literally anyone, to love me, that I would threaten my own life if I felt scared they would leave me. I was extremely jealous of anyone my friends hung out with, and I did not handle criticism well at all. I broke down at even the smallest comment. Any relationship I was in, I'd become quickly dissatisfied with, because I felt I wasn't getting the immediate love that I wanted. I couldn't comprehend that love didn't work like that. I didn't understand why I wasn't feeling like how I'd pictured it to feel like, and it'd only make me feel more hollow inside. I didn't understand that love, familial or romantic, is something that grows over time. I had extreme abandonment issues and would hold people hostage in relationships of any kind, platonic or romantic. I basically had no understanding of social interaction outside of pain, anger, sadness, amusement, humiliation, selfishness, and manipulation. That was how I thought everyone survived and lived. I had no idea that the circumstances I'd grown in had turned me into this horrible, narcissistic, and frankly evil person. By the time I was 19, my brain/body was in full disassociation mode to protect myself from my childhood trauma. For those of you who have never been through therapy, it is something your brain does to help protect you psychologically from very bad trauma. Essentially, it numbs how you feel about something, and you mentally and emotionally check out. For me, I would have these horrible PTSD episodes and feel the weight of my emotions all at once. Then I'd get manic and neurotic and shut it all off. Because of this, I thought I was a sociopath or some kind of weird psychopath. I would have insanely dark thoughts of hurting the family who had harmed me, even had sick dreams of killing them all in cold blood, and feeling nothing but relief from it. I didn't classify them as nightmares, because I was unafraid. I didn't feel bad. I felt justified having them. I would have constant fantasies about death, and about killing myself. My brain even gained a fascination with death, which I still have to this day. I'm strangely morbid because of it. My brain just subconsciously thinks about death a lot. I do not have a desire to die anymore, as I'm currently happy in my life. I will add that I cannot say I have ever physically in the moment wanted to actively kill someone. Only ever dreamed it, and only ever about my abusers. By the time I was in high school, I was smart enough and self-aware enough to know that something was seriously wrong with me. I would have constant breakdowns where I'd suddenly feel all this guilt and grief for my thoughts and cry for hours, only to not feel bad at all later. My mind was constantly just shutting off my emotional switch, just to keep me from going insane. No one ever found out about any of my trauma, self-harm, or abuse until I was an adult. I was really faking good at hiding it. Really faking good at acting like I was happy and everything was back "normal." I was really good at mimicking my friends. I was really faked up. For a good many years I thought I was a psychopath. Because of all of that, I have had darker thoughts than the ones I mentioned, but I'm honestly not comfortable posting all of that on here, and it still scares me that I even had some of them. Thankfully, someone managed to break through my walls when I was around 21. Basically slapped reality in my face and showed me just how shitty of a person I was being, how I couldn't act this way in society, or there would be serious consequences in my future. Fortunately, I listened. I went to therapy for 4 years and still am. I have a boyfriend I'm pretty sure I'm gonna ask to marry me, who I love very much and have a very deep emotional connection with. My brother and I are now someone close after working through our trauma. I've cut my father out of my life. My mother divorced him and is getting help for abuse. So I kinda have a small, but still very strained, relationship with her. She is in denial about the neglect. But no one is perfect. I can gladly say that I'm not a sociopath or a psychopath, but was likely being pushed towards the point of a pure psychotic break due to trauma. I think if my life had continued in the same manner, I would have eventually broken and someone would have gotten hurt. But I don't think that'll happen. If you got this far, wheel fac. Kudos. It was nice actually talking/venting about this outside of my therapist. I still have some fears/insecurities rooted around being afraid of hurting someone like my father. Feels nice to talk about it. TLDR, I thought I was a sociopath/psychopath for a long time due to untreated childhood domestic abuse that steered deeply into psychological, mental, and physical abuse due to living in a cult. Grew up, got professional help. I'm not one. There was this girl in my class. She was weird, like really weird. But that doesn't mean anything. Weird people sometimes are just misunderstood. We were in 8th grade and entered the school 2 weeks late. I was one of the few who had the luck to choose their desk partner, but my teacher made me change partners to the new student. In the middle of the class she would look non-stop at me and sometimes laugh. I had seen weirder than that, so I brushed it off. One of our colleagues was dealing with some mental health problems. One day she had a panic attack and only me and the new girl were near her. It was very bad. She didn't let us touch her and she was starting to become pale. The girl was super worried and was doing her best to calm her down. Eventually she did and her friends appeared, so I was alone with the new student, who now I thought was a good human being, even if she was a little bit weird. I told her something along the lines of, "You did a great job helping her, you seem very cool," and she simply said that if the girl actually collapsed they would put the blame on her. Now she was totally apathetic and shrugged it off. Then she laughed and said that it would have been fun if she did. I was somewhat scared at that point, but I rationalized it and tried to convince myself she was one of those kids who simply fake being psychopaths because it's so cool being cold and dark and stuff. I was still uncomfortable around her, and in every class I felt her looking at me, and it was really weird. She didn't appear in school for the rest of the trimester, but rumors were going around. Eventually we discovered the truth. She was arrested for assault against her own mother. She beated her up until 3 rib cages were broken, and had a small fracture in one of her vertebrae. Then I thought that she might not be just a weird kid. A guy I grew up with. We were actually friends for a short time, but I had known him for years. He was always odd, constantly said horrible things behind my other friends' backs to me, and my other friends told me he always said horrible things about me behind my back to them. I took it with a pinch of salt really. I was going into 6th form, 12th grade for US Redditors, and he started an apprenticeship at 16, so we drifted quite rapidly. He always used to lie to his mum too, and always had a very intense obsession with this one girl who never had any interest in him. He'd never listen when she told him she never saw him in a romantic way, and would push for her to be his girlfriend almost daily. After not seeing him for a while I decided to meet up with him. I was asking him what his plans for the future were and all that sort of stuff. His response was, "The only thing I want to do is go into the army and kill other people." I was taken completely by surprise. I shrugged it off. He always had a really dark sense of humor, but this time it really felt like he meant it. Later on that same night we had a few drinks. He always got quite aggressive after drinking, not toward anyone, but his general demeanor changed. He kept on asking me what I thought it'd be like to kill someone. I avoided the question most times, but after a while I questioned why he was asking me this. He ignored it and suggested that we go out that same night and either kill a homeless man or break into a girl from our school's house. She lived very close to him, and kill her family. Pretty much never spoke to him after that. I had a relationship with a boy in 2016. It lasted for about 3 years. He started to be abusive just tight from the beginning, but my stupid ass thought I could change him and just blamed everything on his parents, who treated him as shit and kicked him out as soon as he turned 18. I thought he's just going through some hard times and he could be the nicest person on earth. He was really charismatic and sweet around other people. Today I know that he's just extremely manipulative. When I was still in that relationship, he started to spread rumors about me and started to provoke fights with my friends. He didn't wanted me to have friends. My final moment with that person was when he started to forcing me to sexually interact with him. I was 16 at the time. Once I refused, and he started to scream at me, calling me names and told me I was worthless and it's normal that he needs sex, and that he knows that I want it as well. He started to threaten me with a faking knife and every escalated when he beat me. I hid in the bathroom and called the police, but as soon as they were there, he was the sweetest person ever and started telling them that he didn't do anything, and we had an argument, and I was just overreacting, blamed everything on my bad mental health. They did faking, believe him, and nothing was done. As soon as they left, he just smiled at me and went into his room to continue playing video games, something he did most of the time. Glad I got rid of him. He's now 22 and with a 16-year-old girl. Yes, this is legal in my country and we can't do anything about it. She was a friend of mine and he already nearly attacked her with a knife. After that she broke up him. But she keeps going back, and he manipulated her so badly. She's posting and saying stuff that she would kill herself when he is gone, and texted me saying that I should stop trying to steal her boyfriend. I'm in a really happy and great relationship since 6 months. Don't know what to do about that. I guess at the time this would be at least somewhat excusable because we were kids, but even as kids I feel like some of the things this kid did really crossed the line of misbehaving child into probable psychopathy. Trigger warning for this story. Don't read if you're squeamish, please. So, I grew up in a low-income neighborhood as a child. I was about 9 at the time, meaning the kid in this story, I'll call him Jake, was about 8. This neighborhood was specifically for low-income families with children under 18, so every house had at least one child, usually more. Jake was the younger of 2 brothers from a family that was outright abusive. I know this because I lived across the street from them and often saw the boys being hit by their father. The mother did drugs, though I didn't figure that out until I was older. Jake had a bit of a reputation around the neighborhood for being a bad kid. He bullied lots of other kids, including myself. He loved to tease me about my weight, brought weapons to school, was frequently suspended, and just generally seemed to lack empathy. So, one day, when my mother's lighter went missing, he was an immediate suspect. Most kids roamed the whole block freely, as it was a spiral with only one route of entry/exit, so parents didn't worry too much about their kids going off too far. So it wouldn't be unthinkable that, if my mom left something on the porch, he'd notice it from across the street and go and take it. That was the theory, but our suspicions weren't confirmed until the next day, when, you guessed it, somebody set the forest that's separated from the block by a fence on fire. Fire department was called. I'm not sure if they just didn't ask who set it, or if they did and nobody told, but the kid was never reprimanded. There was also the time I was hanging out with him and my sister, mainly because I didn't want him hurting or picking on her, and we found a mouse that the neighbor's cat had gotten to. The thing was just barely alive, bleeding heavily and twitching. My sister, who was 7, wanted to take the mouse to the vet, but I said we should probably put the mouse out of its misery. After letting my sister poke it with a stick a bit, Jake took the stick from her and said he would kill the mouse. I didn't like the wording, but covered my sister's eyes so he could get it over with. It took 10 minutes of him driving the sharp end of the stick until the mouse's neck again and again, until it was fully decapitated. It was dead before he finished, but he apparently felt the need to see his sick job driven to completion. So yeah, this kid was a lot. There was also the time we were out in our bathing suits playing with a water hose over the summer and I took off my glasses so I could splash around, and he and a group of other boys whipped me with rolled up towels and called me derogatory names until I cried and I could barely see due to me not wearing my glasses, and to this day I can't go swimming without a shirt over my bathing suit, but that's neither here nor there. I grabbed this from WebMD. Some of the first known psychopaths in this thread just sound like average assholes. You may have heard people call someone else a psychopath or a sociopath. But what do those words really mean? You won't find the definitions in Mental Health's official handbook, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders. Doctors don't officially diagnose people as psychopaths or sociopaths. They use a different term instead. Antisocial personality disorder. Most experts believe psychopaths and sociopaths share a similar set of traits. People like this have a poor inner sense of right and wrong. They also can't seem to understand or share another person's feelings. But there are some differences. 2. Do they have a conscience? A key difference between a psychopath and a sociopath is whether he has a conscience. The little voice inside that lets us know when we are doing something wrong, says L. Michael Tompkins, Ed.D. He's a psychologist at the Sacramento County Mental Health Treatment Center. A psychopath doesn't have a conscience. If he lies to you so he can steal your money, he won't feel any moral qualms, though he may pretend to. He may observe others and then act the way they do, so he's not found out. Tompkins says a sociopath typically has a conscience, but it's weak. He may know that taking your money is wrong, and he might feel some guilt or remorse, but that won't stop his behavior. Both lack empathy, the ability to stand in someone else's shoes and understand how they feel. But a psychopath has less regard for others, says Aaron Kipnis, PhD, author of the Midas Complex. Someone with this personality type sees others as objects he can use for his own benefit. I'm not a psychologist, but I worked with clients that had mental disabilities and personality disorders. Some were diagnosed psychopaths. One of them had a habit of baiting other clients by insulting them indirectly. For instance, he would be talking to someone, the listener, and as soon as the target walked by, he would raise his voice while continuing to talk to the listener. He would say something like, "Some people are just assholes," so that the target would know the insult was directed at him, but not be absolutely sure. The goal was to get the target triggered so that the psycho could report the target for acting out. The psycho would do this to multiple people until he felt he had enough to try to sue the organization for not keeping him safe. By the way, he was a giant man, far bigger in bulk and height than of our other clients. One day, I'm hanging out with an acquaintance that I suspected has antisocial personality disorder. Years prior, I lived with this guy in a house with many other roommates. He who would lie, steal and cause mayhem, but always redirected it at others. I suspect he was the charmer type. He always gaslit people and he would use multiple known tactics of psychological manipulation to try to control everyone in the household for his benefit. He would get free weed, food, car rides and have everyone doing chores while convincing them that he did more work around the house than everyone else. Back to the present. We are talking while standing on a sidewalk. Some guy passes by, and while talking to me, my acquaintance says, "Well, some guys are just as holes," indirectly directed at the guy passing by. That was the moment I was sure my old roommate was a psycho. I used to work in a behavioral home where it would be me and 1 to 2 coworkers helping to take care of 3 developmentally disabled men. One of them was new to the house, let's call him C, and it didn't take long to realize that he was much more aggressive than the other 2. He constantly needed affection and attention and physically needed to be in eyesight of my coworker, let's call him K, at any given moment. The first month or so of C living there wasn't too bad, but eventually he started targeting his housemate, we'll call him G, because he believed G was getting more attention than him. After pinning G to a wall with the dining room table, we all decided that C shouldn't be near the housemates. This is when he started attacking staff for not giving him the attention he wanted. Whenever he'd go into full behavior mode, it's what we had to call his episodes. I would be trying to calm him down, and the look in his eyes could only be described as serial killer-esque. I've never personally met someone whose eyes would become that devoid of emotion. When his eyes got like that, he would bite down on his hand hard enough to draw blood just for the attention, and he'd begin throwing or breaking anything he could reach. He had problems walking. One time I walked into the house for my shift and a coworker was on the phone with the company crisis hotline. My other coworker was holding a bloody rag over his hand, and C could be heard wailing and screaming from the dining room. I put in my 2 weeks notice that morning. On my final day, he had another episode where he was tearing doors off the kitchen cabinets, screaming, crying, and finally when he tried to pull the radiator off the wall, me and 2 coworkers had to restrain him onto the floor while he was spitting in our faces and trying to bite K's neck. I'm glad I worked there to have these experiences, but I do not regret leaving. I had a sassy gay best friend type in high school who got away with being really mean to men and women alike because he was pretty short and men felt weird being aggressive towards him, and women just felt like he's sassy and kinda a beach. If he had any empathy towards others, he was very good at hiding it. He once told me that when he first meets someone, he immediately tries to figure out the thing about them that they are most self-conscious about and keep it in his back pocket in case he needs it to destroy them. I honestly thought he was kidding. He also spent a solid year and a half trying to convince me and another friend that he was from the future, and he invested so much time in explaining all these details of how he got here and what the future was like. At one point he even drew out a whole machine that was supposedly what got him here, but he would just give out small little pieces of information slowly over time. Also, he claimed that he came here when he was 3 years old and that his parents adopted him. I asked his mom for baby photos and she said she didn't have any. After about a year, me and my friend were convinced that this guy actually believed he was from the future until my boyfriend found a flaw in one of his explanations and he started cackling and admitted he was just faking with us. I would always roll my eyes at him for doing these things, but I never cut him out of my life, and he never really got social repercussions for any of his actions. One day he got the chance to use his emotional ammo against me over something super trivial, and I just pretended it didn't affect me, so I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. But damn, he really is good at figuring out how to hurt you in the most concise way. My boyfriend always hated him through high school and never understood why he could act like this with no repercussions. One day my boyfriend buys food for all of us and we are all supposed to pay him back, but sassy friend takes one bite of what he chose and goes, "Ooh, I don't like it, I'm not paying for that." And my boyfriend is like, "What the fuck, are you serious?" "Yes you are." And sassy friend starts doing his signature smug cackle and says, "Oh yeah, what are you going to do about it?" And my boyfriend without hesitation just punches him right in the gut. The look on sassy friend's face was pretty fucking satisfying because he never thought anyone would ever do that to him. So he runs off and pukes and we decide to leave because tensions are so high. I never really talked to him again after that, and a few years later he contacted me and told me that he thinks he's a sociopath and that he has never felt empathy. I didn't care to have a relationship with him anymore, so I just ignored it. In an area of child-related investigations, I once spent cumulatively probably 20 hours interviewing a man who seemed, to my fairly layman brain, to be a psychopath. He'd very coldly and methodically break women down, typically using their children as leverage. He'd find ways to have child protection called to a woman's house, and would find ways to undermine her parenting. Often, investigations would lead to her children being temporarily placed in his care, even though he seemed, to me, only superficially interested in her children's safety and happiness. He just loved talking to me. He'd sit for hours trying to trap me into saying something illogical, illegal, or ignorant, at least, as assessed by him. My role was to investigate the claims of abuse he'd made in relation to his partner's children. But he'd inadvertently make me laugh because he'd really emphatically argue points of law which were one of my few areas of real deep, nuanced, professional expertise. Backquote, "You're wrong. He'd say, misquoting or inventing a statute, often using weird American TV jargon. I'd laugh. He'd very accurately accuse me of being patronizing. Ultimately, after I'd been moved to other matters, he started making very unnervingly specific accusations against some of my coworkers. I say unnerving because the specificity of the complaints would inevitably trigger a robust response, despite how, seemingly obviously, unfounded the accusations were. He was a real blunt instrument and was rarely sophisticated seeming. But he really did know how to manipulate both humans and systems. And he seemed to derive an almost sexual pleasure from doing so. I stress that is my armchair psychologist reading. Take with a grain of salt. I know this won't be seen, but kid in my homeroom, who I no longer will have to ever see again thanks to graduating in COVID. He's got to be some kind of sociopath. Complete lack of remorse for others, and narcissistic for sure. Started off small, he was acting above others, unnecessarily raising his voice knowing it could trigger a panic attack from me or others in the class. Then it got worse. Scared my friend badly at homecoming, as I comforted her. Apparently she thought he had been drinking and driving after leaving the dance. We even told a teacher. I then bring it up, saying how stupid it is, because my mother knows 2 people who are dead from it, and he talks about how it was a joke to freak out the friend, and how it's funny to joke about. Mind you, I just mentioned my mother has people she knows that died from this, and he proceeds to say it's funny to joke about and freak people out about. Then, one day our teacher wants his story of his to be written a certain way. We were writing for our school magazine. The same friend who had been scared in the previous example decided to tell him this idea, since she was a chief editor, and would have the other chief editor join her. I want her to maybe let the teacher bring it up, because I have a bad feeling about his reaction. She says she can handle him, however it went bad. I waited nearby and eavesdropped in case she couldn't handle it. This psycho doesn't like the idea or want to write it that way, and proceeds to threaten our 2 editors with harming himself if they make him. Worst part is another writer heard him say this and ignored it. She would still hang out with him after all this, likely out of fear for all I know. Nonetheless, I told the teacher, and yet not much was done, and so I wanted to get away from him and tried leaving the homeroom. Guidance counselor didn't want me to switch out due to letting my anxieties scare me. Even though my own therapist afterwards said it was a good idea and I would be setting a boundary. After my therapist said that, I got ready to go to the guidance counselor again and switch out, but thankfully COVID happened not too long after. I'll never have to see the creep again. Mind you, he also was struggling to let another friend of mine reject him. Quite scary that he wouldn't take her no for an answer for so long. Sadly, he ended up picking a college she's going to, but she likely won't be near him, especially since her family hates him. There's a joke with 2 other friends in that homeroom that we'll see him in the news for something bad one day and all message each other freaking out. I fear it will happen though. Maybe it won't, but who knows. Edit. He actually chose a different college. So that friend who kept rejecting him told me, and it's such a relief. I was 23 years old when we first started dating, but the story actually goes back further than that. I was on FB, way back in like 2011, and it was when FB had first added that "people you may know" bullshit feature, and that's how he found me. He added me, messaged me, and before I knew it we exchanged numbers. It turns out we went to high school together, same graduation year too. He had been making really sad posts on FB about how he missed his son, who was taken and placed with another family, one of his ex's family members. For good reason, as I found out by his actions later in our relationship. He wound up rapping me in 2011, and I got pregnant with my daughter, who I always wanted. But, maybe not by being rapped, but since he rapped me, I decided to move in with him, just to make him pay, I suppose, for rapping me. He hated me, but I loathed his ass too. He made me feel like shit our entire relationship. The dude was always beaching at me for some reason or another. It was never his fault, always my fault though. He was literally never nice to me or my kids. 2 kids. He would speed down the highway going as fast as he could make my car go without getting pulled over. Not that he had any regard for getting pulled over to begin with. He would swerve in and out of cars with no consideration for anyone in or outside that car. He drove like he wanted to die. My son was 1 year old and my daughter was just a baby when we met him. He rapped me every single night. He got me pregnant a third time. I gave the baby up for adoption. 2 kids was more than enough for me. He beat me mercilessly. He wound up putting me in the hospital in 2013. I fell into a coma and stayed in it for almost 3 months. I woke up in July and the doctors told me I have a brain injury. He found out that I was out of the hospital and immediately began trying to pursue a relationship with me, never once showing me how he supposedly truly loved me. We dated on and off again until 2015 when I finally grew a pair and started beating him back. He didn't like that, and one day I left him after a huge physical fight in which he broke my nose. For a second time he was drinking. He puked. He passed the fuck out. I grabbed everything I had and walked home to my mom and my 2 kids. She gladly welcomed me home, and every time he would try to get in touch with me after that, I'd immediately call the police. They took care of him for me. I guess he got tired of that, because I haven't heard from him since 2016 when he called me and my husband called him back. My husband talked to him for me and I've never heard from him since. He doesn't even barely mention me on FB anymore. According to husband, thank goodness I met my husband. He is the best man I've ever met. I'm grateful for him. I love him. This story has a happy ending. He was truly the first lunatic I've ever met, and to this day, even though I'm working on forgiving him, I regret the day I accepted his friend request on FB. He was a psychopath. There was something extremely wrong with this dude. I had a boss for about 11 years. Each one was hell, pure hell. He ran very hot and very cold. He was unable to be pleased by anyone. Hated women, fat people, all minorities. He would regale us with stories about hunting cats. It started with him telling us how in the 60s all the local farms were having so much trouble with feral cats they would let anyone interested to hang out with a rifle and pick them off all day as they were pests. He said sometimes, if he was shooting really good, he'd play with them by naming them first as he watched them through a scope. He'd shoot them in the back legs with a 22 LR or a 17. Watch them suffer and die. It was crazy faked up. But we were all like, oh well, different time etc. Later on he told us stories about trapping cats in his neighborhood, like in present day, and how he'd dispose of them. You gotta get a sack and hold it down in a trash can filled with water till their noise stops, he said. I was going on about it saying he could release them elsewhere etc. Then he told me how he didn't care if they were feral or not. Even if they have collars and we are just outside, he'd kill them. He was killing any neighborhood cat that came round his yard. His stance was, if the owner cared they would keep it inside. The other thing he did was he loved those videos you find online of drone strikes and bombings that our military carries out in the Middle East. He'd watch them like it was a sitcom. Watching brown-skinned people get blown up was his jam. I hate him. Few years back, before online harassment was taken as seriously, I had a guy give me and some of the girls I lived in student accommodation with abuse. He only ever did this online, by insulting us in the weirdest way on Messenger. I cosplayed Pikachu for a Pokemon launch in work, and he told me I fuck Pokemon, and threatening us, but anytime we blocked him, he would just create new profile after new profile. Guy didn't have a job or anything, so he had a lot of free time on his hands, and, for whatever reason, decided to spend it giving abuse to several girls, aged 18 to 22, when he was 30. We knew the guy in person from before the abuse. He used to be a nice guy, kinda funny, was friends with one of the boys in the halls from back home, so knew it would never turn into anything physical. He could barely carry himself under his own weight and just stayed at home drinking himself stupid, so we never went to the police about it. Some guy my friend pretty much adopted when drunk found out through him, my friend, about the harassment, and he sent him the screenshots. The guy then put them up in some harassment page on FB, one of those ones that takes the piss out of the people behind it, and also started messaging him and threatening him, even though I never asked him to point. Now this guy already came across as kinda creepy to me. Something just didn't sit right with me about him. I'd only met him once at the pub and only added him because I'm too awkward to ignore friend requests or say no, but beyond that one night I never said a word to him. and until finding out about the abuse he never messaged me either. I got used to him occasionally popping up and telling me something about this guy, but nothing prepared me for the message I got from him about 2 to 3 weeks after the abuse stopped. He told me the guy was dead. Didn't say anything else. No one knows how it happened exactly, but my friends think it might have been suicide when news traveled to them. Me, I definitely think that guy is behind it. He never messaged again after saying he was dead. He deleted his profile for the longest time and only recently popped back up again. Suicide makes sense knowing the guy's situation, but something in my head just keeps telling me it was that guy. Dude literally stalked all this guy's shit and would occasionally message updates on who he's harassing now and what new profiles he's made and any online activity, and then that final message from him saying is dead before vanishing for about 8 years. Yeah, this is actually serious from me. When I was 13 I broke my leg on a fight at school. If you care so much I'll talk about that if you come to asking about it. And I went to hang out at a friend's house. My friend had invited a friend of his to come as well that we'll call Steve. Well, Steve was a little batshit crazy at times and I expected this. When he entered, this was the conversation. Me, hi Steve, how are you? Steve, good. Why are you crippled? I had been wearing a cast on my foot. I could walk without crutches without pain though. Me, I got in a fight at school. Steve, cool. So we had been hanging out for about 6 hours and my friend was hungry. So we went upstairs and my friend started making instant noodles. Steve had pulled a knife out of the cutting board. My friend, Steve, put the knife down. You are going to stab yourself. Steve, what are you going to do? He swipes the knife at my friend and he backs away. He looks towards me and I'm like, oh fuck no, and start running. I run up my friend's stairs because he had told me where he had kept his hunting knife, but I fell and landed on my leg, which broke my foot, but I wouldn't know this until a week later. Steve had chased me up the stairs and when I fell I turned around and kicked him with my cast foot. He fell down the stairs and we threw him out of the house. Apparently he was just joking, but we told him to go home. I'm still friends with my friend and last I heard Steve is not a sicko. Plus I got noodles too. TLDR, my friend's friend chased me with a knife when I have a broken foot and I kicked him. I had a friend when I was in 7th grade. Let's call her Diane. At first, Diane just seemed like a normal girl, a bit strange, but nothing unusual. One day, she told me that she was a demon possessing her own body and told me about what it was like to be a demon princess in hell. Later that day she was just like, phew, I finally got that demon out of me. I was really confused, but I just wrote it off as her just being weird and messing around. The next thing Diane did was weirder and much more concerning. She began telling my other friends and I that she was a gladiator who was forced to fight to the death against other people in sword fights. She would always show up the next day at school with different injuries. One day she'd have a huge gash on her leg and another day she'd have an eye patch on. Every morning at school she'd tell us all about last night's sword fighting and how she killed the other person and won. She would also have panic attacks about the next upcoming fight and about being a cold-blooded killer. Honestly, looking back on it, I wish I had told the school counselor or someone, because my other friends and I had suspicion that she was hurting herself to make the injuries that she got during the sword fight. She would also do other weird things during class, like stapling herself. I ended up leaving that school a year later, but during the summer before my freshman year in high school I found on the news that she had run away from home with a knife after threatening suicide/self-harm. Thankfully, the police found her and she is safe today. Even though she said and did a lot of disturbing things, she was a good friend and a kind person. Wish I could see how she's doing. TLDR, middle school friend tries to convince everyone she's a gladiator and staples herself during class time. Just right now, I woke up at 4 AM and I'm currently sleeping on the sofa because of my cousin. Pat is 38 and never lived anywhere else but with his parents. He's a weirdo, does nothing like cooking, cleaning, etc. Basically he's a huge baby and he expects everything to be done his way. He once took the right to punish me when I was 20 after I talked back to him by cutting my internet down, not telling me, and letting me wonder for days what was going on. He takes drugs, although he won't say it, and does weird things like filling bottles up with his urine and emptying them in the toilet when nobody's home. He has clear authoritarian issues and views himself as the father of his nephew who he controls in every possible ways cause he's convinced he knows best. Point anyway, the reason I'm sleeping on the damn couch tonight is that he's been playing the same video game non-stop for about 6 or 7 hours now, and my bed is literally next to his room, so I can hear everything. Now hear me out, I don't know what he's playing, but it sounds damn creepy. The volume is loud, but I only notice that when the game plays occasional gunshot sounds. Once every 2 or 3 minutes I could also hear one specific girl scream. The rest of the time, the game played very deep noises that make the furniture vibrate loudly. It is so oppressing to listen to. I laid there in bed thinking, how on earth, in what kind of game can you hear such noises and never anything else than occasional gunshots and screams? That's just creeping me out extremely. If anyone has any idea what game that could possibly be, I'd like to know. I think he has bucks, but I'm not 100% sure. I can't even speak up because I'm too afraid of the consequences. I can only go sleep on the sofa and wondering what's going on in that terrible drug stinky room of his. So there's this guy, we'll call him Arnold. Funny thing is, before I even spoke to the guy, I worked for his mom. Arnold's older brother, we'll call him Gerald, was in my older brother's grade, who was only 1 grade ahead of me. Arnold was 2 grades beneath me. I worked for his mom when I was a freshman in high school, and overall she was a pretty chill boss. Ran a sports facility. I handled easy internal Excel work for her, just as a resume builder. Nothing she did or said was all that strange. I think I might have seen Arnold come up a couple of times, but I never had a reason to speak to him. Arnold was a short, scrawny, messy-haired boy and was quiet for the most part. I eventually quit that job and never saw her again. Fast forward to my senior year of college. My good friend and I are kicking it in the dorm room. My friend brings up Arnold. He says he texts the guy because he gets a kick out of the guy's replies. Turns out he had some truly wacky replies to some of what my friend texted him, and we were pretty intoxicated at the time, so I said give me his number. I'm gonna text him. So I do. Not to bully him by any means, quite the opposite actually. After talking to him, I learn he is a college dropout pretty much, smoked a ton of weed, and lived with his mom, not shaming any of that. He had no motivation or intention of escaping that environment and providing for himself. That wasn't psychopath behavior, but it was a bit pathetic to see someone care so little. But he never showed any actual emotion. He would always obviously deflect any and every attempt I made at a serious conversation with intentionally funny racist remarks about Jews or fully embrace the loser vibe he was rocking and tell me I want to live with my mommy and smoke weed forever, ha 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 ha. He would tell me how he knows of places in town where posts go and he was nervous but wanted to go. Wanted me to take him. I said hell no, and that he shouldn't support that because those women are probably sex slaves. Our area has a huge problem with that. I remember at my job, I got a phone call from him. I rejected it. 2 minutes later, I get the voicemail notification. His words, help, help me, no, not like this, not like this, help me, I love you. Then it hung up. He was the biggest idiot in the world. I knew he wasn't really in trouble. Yet, I got so many voicemails from him like that. I called him one day to confront him on it. He tells me you are alpha, I'm beta. How are you so alpha, when in reality, I don't work out or anything. That makes a typical guy an alpha. I literally just had a job and a girlfriend. I ask if he's okay, and he just laughs and says I'm depressed. I tell him if I have to go, and he says no please, don't go, no please, don't hang up. So I don't hang up for a bit, and he just sits there. I start talking, and I get no reply. He seemingly just put his phone down and walked away. He did that a lot apparently to my good friend that introduced me. The voicemails were the creepiest part though of all of this. Eventually, I knew I had to get out of this mess. I mean, he literally told me that he was an incel. Talking to him made me feel like I was in that psycho mindset too, if that makes sense, just by association. One day I had told him he needs to get a job and go from there. The whole day I had him seriously telling me he'd try for a car wash position because he wouldn't have to speak to people. I told him I was so proud of him and to actually do it. He replied, after 6 hours of conversation, "LMAO, I'm not actually going to do it, you know that, right?" I told him I was disappointed and that I was blocking him, and then I blocked him. The end point extra, he would tell us his mom kicked him out and he lived at the park and fed off the pecans. Another lie, I'm sure, but you seriously could never tell because of how fucking mental this basket case was. My god. Okay, let me tell you about a boy named Tommy. Obviously, that's not his real name. This story started in 11th grade for me. I went to a fairly large high school that had a very robust theater program. Our school was set up, so we did a fall play, a winter musical, and a spring play. I would act in the fall plays and stage manage the winter musicals. The first play we did, The Diary of Anne Frank, is when I first met Tommy. He was a freshman at our school, and this play would be the first play he auditioned for. He got the largest male role available, Peter, and I'll admit, he is very talented. He can sing, dance, and act at a much higher level than most people his age. Naturally, Tommy and I became friends. We weren't necessarily best friends because of the age gap, but we were definitely friends. He seemed quiet and reserved, but at times he would snap and be willing to defend himself. I was very similar at the time, so I didn't see any issue with this. Cut to a few months later. We are starting up the musical, Cinderella. I'm the stage manager for this, and he gets cast as one of the largest roles in the musical. Again, he is very talented and definitely deserving. But one thing was clear, his ego was growing. Now, it's hard to blame someone for this. I also would have had a massive ego if I was cast as the largest role in the first 2 productions of my high school career. But it was clear he thought highly of himself, so I started to distance myself from him. At this point in the story, I think it's important to mention the Christmas list. I learned of this during the musical, but I was shocked. In 8th grade, after not being cast as the leading person in the musical, he drafted a list on his school Google account called the Christmas list. This list included teachers, other students, and friends. When the school found the list, they confronted him about it. He explained that the list is a list of people he would kill if murder was legal. He was suspended for a semester, and that's when I met him. After learning of this story, I really started to distance myself from him. I deleted any photos I had of him, unfollowed him, etc. Although it was difficult, because we would be participating in productions together for the next year and a half. We never really were friends again, but I wouldn't say we were enemies. He became incredibly superficial. He was nice to the people he wanted to be nice to, and everyone else, especially the people that didn't have a lead role, he would consider lesser than. My senior year, I took Psych. I read the defining traits of what antisocial personality disorder was, and it lined up perfectly with his traits. He would put on an act in front of people to give off a sense of niceness, which is why a lot of people were attracted to him. However, if you had nothing to offer him, he would never talk to you. He also acted on impulse, insisting that his way was the right way. Lastly, his irritability only got worse. He would frequently lash out at people and make their life a living hell if you didn't give him what he wanted. Honestly, it was kinda scary. I only went back once after I graduated, and he, of course, was the leading role in the musical the next year. After the musical ended, he came up to me to say hi, but there was just a veil of fakeness over the conversation. He seemed preoccupied, like he didn't really want to talk to me, but it was the right thing to do according to societal standards. I don't know what he's up to nowadays. He never used social media, which I always found strange. He also never kept in contact with me or with any of my friends. I can only assume that he's in prison. One of my neighbors went to my school. We were both 10 years old. For simplicity's sake, we'll call her Patricia. Our 5th grade teacher, we were in the same class, called recess for the class, and Patricia picked up jump ropes. This will be important later on. And the 6th grade's teacher's daughter, who we'll call Jane for short. Jane was in the 3rd or 4th grade and her class had recess at the same time as ours. She was on the slide playing tag and was waiting for the other kid who was it to run up the steps to get close. Jane would then slide down and not be tagged. Patricia also wanted to go down the slide, but Jane wouldn't let her as she and the other kid were in a sort of standoff point. Patricia wanted to go right now, but wouldn't wait, so she used the jump ropes to choke Jane as she was about to go down, effectively acting as a garrote wire/noose. Jane tried to get out of it, and Patricia was tightening it on her to choke her out. Jane told me she maneuvered her way out, but couldn't breathe until she actually got out. Jane got out and either screamed or ran to a teacher. I don't think they were actually teachers, but people hired to watch the kids during recess and told them everything that happened. Patricia was expelled. Like 4 or 5 kids saw this happen. I can't remember if the 6th grade teacher and their spouse wanted to press charges or not. I don't know if she was charged or not and sent to juvie. I have no idea except the incident. This was all told to me by my classmates after I came back to school when I was done with chemotherapy and my cancer was gone. I do think my classmates were a little biased though, because Patricia was a bit of an outcast. I knew Patricia and we were in the same group in class. She was perfectly normal until the events leading up to this. She was acting out and yelling at our teacher. She once stormed out of class during a test because the teacher couldn't answer her type of question. The only sad thing I knew about her was her mom passed away during her birth. Turns out her father was in prison for a crime I'm not going to disclose for privacy reasons, but it's not murder or sexual at all. He would have been up for parole a little while before she started acting out. I assume that he was denied parole and that's why she started acting out. She lived with her uncle and aunt, but they moved away shortly after this incident. This stuff happened a week before I came back. She moved 2 days before I came back. She might be a psychopath, but I think she needed mental help for her issues. She always kinda blamed herself for her mom's death, and no matter how often we all told her it wasn't, she still did. I hope she got the help she needed and is doing well these days. Edit. Patricia was 10 and Jane was 8. I had a roommate that was really off, but I had a hard time getting people to realize that because he was such a nice and charming guy on the surface. Because people casted so much doubt, it was really difficult to see the big picture. He bought a fish because his ex wanted a fish and he thought it would bring her back to him and rekindle their love. When she told him a fish would not bring them back together, I caught him dropping the very alive fish into our garbage disposal. He told everyone that we let it get too cold in the house so it died and he had to flush it. My boyfriend at the time went to work one day and forgot to lock the door when he left. When I locked the door behind him, this guy starts freaking out that my boyfriend purposely left the door unlocked so he would forget his keys on purpose and come back to try and catch us having sex. I told him there was no way that was happening, so he had nothing to be afraid of. I had never once flirted with the guy or gave any indication that I was into him. It came out of nowhere. Speaking of the stuff above, he went out for a booty call one night. Cool. He came back later that night and gave me some sob story about he couldn't stop thinking of me, so he couldn't go through with it. I reminded him that we are not a thing, have never been a thing, will never be a thing. I was happily in a relationship, and I told him he should really go out and enjoy his booty calls. A week or 2 later, we got into an argument. The argument? I had messaged his ex about the fish incident on FB, and he had hacked her account and read it. Anyway, he screams at me, "I did fuck her. I didn't think about you at all," as if that was supposed to hurt me. He told me about a childhood cat that he really loved, but when he moved to the dorms, he could no longer keep his beloved elderly indoor cat. He said he couldn't bear the thought of rehoming her, so he let her outside to be free as nature intended. The cat died about 2 weeks later when he found her hit by a car. He blamed the school for not allowing him to have pets. Very excitedly told me about his new girlfriend. I thought, finally this dude is over his crush on me and his ex. Then tells me that his ex will see him with his new girl and get jealous. That he can prove to his ex that he's really ready to be in a relationship. Yeah. I tried privately telling the new girl about what he told me, but she thought I was jealous and was trying to get him back. Turns out he told her we had dated and that I was obsessive. He knew I might try to warn her to get out, so he fed her that BS. Disgusting. They lived together for about 6 years before she finally left his ass. I'm pretty good friends with his ex, the one the fish was for. It's been over 10 years now, and I think he has a wife and kids. He still finds her new phone number every time she changes it and tries to contact her. We have no idea who is giving him her number. She has a restraining order against him. Dude threw a chair at his therapist when his therapist suggested that he really didn't love his ex and was being obsessive. You might be thinking by now, wow, that dude was really into his ex. They must have been together for a long time. Nope, they dated off and on for about 2 months. And they broke up for the last time because she found hard evidence that he had cheated on her the entire time they dated. He found me at university one day and wanted to walk home with me. Remember, he was my roommate for a little bit. We were walking home at night together when he blurts out, does it make me a bad person if I want to rap sometimes? I very awkwardly took control of the conversation and told him we all have impulses and walked hurriedly home to be with my other roommates. When I told this to people and said I felt unsafe alone with him, I was asked, well, did you get rapped? No, I didn't. I was told I was being a little dramatic and that he's just awkward and harmless. Hey, speaking of harmless, he told me another sob story about how both of his parents didn't want him and how his stepdad would torment him by setting his toys on fire. I felt bad for him for the longest time. Apparently they hated him, and his mom chose his stepdad over him and decided to put him in foster care to get rid of him. His ex told me he was actually in foster care because when he was 7, he tried to murder his 5-year-old brother. I don't know the full story for this one. I do know he was in a juvenile detention center for most of his childhood/teens. There's probably more, but this is long enough. I don't know how to explain it, but this guy's brain is just on another plane of thought. I haven't talked to him in a very long time, but it wouldn't surprise me if I saw his name in the news one of these days. I dated a guy in freshman year of high school. Of course, that was freshman year, so it didn't last very long at all. Fast forward to senior year. He's in app physics, and I was in honors. He had an A, and I was failing. We had homeroom together. He overheard me saying that to my friend and offered to tutor me. We agreed to drive to his place together after school. Physics was my last class of the day. He grabbed a blank office pass and had someone bring it to my class. He had work study at the end of the day, so he got to leave school early. I walked out of class to see him in the hallway. Confused, I asked him what was going on. He said he sent the hall pass for me, so I should grab my bag and we could leave school right now, since he had work study. I told him no, I needed to take notes. I was failing and told him I'd meet him outside of my class in an hour. Red flag, but I wrote it off. I really needed to not fail. We get to his house, and as he's getting out of his car he tells me I can just leave my backpack in it. I gave him a what the fuck, and we went inside. Home alone, great. Sit on his bed, and he leans in to kiss me. I push him away and dodge it, citing the several times I had told him I had a boyfriend at the time. I felt terrified. I knew we were alone. He made a point to call out the names of his family members to prove to me we were alone. Offered me alcohol before we went to his room where he tried to kiss me. He knew I had a history of being sexually assaulted, and I felt as though if he was even a tad bit more shitty he'd have rapped me that day. After I rejected his advance, he spent an hour playing guitar with me, frantically texting my mom to pick me up, who conveniently could not or refused. I didn't know where I was, where TF this dude lived. Had my boyfriend call me and made sure to throw in an I love you at the end of the call. Then the dude took me seriously about having a boyfriend. Said something along the lines of, oh, it's serious, and drive me home in silence. When I got to my house and out of the car, I screamed at him for being so fucking predatory. Avoided him after that point. Something inside him was dead long before that encounter. He was always an asshole, but he started hanging with some drug donors, which is all fine and dandy. I smoked pot in high school occasionally like everyone else, except they were hard drug donors. His eyes got dead very soon into high school. He would creepily follow me on social media and get blocked. Ask on another platform or account why he was blocked. At first I explained, but then he'd just continue, and then the cycle went on for a couple years. Anyway, he murdered his parents with a knife this year. Saw his mugshot. Haven't looked further into it, but I'm sure they've sentenced him by now. I can post a link if anybody wants it. I live out of state now. I went to high school with a girl that wasn't always in the school district, so she was a new kid. She was also a little gothic, and this was like 2001, so people still made fun of gothic kids a lot. My last name starts with an A and hers starts with a B, so our lockers were next to each other because they would alphabetize locker assignment in the whole school, regardless of what grade you were in. I tried to always say hi to her because I knew that a lot of kids ignored her. She would always give a timid smile and say hello back. A couple years later, my best friend's mom did this girl's senior portraits, and one of the pictures was her sitting on a bed surrounded by dozens of stuffed animals. In 2006, her and her boyfriend murdered a man and his pregnant wife in their house. It was really gruesome. They beat them with a butt of a rifle and even injected bleach into them with syringes. Then they went on the run, and an older man was nice enough to take them into his home to let them stay with him because they had nowhere to go. Sometime during that period he found out who they were, and they murdered him as well. They got caught because they put his body in the back of his own truck and then stole his truck and drove it for quite a distance to visit a friend. The girl testified that she never wanted to be there and that the boyfriend had threatened her and her family if she didn't cooperate with him. By the way, her boyfriend was a convicted murderer and had been accidentally let out of jail before this whole thing went down. The boyfriend refused to testify on his girlfriend's behalf, saying that he would not swear to tell the truth. He obviously didn't care that much about her if he was unwilling to testify on her behalf to keep her out of a larger sentence. They were both ultimately sentenced to life in prison. She was only 20 years old at the time. I grew up in a small town in rural Alberta. A lot of farm kids, a ton of not very nice kids. One of my classmates got bullied quite a bit due to being odd, and he was also that kid that had peed his pants in class a couple of times over the years. He really had no friends at the school and kept to himself most of the time. Anyways, I decided to try befriend him. I had been bullied by the same kids and felt like he deserved a chance that he really wasn't getting, and my friend group was pretty accepting. I decided to chat him up and see if he wanted to hang out. At first he was reluctant. I assume he just assumed I was going to be an asshole to him. We start actually getting along, and I invite him to hang out with my best friend, etc. A couple times he told me and another friend about how he can shift to another reality where he's a werewolf type superhuman something or other, and that he can do this at will. Weird, but yeah, no, the kid is a little weird. About a month in, I'm hanging out at his place and he's showing me his dad's 4-wheeler in the garage, and there's also some hunting gear etc. point in there. He started talking about his dad's hunting rifles and how he knows how to get to them, and he had hashed out a whole plan to take them to school and take out specific people. He listed these people and how he'd do it and why. His house was a block over from the school, so he could just get in and get out, etc. I was terrified, and I'm sure that was written all up and down my face, because he said no, don't worry, I don't really want to do it anymore. I just felt that way sometimes. I hightailed an out there and told my mom, who told the police. Not sure exactly what went down there as he was a minor, so nothing was really released. Then a year or so later he started dating another friend of mine. He seemed happy and more normal than he had been. A couple months into that, my friend came to school with a black eye a few times, bruises a few times, but of course never wanted to talk about it. From what I've seen, he's gone on to lead a weird but semi-normal life. His wedding photos look like something out of the Green River Killer's wedding album, and they got divorced shortly after getting married. I'm kind of just waiting to hear about him in the news. Thankfully I live on the other side of the country now. Guy I dated for a secretary told me he liked to imagine meeting any of the CEOs of some of the major companies ruining the planet and gouging out their eyes with his thumbs and then tearing the skin off their face and making them eat it. He also occasionally stopped responding to or acknowledging my presence and would seem like he was turned off. In his job, he was a teacher and worked with a lot of kids. He was extremely funny. Could tell crazy, entertaining stories all day long. They were as likely to be lies as truth, and everybody loved him. In front of them he would say things like, "I just wish I could help all the people struggling with X," and they would talk about how generous he was. But to me, he'd tell a story about how he would sometimes just imagine punching someone in the face who he was talking to. "Were you angry at them?" "No. I just sometimes imagine what it would be like." He relayed this conversation to me that he had with another friend, and how the friend told him, "That's not normal, dude. The girlfriend he had after me was a badass programmer, and after reaching her limit with his manipulation, lies, and unpredictability, she got revenge on him by hacking his employer's website and plastering it with images of all the disturbing, abusive texts he sent her." Unfortunately, the employer was so enamored with him already they believed him when he said she made it all up and was a crazy beach point I should have known when we met, and he complained about all these former best friends who had cut off contact with him. His act was just so good at first I couldn't understand. A kid I knew in middle school was really manipulative. Had a lot of power. Family had a lot of money. He used this power to hurt people. Throwing heavy stuff at people's heads for the fun of it, shit like that. In high school, since he was a friend of a friend at this point, I knew what he was up to. He befriended this autistic kid. I was the only dude who felt a red flag to this. When I found out, I said, "He's gonna do something to that kid." Everyone looked at me like I was crazy. Sure enough, few months later the autistic kid goes missing. Huge search all over in town. They didn't find even a cent. His parents were distraught and said he never came home after going to school. Found out he skipped school, but this autistic kid was known for loving school. I sent an anonymous tip to the police essentially saying that the kid befriended this kid who's known for being pretty violent. So they sent cops to his house and asked the little psychopath about it. They didn't see anything out of the norm and left. I sent another tip that basically said that he was absent the same day the autistic kid was, told them what car he drove, that he has a basement, pretty much all the details I knew of him, and also suggested searching the nearby lake. They expanded the search, but didn't do anything about the kid. Sure enough, 2 weeks later, they found the kid deep in the lake with cement on his hands. Autopsy showed that he had a lot of blunt trauma and what appeared to be sexual trauma. Entire community was sad for a while. Really melancholy for a long time. The cops, realizing that I was right about the lake, took up the other parts of the tip, did a no-knock warrant, and searched everything in the kid's house. In the basement they found 2 small wooden boxes with the top part open, a few bags of cement, and hair of the autistic kid pretty quickly. In the car they found a bloody drug. Later on in the search they found that after they moved a shelf they noticed the white carpet was actually brown, so the carpet was bleached, and they moved over a heavy desk and found that there was a big blood stain. On a table, they found semen. My uncle was a detective for this, and after the case was fully finished he told us, "We knew what they found already, we were just told the specifics of the search." Basically, autistic kid drove over to his house, got bludgeoned, rapped, got beat nearly to death, had his hands covered in 20 pounds, 9 kilograms, of concrete each, rolled up into a carpet whilst still bleeding, put in the back of his car towing a boat, driven to the lake, hauled up into the boat, then put to the center of the lake, taken out of the carpet, and pushed off into the lake. On his phone they found he took a picture of the kid before he was thrown off, and that his search history showed him looking up where the river was before it was dammed off, forming the lake, clearly so he could push him to the deepest part of the lake. They actually only found the kid because there was a military base nearby that gave the cops an old submarine for this case. Kid got death penalty and solitary confinement until the date came. TLDR, kid was violent. Befriended an autistic boy, drove him to his house, beat and rapped him, gave him concrete gloves, and put him in a carpet, put him on a boat, and threw him off the boat into the deepest area of a lake. I sent anonymous tips that led to this case being solved. Point edit. I should add that his parents weren't home at the time, since they go to work during school time. I had been arrested for a drug offense and spent 3 days in jail, but that's not where I met a psychopath. Well, I'm sure I met psychopaths in there, but the guys I interacted with seemed to be decent for the most part. A few months later, I meet my girlfriend's sister's fiancé. He's from South Africa and went to a boarding school as a child. At one point we ask him what boarding school was like. He starts laughing and telling us how the upperclassmen would take the younger students into an empty classroom to teach them a lesson, implying physical or sexual abuse. His girlfriend's sister looks horrified and asks if he ever did that sort of thing. The smile disappears. Oh no, I would never do that. But other kids would point. Later that night we are out at dinner, and a shared friend of my girlfriend and her sister happens to show up at the restaurant. While they're engaged in conversation and are preoccupied, the Fiancé leans in real close to me. Point very quietly. He says, "So you recently were in jail, right?" Yes. I had no idea he knew, but I guess I should assumed. My girlfriend's family loved to gossip. Point. He leans in even closer, and with a concerned look, only barely concealing a thin smile. "Did anything happen in there?" I say no. He looks disappointed and leans back to engage back in conversation with everyone else. Point. The motherfucker definitely rapped kids in boarding school and was gleeful at the idea of hearing a tale of prison rap from me. Complete psychopath. Very charismatic and charming. It was also obvious he was with my girlfriend's sister for the professional benefits it provided. Guy in my MFA program was way into flash fiction, which most of the rest of the class was dismissive of. The program sucked. They were dismissive of magical realism too, but that's whatever. Dude is already rude and loud, but now he feels like he's got shit to prove. Claimed to be a black belt, not body shaming, but he was definition well over 300 pounds. It was a weird lie. All of his stories were bizarrely violent and denigrated women. Like, for example, a zombie apocalypse that turned out to be all in the narrator's head, and he chained up and abused his girlfriend for the whole time for no reason. These weren't smart, Twilight Zone horror or anything. Just violence and empty shock. Point. Dude got along with exactly no one on account of aforementioned rudeness and general air of knowing everything and not needing the program. Got into discussions that had a lot of very thinly veiled anger, needled every student every chance he got. Then he turned in a set of stories called Name of Other Classmates' Coffin Nails. Other classmate had been his most vocal critic. I tried to stay the fuck out of his way because I had a friend who survived the Virginia Tech shootings, which you will recall were after a mentally unstable guy wrote a ton of bad violent fiction. I brought this up with my idiot professor because Jesus Christ, how many times does someone need to wave a red flag in front of you before you speak with student mental health services? Prof didn't take me seriously until I said I would not come to dude's critique night because I was legitimately afraid he could hurt someone. Point. Dude only stayed one term, thank Jeebus, but he was a terrifying neckbird. I don't know about Psychopath, but growing up my best friend since preschool was always very nonchalant about everything. Wanna go to a party? Okay. Can we hang at your place? Sure. My family is going camping for the weekend. Wanna come? Okay. Looking back, he never really acted like we were friends, like he was just going through the motions. He could lie without any tell, and he took advantage of his grandma at any opportunity, even though she spoiled him and gave him anything he wanted. I never saw him have any emotion other than enjoying video games and hunting, which is all he wanted to ever do. Point. In middle school we watched movies at the end of the year as a treat, and that day we were watching I'm Legend. This was not appropriate for kids our age, but whatever. After the scene with his dog, the entire class was either crying or at least upset, except him. It wasn't a kid trying to be tough, he genuinely didn't care. When I mentioned it, he said who cares, it's just a dog. But it was his only friend in the apocalypse. It'd be heartbreaking. What if it was his puppy? So I'd kill it myself if it wasn't useful. I told him I didn't want to be friends anymore. He just said okay and never spoke to me again. That was what did it for me, that he'd so easily drop a friend he'd had for most of his life in an instant without batting an eye. As a kid I was just upset, but later on I realized something was seriously wrong with him growing up. Last I heard he's gone through 2 ex-wives and still takes advantage of his family. My old roommate had a scary ex-boyfriend and somehow she convinced me to let her bring him over. I was young and dumb, and she was good at convincing me of stuff I wouldn't ever do otherwise. Well, this guy would tell stories, completely off the wall things, and have everybody on the apartment believing him until I left the room and thought about what he had said, and I would go what he said was completely nuts, why am I going along with this? It was like being enveloped in a spell every time I was with an eyeshot of this guy, like he was the friggin' Pied Piper or something. I think they were a team trying to get vulnerable people. I was struggling with depression at the time, because as soon as I saw it for what it was, and started working to get out from under this lady, they both blew up screaming in my face, calling the cops on me. I did nothing wrong. All that happened was I told the landlord her boyfriend was living with us illegally because he was bringing convicted rapists home and just generally scary people, and the roommate lady tried to convince the landlady that I was crazy and lying. Thank goodness the landlady had heard the same stories about the woman's boyfriend that I had, because she went backwards and tried to say he had never abused her and lost her shit. When called out on her lies, she threatened me to my face in the landlady's office. I thought I was friends with this lady until her boyfriend came and stayed with her. I was a prisoner in my own apartment, and when all was said and done, and I had escaped, my leasing company faked me over by not letting me break the lease. I had to pay rent for several months on an apartment I wasn't living in because I was legitimately afraid for my life there. That experience gave me another layer of PTSD, and I still feel like vomiting every time I find myself in that area of town. I was so afraid the day things blew up that I picked up my dog and marched out the door to the leasing office barefoot in my pajamas, dog without a collar, and locked myself in the bathroom and called my best friend for help. I'm still so faked up from that memory that I'm not even sure I can tell the story coherently. The moment I thought I was in the presence of a psychopath was when I left the vicinity of the boyfriend and replayed what he said in my mind and realized it didn't make sense and there was no reason to lie about something so stupid in the resulting blow up. I think my roommate was a master manipulator, but not a psychopath. I was on a school field trip to Disney World. My lifelong best friend also went on the trip. I thought it was great because we hadn't really seen, let alone talked to each other in a couple years. Due to how our schedules were set up, we were required to be with at least one other person at all times in the parks, but it wasn't uncommon for groups of friends to hang out in the parks together. The more, the merrier. In the first day, my friend and I were together, and we met up with some more of our friends. Now instead of my friend and I, there was about 6 of us, which was great. My friend and I decided to split up from the group for a little bit so we could eat dinner together. We ate dinner and caught up. I don't want to go too deep into the conversation, but he told me he wanted to have sex with a girl, not in our group. The next day, we spent about half of the day together in the park, but as soon as he saw the girl, he was focused on her and not me, nor the girl's friend, just the girl. After dealing with it for about 30 minutes, I said I was gonna find the group and be with them. I found the group, and that was one of the best days of my life. Around 5 o'clock, we were supposed to be outside the park, ready to head back to the hotel. My friend and the girl came out 15 minutes late and my friend told me he wasn't successful in his quest. Day 3, my friend spends the entire day with the group. Turns out, the girl he was trying to get with realized what he was doing and dropped him. So the next day, he talks/flirts with another girl, but the girl was in the group. This alone basically divided the group somewhat, in that no one else was really talking to my friend or this new girl. And this girl he's talking to has a boyfriend at this time. My friend knew this, but still wanted to get with her. I warned her later that night that I would be cautious of my friend. This continued for the next few days in Disney, and the group was still together, physically, but we were still divided. It was during this time that I realized my friend might actually be a psychopath. There were a few other instances that emphasize this thought, but I don't want to get too deep in those, because those are severely more personal. And no, I'm not friends with him anymore. Friend would always bring up the fact that he wanted to hurt people. He would talk to everybody about intrusive thoughts, and about how people shouldn't be so trusting of others. Like for example how we trust people in the grocery store right next to us not to stab us in the throat. I thought it was just a phase. However, you would constantly bring it up even when something was happy. He would always say he feels like hurting people, in that he wants to do it, just to see how it feels, just to know how that reaction is, that it's something that he wanted to experience for himself. We had a close friend get murdered by his best friend. I think losing both friends really affected him. He doesn't talk about hurting people anymore. After the murder he actually told me that he could never do that to somebody, and how could his friend have done that to our other friend. There were times he would try to rationalize his friend's murder. He would say things like maybe it was his fault. Probably cause he was smack in the middle of the situation as he was friends with both the victim and the murderer. An awful position to be in. I think his friend killing our mutual friend really snapped him out of whatever was going on with him. He also got to see the fallout and how it had impacted both friends and family. He wanted no part of it. He goes to church now. Whatever works for him, right? He is more mentally healthy now. He was very juvenile before, but it's almost like this was eye-opening and pain had to teach us a lesson. I was talking to a guy once. I'm a dude. He smiled a lot. Great smile. Dressed okay. Kinda well dressed. We started to run into each other and would have casual conversations about girls, how bad it is dating them etc. One day we somehow accidentally yawl about politics and he totally changes that friendly, kind, happy personality into Joaquin Phoenix's Joker. For like a split second. I usually like to notice macro expressions. The way his response was scary. Then like nothing bounces back to kind and happy, like nothing. I tried to keep the conversation going, like I didn't care, or didn't notice. I don't know, it felt like weird. He gave a type of extreme radical type of person. And super weird how he just flicked a switch in like half a second to being happy. I once dated a girl who I ghosted over something she did that offended me. A week later she shows up at my house. I never told her where I lived. I'm partly crazy too, so I took that as a compliment though. Brought her inside and banged her. Lol, I was okay with that level of crazy until a couple years later. We dated off and on for a few years and I ended up living with her. Well, she was upset about me taking the TV remote, so she broke apart a razor blade from a shaver and sliced her calf open with it. She just sat there on the couch watching TV like everything was fine. Like a little kid playing with dirt. She cut so deep that it didn't even bleed. I saw her and threw up. She got stitches. That's pretty crazy, but I wouldn't label that psychopathic. Thank God I never cheated on her. She's probably kill me. She's happily married now to some other unlucky sod. Lol, man, I could go on. I tend to attract people with psychopathic personalities. I'll be their friends unless they offend me deliberately with malicious intent. My ex just told me he was one. Self-diagnosed admittedly, but his mom agreed. He was super manipulative, so much in fact that I didn't realize he was for the 4 years we were together. He would complain about me not bringing money into the house, but not let me work, because he wanted a housewife. He would leave me lists of specific things he wanted done in the house by the time he got home. He would go to work at 5 AM and I would have to get up half hour before him to make his lunch and iron his shirt. I wasn't allowed the night before, because it's not fresh and that's just not how it's done. And also blow dry and style his hair when he got out the shower. I wasn't allowed to be doing anything except be watching TV or cooking when he got home, because the house had to look like a show house at all times. We had more than one argument about me daring to have 2 balls of wool out when knitting. He pushed everyone away from me as I wasn't to have anyone over when he was at work, or when he came home from work. If they were there he would come home, strip, sit in the middle of the sofa and turn the TV up really loud, and say if you don't like it leave. When I asked him if he ever thought about what they feel, he replied, why would I care what anyone else feels but myself? He told me nonchalantly about a time him and his dad may have killed a guy. They pulled up in a car when they saw him on the street, attacked him until the guy was a pool on the floor, and then drove home and casually had the dinner his mom cooked. He told me he would tell people hurtful things just to try and understand their emotions. He once headbutted me when we were arguing and then laughed in my face immediately after. He told me that every time he cried he would fake it because he didn't think he could feel sad enough to cry. I never saw him cry actual wet tears. I had a friend who developed psychosis and turned up at our door at 3 AM having a frantic moment and just needing a hug and somewhere to sleep. My ex nearly smashed his head in with a hammer for touching his hair and trying to hug him. He wasn't angry when he did this. He was calm and just thought it was acceptable if you don't want to be touched. I made the unfortunate mistake of teaming up with an old friend for an end of the year physics project. seemed like a slam dunk at the time because he was a guy who made props and sets for the theater department. Now, like I said, old friend who split his time hanging out with us cheeks and the scene kids. Then I saw him with free reign of the workshop of our school. If he wasn't recklessly swinging around tools and climbing into the loft for God knows what, he was barely helping me build this thing that accounted for a third of our grade. I'm no STEM kid, I much prefer the humanities. But I looked into this guy's eyes and seriously worried for my own safety, so I played along. Then when we tried to move our project, it, of course, collapsed and I was just resigned to my fate, but he was quite clearly happy with the result. I let him talk to our teacher, but the teacher immediately asked me what really happened. I towed the line, and subsequently spent summer school with this guy. Fast forward. Years later I'm at work and this dude waltzes in with a girl under his arm. I play along, asking how he's been and whatnot, and he tries to pass off this 15-year-old girl as his sister. He and I were around 22 at this point. And his eyes are dead faking hollow, and like I felt when I was a teenager, the hair on my neck stood on end and I just passed him on his waypoint. Fast forward again. An armored truck is found abandoned in a parking lot. Initially the worst is assumed, that the driver was ambushed and whisked away or dead. That's when the info is released that not only is the driver alive, but he's wanted for the theft of over $250K. And not only that, this guy who I've known for quite some time is wanted in connection. Sure enough, they're found hiding out in a motel 2 states over with the money and a fuck ton of guns, and this guy's picture is all over the news. Those eyes, they give me a visceral response every time I see them. Pointy LDR. A guy I knew in school always gave me the willies, and ended up in prison for 24 years. My future still tried to warn me about my first husband before we got married. She said he was controlling, an alcoholic, and unstable. She was married to his brother and had known the family since high school. I soon found out all of that was true. He literally told me, "Why do you think we had to get married so fast?" I couldn't act like that forever, meaning kind/nice. I'd just given birth to our son when I walked in on him screwing a supposed friend of mine in my house a year later. I tried to leave him, kicked him out till I could make a plan, but he had locked down all our money. We both worked full time. He'd hide outside the house at night and look through the windows after telling me he was carrying/armed. He wouldn't let me drive, so I had to rely on him for rides to/from work. The day he had me in a car on the way home and drove way outside town, parked the car, and pointed out the place. "I'm gonna bury you," reminding me it was pointless to go to the police because no one would believe me. He played golf with the sheriff and local judges. I finally got desperate/brave enough and borrowed a car on my lunch break to get a restraining order. I had to hand deliver it to the sheriff's office to serve him. The sheriff told me, "Wait, your ex-name's wife. I play golf with him. He wouldn't do this." I was terrified and insisted that a judge had signed the order and it had to legally serve it or I would be killed. He grudgingly served it. Took 3 years to get through the divorce. Wish I'd listened to my sil. I thought she was really nice. We became friends, and then she started gossiping about everything and everyone. She talked about how a local donut shop that temporarily shut down due to new management. I was wondering when that happened, as I never really went there, but it got me curious. She said that there was a whole ratatouille situation was going on, rats in the kitchen. Then, every day I saw her, there would be something weird that would happen to her. A girl's acrylic nail fell in her iced coffee. A man who seemed nice and asked her out happened to be loaded. She was quitting her job to open a daycare. Everything got more eccentric and kept getting more over the top. The day I found out she was a psycho and a pathological liar was when Notre Dame burned back in 2019. She actually argued with me when I expressed regret and sadness that it happened, and I never took the chance to see it before it happened. She said she was glad it burned and wished that it had been completely destroyed considering its history. What the hell did this beach mean? Check this out. She said that years ago the priests would take deformed children and drown them in wells, then decided to kill all of the people of color in Paris Beach. That is the plot of Disney's The Hunchback of Notre Dame. If this beach actually thought it was based on true events, I stopped entertaining her lies after that. Oh, my time to shine had to be about 2002 or 2001 and was my first day of 6th grade. I sit down behind this kid with super bright red hair. He immediately turns around and shows his hand with blisters all over it and proudly tells me it's because he spent all summer playing his new PS2 to the bone. As the years go on, my friend group and his friend group overlap here and there, so we aren't strangers. He does increasingly odd stuff. I remember co-pointing into class one day, and he was so happy to tell me about how he likes to grab butts in the hallway on the way to class, because nobody knows it's him. As time goes on, and I'm now in high school, my friend group now commonly involves him, because he lives close to us all. He is weirder than ever at this point. I remember a time when my friend was dating a girl that weird kid liked, so he shot him in the forehead with a no-tip arrow, and played it off like an accident. I repeatedly tell my friends that this guy's going to do some dumb shit, but every brushes me off with, "Ah, that's just Jimmy. He's a bit odd but he's harmless." Okay. Well, the one thing I do not like is super unpredictable people. I'm a mellow dude, and that guy was basically the person version of the movie Crank. So I slowly just distanced myself from the group over time. FF like 12 years later, and I see Jimmy is best friends with this other dude from high school. Another guy I thought was a big douche, so it fit that they were both friends. They both become juggalos in their late 20s and get in trouble doing late teen activities. Late 2018, I'm waiting in an airport and read that a guy I went to HS with is missing. I see the name and notice it's Jimmy's friend I didn't like in HS. I follow the news about it closely until May of 2019, then the police arrest Jimmy for the murder of his friend Jeremy. Apparently Jimmy killed Jeremy and got caught because the neighbors noticed strange cars leaving his property and the smell of burning flesh because Jimmy had burned the body in the backyard and tried to bury the bones in the basement. It was wild. I could go on for days about stories for these two. Jeremy one time was caught by the school police for selling fake weed. I also remember the time his grandmom beat his ass in the school lobby. James at one point in late HS tried to start a fight club. Not sure who showed up. He was arrested for something related to it not long after. Went to high school with this guy we'll call K. We had been pretty good friends my sophomore year when he was a freshman. He even dated a few of my friends. He was a year younger than me, and after we graduated I didn't hear anything about him. A few days into the summer after my freshman year of college, my friends told me to add him on Snapchat. Apparently he dropped out his junior year and started selling some softer drugs, which was normal and not a huge deal. I checked his story, and he had completely spiraled into the world of microdosing. And by microdosing I mean taking 12 tabs of acid on top of taking shrooms. The moment I realized he was an actual psychopath was when he was selling weed to a kid in the wealthy part of our city and K got tased in the neck and robbed by him. He spiraled into complete nonsense on his social media and would post 12-hour stories on Snapchat. He would ramble about how he was a god, but it's not a big deal, and how we didn't have to worship him. The other gods said it wasn't a big deal, that we didn't worship him. He would post raps on his story about his girlfriend that he lived with, being like, "I'm not a faking object, I'm not a walking dick for you to suck, I've got a mind, body and spirit," while she was in the room telling him to get off Snapchat. He would also post the address and full name of the kid who robbed him and said he had illegally purchased a gun and was going to go to his house and kill him. It was actually super sad and crazy to watch. He hasn't posted on his socials since that summer. No idea where he is or what he's up to. When my 62-year-old uncle who never moved out of my great-grandparents' house started kicking their beds and turning the heat down on them and would whisper to them that they were gonna die all the time. I was staying the night there during my grandpa's recovery from quadruple bypass surgery at 90 years old. I heard this slam on my door like two fists and nails being dragged all the way down to the floor. It scared me so badly. Another time my grandmother was sitting with her mother, my great-grandma, and she was playing loud gospel songs for her, and she was singing away and happy. She had dementia, and my uncle came downstairs and tapped on my grand's shoulder and shook his fist in her face, and then took off running upstairs to his room. My gram went and called him down, and he said, "You don't ever have to worry, I wouldn't hurt mom." My grandpa, who was a very sturdy man on his feet, fell down the stairs 24 steps. At 95. Didn't break a bone. When he was recovering in the hospital he told us that he had a dream someone opened the door and kicked him. My uncle's point door was at the top of the stairs. I read his journals from the night he fell, and he said the night he went down the stairs that my uncle had a migraine. Never once did he mention that, only that night. For as long as I remembered everyone had to always be quiet because my uncle has a migraine. I've witnessed this 62-year-old point man slam doors and kick walls and curse and swear. I confronted my grandpa about it and said I'm concerned for his safety, and he said you don't have to worry, my uncle would never hurt Gram. He's a psychopath, and I hate him. I had a, sort of, friend in high school that was very much a loner. No one really liked him very much, and he didn't have any friends. I was only friends with him because we had 2 classes together, and I didn't really know anyone else in them. All he would talk about was himself and how no one liked him. He was quick to think that everyone was against him. He would tell me about ex-friends who he thought secretly disliked him and that's how their friendships ended. But from his stories it really just sounded like he was being paranoid. And the hatred he seemed to have toward these people was disturbing. Anytime I tried to say anything that wasn't related to him, he would talk right over me, which was honestly so bizarrely rude that I can't imagine how he must have been brought up to think that it was okay. So most of our friendship consisted of me listening to him bitch. I honestly don't think he knew a single thing about me other than that I took those 2 same classes with him, even though we spent a year sitting together every day of the week for 2 hours. But what was most unsettling was that he would never laugh on his own. Anytime I'd laugh about something he'd look me in the eyes and laugh a beat later and then immediately stop when I did, and any trace of a smile would immediately disappear. Anyways, I don't want to put labels on anyone seeing as I'm not a licensed professional, but the utter lack of social awareness I saw in this guy was very unsettling. Safe to say, whenever we had group projects I insisted we'd meet in the library rather than my own house. I moved in with a boyfriend in a rented trailer. When things were in their honeymoon phase he had casually said how, because of his fire training, he would be able to burn a place down and never get caught. I stupidly thought he was joking or just bragging about something silly. As the relationship went on, I began to realize he was a compulsive liar. Like a truly, for real, lie just because you can, compulsive liar. He would lie about tiny things that didn't matter at all, and he would lie about important things. Finally I had had enough. I gave the ultimatum that he could either seek help with my support or I would leave. He swore he would stop lying right then and there. He showed no remorse for the lying, but love is blind. So I told him if he could go an entire week without lying about anything we could work things out and stay together. A couple days in, I caught him in one of those stupid lies that had no purpose, but I kept my word and left that night. He tried everything to get me back, constantly gaslighting and every other trick in the Minfrick manual. I was certain it was over a month later, the trailer we rented, that I left most of our stuff in for him, burned down. Coincidence? What are the chances that a place has 2 ignition points? They were on either end of the home point. The one thing he never lied about was that he could burn down a place and not get caught. Even though there was an investigation, nothing ever came of it. It terrifies me to think of what else he's good at getting away with, because I'm certain he is a psychopath. One time a kid in my grade was spying on a girl, and I was telling my friends about it. Then I did something I shouldn't have done by any means. I told my friends at one point I thought it would be funny to tell the girl, but I thought no, he would kill me. My best friend, we will call Jacob for this story, doesn't always have the best ideas. He's kind of an asshole sometimes. So he was like, Emma, go tell her I told him. By doing this you are asking for a death wish. Because this kid has some extreme temper issues, my friend doesn't care and does it anyway. So then he does it, and the kid walks up to me and starts pushing me. And please remember this, I'm a bussy and I didn't want to get beaten. So my brain goes into fight or flight mode, and this part I still beat myself up about to this day. I instantly point at my friend and say it was him, and the kid chases down Jacob, throws him down to the ground and starts strangling him. Nearly killed him. We snitched, of course. He got in trouble, and I was panicking so bad, and my other friend from this friend group is calming me down, and I apologized to my friend, and this kid Jacob was really nice and said it was fine, and me and him are still extremely close. The next day we were walking to school and we were waiting for the teacher to make way for us to cross this extremely busy road, and he just so happened to always get there at the exact same time as me, like always. He tries to jump me with his group of stupid friends, and I didn't even have to fight them. I just had to talk to them, because all his friends are closer to me than him, so they all joined my side. He started to go up really close to me and look all tough, but I just ruined it with my words again and said, "Dude, stop, I'm straight unlike you." So he backs off on me, and my best friend keep throwing shots at him such as, "Hello, how's it like down there?" Just purely piss him off. He charged at me, and I lightly pushed him, and he stumbled a few feet back. Then he charged at my friend and he started shocking him again, but this time I had like 5 kids protecting me and him, so we pushed him to the ground. I told him, "It's not my fault, you're a psychotic simp who spies and hits on a girl you know hates your guts." And again, just to my horrible luck, he was in the same class as me, so he kept giving me a look, and I felt uncomfortable. I told the teacher about everything he did that day, and when she took me to the hallway he kept trying to look through the door window, which pissed off my teacher. Strangely, he didn't get any sort of punishment from the school, but he did get punished by his parents, and it was hilarious to listen to because he kinda did it to himself at the end of the day. Even though I hate that girl, I still feel bad that this idiot is harassing her to a certain level. I was about 13 to 15 in high school, and there was this chick who had started, and she got really in with my group of friends. She could be really nice, but the moment you got on her bad side she would do whatever she could to hurt you. There was this one guy she used to date that she no longer dated, and I was friends with him. She wasn't hanging out with us that day, but I was just walking next to him when we were all walking around. She started sending me threats online saying she was going to gang bash me and making stuff up. This happened a few times with her. It was normally over a boy she would like. She had a special vendetta against me though. I remember I dated this one guy on and off before she was in the picture, and me and him were really toxic, but had a really special connection. One time we had a bad fallout, and she weaseled her way in with him and turned him even more against him. Then the next day I was walking past them, and I only looked over, and she started coming up screaming at me and threatening me and being all like, "Oh, hold me back, I'ma kill her" type shit. Then this guy starts coming up shoving me. He was abusive towards me, and he was threatening to punch me to the ground. Then she started following me around school every day and just trying to get something. Then me and this guy made up, and he was dating this girl still, and I was moving away, so I thought I should go say goodbye to him. I went up to all of our usual hangout spot that we called H Block and pulled him out to tell him it was my last day and that he will have no contact with me afterwards. My auntie took all my technology off me for about a year around then. Then this psycho girl starts screaming everything down and wanted to hurt me and all for saying goodbye. I mean, if I were her I would be happy, like I'm leaving for good. She would have no more competition. This girl also dated like everyone in our friend group and used them. If she didn't date them, she lead them on. She even went for the girls. She was very manipulative to them and all. She lead on my male best friend and had his hopes up she was gonna date him, and then when he finally made a move she shamed him out for it. So we both still hate her. I hear today she's dating some guy and they wrapped some girl together, or she forced him to after forcing the girl to watch them have sex at a party, and now they are both on the run from the cops. We are like 18 now, so it's been a few years. She has tried being friendly with me, but I simply tell her to fuck off pretty much. Not someone I knew, but someone I thought I knew and met in person. There's a TLDR at the end, because this is a long post. Basically what happened is I added a chick that was a friend of my friend's on Snapchat. I hadn't talked to her in a year or so, and she was supposed to be just graduating high school. I was a year older than her at the time, so I hit her up and made sure it was her. She said that she was K. We'll just call my friend that. So I started talking to her. She said that she was planning on going into cosmetology and was leaving for a out of country trip at the end of the month. Well, we started talking more often and eventually decided to meet up for a booty call a week before she was supposed to leave for her trip. I was supposed to meet her in the biggest city over from where I live at like 10 PM and we were going to go back to her place and do the deed. So I find a place to park and go to meet her outside of a bajal shop that had picnic tables outside of it. I approach the place, we were messaging on Snapchat, and I start looking for her at the picnic tables. I don't see her, but then I hear somebody say, "Hey, Anon, you made it." And I see this chick I had never seen before in my life. First major red flag goes off. Not knowing what is going on because I was looking for the friend I thought I had been talking to. I sit down with her and tried to play it off like I was just tired from work that morning. Now, call me horny and dumb, but this chick was kinda cute, so I was just going to test the waters and see if I was still gonna get some. Meanwhile, I was supposed to meet my actual friend in said city for a movie at 11 PM. So I start texting him. At this point, we start having small talk about how tall each other is and how she thought I was shorter the last time she met me. Spoiler, I never had met this chick anywhere ever in my entire life. Second major red flag goes off. Then this chick starts rambling on about how she's glad to actually meet me again and how she likes to watch people and be able to know what they're thinking. She starts talking about the various people around us and telling me what they're doing and why they're doing it. Okay, third red flag, I'm starting to get freaked out. At this point I'm somehow managing to keep my act together while simultaneously telling my friend what's going on. She then asks me if I remembered the name of her brother and the Zelda tattoo he had on his forearm. Of course I didn't, but I tried to half-assedly play it off like we haven't seen each other in a while, so I don't remember exactly what it was at this point. I can tell she's catching on to me not knowing what the fuck is going on. I notice this and immediately get a call from my friend saying he had an emergency and I had to leave to help him. She gets visibly angry and starts trying to figure out why I'm suddenly leaving. I tell her that I have to go and she leaves me with the words, "I'll never forget them." Okay, well I guess I'm going to go jump on trains now. Thanks. And she stormed off across the road into the crowd on the other side. Fast forward to 11:15 where I get to the movie theater to meet my friend. We were late for the movie, so we just decided to go get something to eat, and I explained what happened to him. We both agree that that chick was a psychopath, and if I went to her place something bad could have happened. Next, I looked up the chick I thought I had been talking to the entire time and asked her what her Snapchat name was. Surprise surprise, Kay's Snapchat username wasn't at all the same as this chick's, so I snap the girl and ask her what her name was. She replies with, "I don't know, Anon, what is my name?" I press her for an answer and she just keeps questioning why I don't know it, so I blocked her. Something else happened a couple months ago relating to this chick, but it's not nearly as dramatic as this story. Hands down, the only time I've ever thought I was actually about to get killed, or that a chick I met had malicious intentions. Needless to say, I don't do booty calls anymore. TLDR, because this was a long story, met up with a chick I thought I knew from high school for a booty call to be met by a psychopathic girl I had never seen in my life. After pissing her off and leaving without going back to her place, I find out that my friend's Snapchat username wasn't even close to that chick's. I press her to tell me who the fuck she was and how she knew me, but she said, "I don't know, what is my name?" and kept asking me why I didn't know who she was. First off, let me start by saying that psychopathy is not a clinical diagnosis or mental disorder. The actual clinical term is antisocial personality disorder. It started with them telling me they are, but I chalked it up to trying out being an edgy teen. They wet the bed way beyond even the furthest end of normal and had no shame. When asked why they didn't wake up to use the toilet, they said they were too lazy. Then they started hurting the dog, who had a noticeable injury that couldn't be ignored. They've been around dogs/cats their whole life, but the animals always hated them, actively avoiding them, but no one ever saw them do anything really awful to any animal. They mostly made comments about how they'd like to hang them from a tree, then stuffing the animals into small places, zipped backpacks and luggage, dresser drawers, the oven, off, as a joke, and laughing when they'd cry. They never had remorse at all. Then they became obsessed, and I mean obsessed, with researching, studying, drawing, and collecting photos of mass murderers. Hitler, Pol Pot, Stalin, etc. And arguing why they actually helped society, because most human beings were useless and would be better off as fertilizer and compost. Why eugenics was a great idea, and imagining when they turned 18 in 3 years, they were going to join a group of others who felt the same way. Then, they deliberately, without any concern for anyone, tried to kill themselves in front of a room of people. This promptly landed them in the hospital. They had very nice parents that I knew very well. All of the other children are well adjusted, happy and doing well, but were a little freaked out about their sibling. However, in the hospital, they went from, at the beginning of the treatment, saying they were hearing voices telling them to do this bad stuff, taking the blame for their own actions, revealing some bullying, and a questionable relationship with a teacher, to creating a vile story of horrific abuse by their parents. This was proven to have no merit, but damaged the family deeply, since our society is now all about believing the first thing it hears, no matter how sensational, and actively ignoring the truth. They threatened if they ever saw any member of their family, they would stab them in the throat and drink their blood. They are now living in a foster home, but the plan from our so highly regarded Child Protective Services, /S, is to return this person to the home where their potential victims are currently still living, and threatening the family with criminal child abandonment charges if they don't agree to take this child back into their home. Rant, feel free to ignore. Note that this is not typical of most psychopaths. Psychopaths are typically able to hide it very well, and are just considered ruthless in their pursuit of success. And many are very successful. In fact, I'd say that most the top performing / richest people in the world are psychopaths. Ruthless, low empathy, high sense of entitlement, no remorse, problems with authority. To some degree, all successful entrepreneurs have problems with authority, which is why they are so eager to demolish the status quo and replace it with something else. To be sure, too much psychopathy will predispose someone to crime and prison, rather than heads of companies like Apple or Amazon. Psychopathy is an inherited brain defect. About 1% of the population are psychopaths, but 4% of CEOs are. The difference between those who become CEOs and those who end up homeless, in/out of mental hospitals and prison, is developing enough self-control. While they can be very successful, psychopaths can also be very dangerous. Why is this such a huge concern now? Because though 1% born are with antisocial personality disorder, we are now encouraging it to develop with this deep sense of entitlement we are instilling and allowing to flourish. Everything is backwards in mental health treatment. Instead of encouraging these kids to take responsibility for their actions and teaching them coping skills, reminding them that they aren't the center of the universe, giving them the ability to become successful, they instead are encouraging the victim mentality. They are convincing them that anyone who disagrees with their opinions, says mean words to them, or doesn't give them what they want, even if it's bad for them, are abusers. Differing opinions are bullying, or severe emotional abuse. Mean words are hate speech, and not getting your way is abuse. And that because of that, you are a weak victim who is not responsible for your own behavior, and the only treatment is complete acceptance of anything you think or want, regardless of how it will affect others. I used to pick up hitchhikers if I saw them. Generally they were decent people down on their luck, or sometimes wacky oddballs who just saw that as a viable means of transport. Got a lot of good stories. A lot of times they paid me back with a little gas money or some weed, and it was nice to have company. Usually I got a nice feeling afterwards that I stuck my neck out to help someone during a difficult time in their life. Picked up this one guy and immediately got weird vibes. Nothing new. In my misspent youth I picked up a few weird ones. But there was something super off. Dude started going off on how he hated all kinds of people. People who drove sedans, people from out of state, people on welfare, people who wore shorts in the winter, etc. Really just a weird hate-filled rant. I got to thinking, is the world really a better place for the stick hat getting to his destination? Eventually he got super racist and misogynistic, and we started arguing. And I just pulled over and told him he could walk. Never been really scared with a hitchhiker, but the total emptiness in his eyes scared the living shit out of me when I told him to get out. Honestly, I don't think I really even thought he was gonna attack me or anything. I'm not a small dude, and I was young and faking stupid, and he got out pretty much without incident, but those weird faking eyes made my blood run cold. That combined with the weird rants was enough to make me never pick up a hitchhiker again. So thanks, Ernie, you ruined that for everyone, you demented piece of shit. I used to babysit my next door neighbor's kids a lot growing up. Like knew them since their oldest, the boy, was 6 months old. We were very close as families. For this incident, I was probably 15 or 16. The boy was maybe 8 and the girl was maybe 6. The girl was always a little off, but nothing too crazy. She was just a kid, so you don't think twice about weird shit they say, or do most of the time. So one time the kids got into a big fight over some little kid thing like sharing toys, and I refused to rule in her favor. She was usually the one starting shit, and in response she calmly walked away, which was not normal for her. I followed her to the kitchen where she opened up a drawer and pulled out a knife. I asked, "What are you doing?" And she turned and looked me right in the eyes and said, "I'm going to kill him." Faking terrifying. The look on her face and the look in her eyes was unnerving to say the least. I felt like I was suddenly in the presence of a Chucky doll. Like she seemed evil. Nothing happened and I just took it away immediately, and she didn't really argue cause she knew she wasn't allowed to have a knife. I don't even remember if I reprimanded her though. I was on edge the rest of the night. It also painted a lot of previous interactions in her life in a different light. Like she hit the dog on several occasions, unprovoked, and she was cruel to other children a lot, often in arbitrary ways, like breaking another kid's crayons for no reason, or pushing down another kid suddenly in the middle of a game. At the time, I put a lot of pieces together in my head, and was sure that I was now babysitting a future serial killer. In hindsight, I'm gonna guess she was just an over-aggressive kid, and she had probably just been allowed to watch the wrong movie or show recently, and was working in her mind with concepts she didn't actually grasp, like death and how heavy it is to contemplate causing death. But holy shit, did that spook me for a while. She actually grew up completely normal and is a totally average teenager now. I mean, from what I can see at least. I've moved away now, but the families kept in touch for years and years after this incident, and the family seems normal overall, and the boy was never murdered in his sleep or anything. Also, at the end here I'll admit it was about a knife, so there was no actual danger. She could never have gotten into anything dangerous with how her parents locked things up. They were the type that made it impossible to open all their cabinets and doors with those childproof locks. But her intention scared me. She didn't know that not all knives are sharp. I worked with a kid a few years back that I'm sure is a psychopath. When he first started at school, he seemed polite and well spoken for his age. He started getting in trouble pretty quickly for hitting other kids, but he would put on the cute act and get out of trouble just as quickly. Point after not very long, him hurting other children was happening multiple times in an afternoon. He was only 5, so he couldn't do much damage, but certainly not for a lack of trying. He would strangle the other kids, punch them in the face, scratch them, etc. Normally for breaking some rule that he had arbitrarily decided on and not told anyone about. He was very big on getting justice for these broken rules. One time he stomped on the back of another kid's neck because he decided it wasn't time to lay down. Another time he strangled a girl because she was in line in front of him. A different time he grabbed a child in the same way they do in movies before they snap a person's neck, but I yelled before he made a second movement and he quickly let go. Point the time that made me really think he was psychopath was when I had pulled him into the office away from other kids because he was too upset to be safely around them. He normally didn't look into your eyes, but as he was angry at me, he grabbed my arm and dug his nails in, scratching down my arm. He looked up at me, straight in my eyes for the first time, and his whole face was lit up in excitement and anticipation. I had never seen him look that wildly happy before, and it was actually kind of scary, because after spending a lot of time reading about serial killers growing up, I could actually see what people meant when they described this exact animalistic look. I kept a straight face and didn't show that what he was doing was hurting me, and could immediately see the obvious disappointment on his face. The wild look dropped away in an instant. He looked down and stopped scratching my arm, and he just sat down and started playing quietly instead. It was really disconcerting, and I don't think I will ever forget it. I worked with this kid for almost a year. He was actually quite charming when he wanted to be, and so he got away with a lot that he shouldn't have. His parents were the worst kind of enablers and didn't believe he could do any wrong. He hated receiving consequences for his actions, and so he became much better at making sure he hurt children where he thought he couldn't be seen. A few years later I met someone who had started working at that place a bit after I had left and asked after this kid. They said he was a great kid, very polite and well-mannered, and never got into trouble. I honestly believe he just got even better at hiding it as he got older, but hopefully I'm wrong. Otherwise I think this kid will end up a killer for sure. It was about 2 years ago on a minnow. Most of the members were kids/teens, but there was one very intimidating adult that often started shit, harassed, and insulted the members on there. I'm not sure how true this is, but he apparently sexually harassed and groomed some kids there too. One time he actually harassed the creator or the amino, threatening to kill them if they didn't hand over the whole amino to them. For a while they actually became the owner, but he didn't understand how difficult it was to run an amino community with 10,000 plus members, with about 5,000 plus active. When things stopped going his way he gave the access of the entire amino to some random admin. He sounds like just your everyday asshole, but he was actually charming, convincing, and knew how to properly take advantage of someone. He used to be friends with a 12-year-old girl in the amino. She one day asked me a favor. She asked me to get him to stop insulting her because she was hurt. I did, and he basically told me to back off and explained that she was all his and that no one can take her away from him. Though I was 16 at the time, I was never afraid of him, and he hated me for that. He hated that I couldn't be manipulated by his threats. Anywho, he basically apologized to her and basically groomed her the entire apology. I warned her of this, obviously, as I was really faking concern for her well-being. She kept telling me that it was fine and to just forget about it. I never did, and still hope that she's fine, because her living environment was awful too. Long time exposure to chemicals, religiously controlling family, and lived in an overall poor country. When he left, the new owner wasn't much better. The new owner refused to permanently ban him, because although he did wrong in the past, he's not doing anything wrong now. Everyone who finally realized how terrible he was basically said that was bullshit and basically begged to ban him. He heard of this news obviously, but left himself because he basically wasn't allowed to be a controlling dick anymore. Oof, that was long-ish. I also have evidence of him sending concerning cosplay pictures to a GC with a bunch of minors. He was cosplaying the batter from an RPG called Off. They were concerning because he was striking certain poses in his boxers. Even though he was a trans guy, he obviously had bottom surgery in the photos, and after posting the pictures asked the children to compliment him. I took some screenshots and said, what the fuck dude, you're 18 and these kids are preteens, and couldn't handle my anger and left the GC. This was before him taking over, and to this day I'm very disgusted. Hypothetical questions that people may ask, why didn't you call the police? Most of these kids lived all over the world, and so did the guy. Hardly anyone was from the US, where I live, and yes, all of them spoke English. Why didn't you do more to help? I was not exactly loved by the amino. I was a dumb teenager who said a lot of bad things, so no matter what I said the admins often didn't trust me and often wanted me to leave. Whenever I mentioned a man of subject, they thought I was the one trying to start drama, even though I was very concerned. I had a classmate back in college. She was shy and simple. But one day she came up to me and started sharing to me something, and I was kind of happy cause she doesn't actually share something. But what she shared was unexpected and terrifying. She suddenly showed me some papers, maybe 10 pages or more of it. She said something like this, hey, can you look at it, if it's possible or not? I detailed it as much as possible and made some backup plan. As I looked at those pages, it was actually a plan to bomb a school, specifically the school she graduated when she was in high school. The detail of her plan was incredible and horrifying at the same time. From what time place, what to use, why that place, etc. I remembered she had plan A, B, C, D if ever something wrong happens to her plan. And one thing that I couldn't forget was what she wrote, an explanation of why that place. It somehow goes like this: the canteen should be a great place during lunch for there are lots of people there. And a side note of I'd stay by the basketball court and watch it too. She said her plan was more likely perfect, with her alibi and all that, especially when she looks like innocent when you look at her. But after looking at those pages, she got pissed saying it would have been perfect if only I know how to make a bomb. No matter how I look it up, it's just those fireworks and all. And god, I was so relieved the internet that they never gave her any instructions in how to create an actually bomb. So I pretended to laugh and say hahaha, you don't actually mean it, right? Bombing a school. But then she looked up to me and smiled and took the papers and simply went off. I don't know if she really meant it though, or if she's actually serious about it. But one thing's for sure, those papers she made was really smart and clever. Like you could actually say that this can be possible without being caught doing it. She's actually an intelligent person, always getting great grades, mostly a teacher's favorite, and mostly that one person who gets the highest score during an exam. I don't know why she came up with such plan. My best friend at the time was living in a bad place, in a hoarding situation with a kindly elderly lady friend after her adoptive mom died. A really bad guy I had run into before was leeching of this elderly lady. He was living on the property. Word was that he was a predator. She was sleeping in her car one night to get out of the hoarding, and he tried to break into the car while she was in it. My grandma, who I was living with, who is a narcissist, asked me what was going on in my life, and I told her about my BFF. She just said, well, she can move in here. I never asked her to do this. I was, young and dumb, so I went along. I asked her multiple times if she was sure about this. She insisted. We went and got her and all of her stuff. The house was disgusting. Very long story short, BFF had a history of a childhood lack of affection disorder. That was all I knew of. She was also a bit spoiled, as they had lived very well off in another country, where the price of living was low. With the benefits received from 3 adoptive children, they were well provided for with the dual citizenship. Even so, and with the various things you can disagree about when you live with non-family, I still thought she was a great gal. She and my grandma ended up getting into it. Nobody was really in the right, but I was coaching her through dealing with grandma, and I thought it was a salvageable situation. She ended up finding out that she had family in the PD in a nearby town. My grandma was trying to help her get on some gov benefits, a bank account, generally get set up. In the end, after everything we had done for her, and everything I have been through with my own family, she wanted me to commit my grandma to an institution and stage a coup of the house. Threatened her with legal action for tampering with her mail. GMA had opened a piece of mail at BFF request with her connection to the PD. It may not seem like a credible threat the way I'm describing it, but you should have seen her eyes. There was something in her face. The expression, the body language, the eyes, the threat. It was at that moment I knew I was just another mark to her, and that no matter what, she thought she was going to get what she wanted regardless of who was hurt or the consequences. Complete lack of reality or empathy. It doesn't seem psychopathic to me, but rather a bit sociopathic. All the pieces fell together for me at that split second, and I literally just lost all the love that you can have for someone who you really believe is your closest friend. We drove her the 1k miles back to where we got her from. All I can say is that we really tried. TLDR at bottom. So I live in a small town an hour north of a big city and occasionally will see people hitchhiking north. I used to do it when I was younger. As I was quite poor, I pick a guy up who had a backpack, and it was the middle of summer in the late afternoon. It seemed pretty safe and normal. We chat all the way up to my town, and 10 minutes from feeding to where is do the guy off. He says he appreciates the ride, especially since the government is out to get him. He'd had to leave the order side of the country and chafe bodies to lose them. He said he had a couple extra bodies stored in a northern town that he could use until he found a good one that would last longer inside. I'm trying to decide if I have a nut job in my car or was this guy messing with me. I decide to play along and ask his long had he been taking over bodies, and he replies a few years. I keep the convo going, as if what we are taking about is a normal everyday occurrence. This is a bit tricky as I don't want to piss him off if he's a dangerous nut, and I'm trying to figure the best way to get him out of my car without ending up dead. I end up driving right through downtown until we're in a busy foot traffic area. I quickly pull to the side and say I need to stop here and jump out of the car and tell him I hope the rest of his travel goes well. Fortunately for me, he gets out and keeps walking. To this day I don't know if he was crazy or just messing with me. He never broke character. TLDR, I pick up normal looking guy who starts taking about bodies he's stored and can take over. When I was 5 to 6 years old, my neighbor across the road was playing at my house with older brother. He was 9. It was his birthday. There was this old play set we had with a very rickety slide. One of my brother's friends, Lucas, was scared to go down it and was standing at the top, trying to gather the nerve to go down. The kid was standing behind him and something inside him just switched. He shoved Lucas off the side of the playset. Lucas ended up with 2 broken bones in his arm. And the whole time he was on the ground screaming, the kid just watched him. No emotion on his face. My dad ended up going to his house after the incident to tell his mom what had happened. His mom told my dad that her son scared her. At 9 years old she was terrified of him, but didn't know what to do. My dad told us to stay away from him. We did. A year later he was caught putting little kittens and cats inside of a cage and stabbing them with sewing needles until they would die. He was also thought to be the one going around poisoning the neighborhood animals with antifreeze. He was sent to some sort of juvenile correctional facility. A few years passed by with no news on him. My dad ran into his mom at a local gas station and asked how everything was going. She told him that he had been diagnosed with severe mental disorders and was living in a psychiatric hospital. If the kid ever gets out, I have no doubt in my mind he will kill someone. It's only a matter of time. So I'm a little late to this, but I see that many of the comments are about people being criminals or very violent, and I wanted to add something. I found out about 10 years ago that my father is a psychopath. He has never been physically violent, to me, at least, although I remember being afraid of him hitting me as a kid when he got really angry. He just doesn't show any empathy, doesn't care about other people's lives, doesn't remember anything you tell him. What I'm studying exactly, what I do for work, he is very emotionally abusive and makes me and everyone else feel bad when it's him who's been acting like an idiot. I live 3 hours away from him and he never even talked about visiting me for the 4 years I've been living here. He has had so many girlfriends since my mom and him split when I was 1.5 years that I don't remember half of them, and almost all of them are now on bad terms with my dad. He has often cheated on girlfriends, living with one of them and bringing me to the other one and making me not tell on any of them. My mom never really tells me what happened between them, but I know he's absolutely impossible to live with. People who meet him for the first time always tells me how charming he is and how lucky I am to not have a boring dad, yet all I want is a dad who actually cares about me. 7 years ago he had a son with a woman who he's no longer with, obviously, and I'm so scared that he will grow up with the same relationship to his dad as I did. Sorry for grammar and shit. English isn't my first language. Edit. Wanted to add that the point just was that you can live with a psychopath in your life. It's just very difficult. Long TLDR at bottom point, when I was just barely 18 and was moving into my dorm freshman year, an older guy with those helper shirts came over to, well, help me. He was super friendly and insanely attractive and helped me move furniture in, pointed out all the things in the dorm I needed to know, and I guess just did his job. He told me his name and said to add him on Facebook. This was when Facebook was barely even a thing. I told him I didn't know what that was, and he offered to help me set it up, which he did, and I guess also added himself as a friend. My mom was just smitten. Fast forward a few weeks, and I'm stuck a few hours away without a car, and I post on FB asking for help. This guy immediately responds that he'll be there as soon as possible, and he meant it. He drove all night, 6 hours, to come get me, and drove me back that next morning, always with a smile on his face. We had a brief relationship. He was 22. That lasted a couple months, but ultimately I wasn't that into him. He was very nice, but just not for me, so we ended on very amicable terms. Fast forward a month after we broke up, and I'm seeing someone else. The now ex keeps showing up everywhere I'm with coffee and goodies. I think he's just being nice until I get a text one morning after staying the night at a friend's house that says he watched my car all night and saw it didn't move and asked if I was with the new guy. Totally creeped out. I block his number, block him on FB, etc. Fast forward again 6 more months, and I'm now in a sorority and it's fall of the next school year. I get a phone call from some lawyer person saying she needs a statement about this guy because he apparently stole someone's phone at a bar and found naked pics on it and threatened to exploit the girl if she didn't send more. I told the lawyer how he stalked me and I ended it and never heard from him again. That was that. A few weeks later I'm on mail duty, sorting through mail and I see his name on a letter addressed to a sister from a county jail in another state. I confronted her about it and she said he found her on FB through a mutual friend and started sending her letters from jail. I asked her if she knew I was probably the friend and explained what happened. She didn't believe me until he started asking about me in his letters and dropped all contact with him. That was the moment I was sure I knew a sociopath. I was terrified. I told my family to block him. I told my new partner everything. It's been a decade since then, and I haven't heard from him since, but I'll never forget turning over that letter from the jail and seeing his name on it. TLDR, had a brief thing in college with a guy. He kind of stalked me when we broke up. He went to jail for something else months later, then sent someone in my sorority letters from jail to try to get to me. Edit. I want to add I was later told by his roommate he slept with dozens and dozens of other women while we were together, like a constant rotating door of people he brought home from bars. Seeing as I was too young to go, I had no idea. Thank God I wasn't stupid and used proper protection. In elementary school I got bullied a lot. It was really bad. The people who bullied me did all of the classic stuff like stick chewed up gum on my pants and in my hair, trip me by stepping on my heels, and then throwing my shoe into a thorny bush so that to get it, I'd get all torn up by the thorns and be late to class, etc. But one moment that really struck me was my 8th birthday. I had recently broken my arm and the leader of my bullies, Nolia, demanded that I let her sign my cast. I said no, knowing full well she'd either write something hurtful or inappropriate. So she grabbed my arm, the broken one, and twisted it until I agreed. She was too angry at me to think of anything clever, so she just crossed everyone else out and wrote her name as large as possible. Anyways, back to my birthday. My mom came to drop off cupcakes. Nolia ran up to her and smiled and talked about how great I was, how smart, kind, etc. My mom totally fell for it. She was like, Nolia is the most charming girl in the world. And Nolia even said happy birthday. It was the first act of kindness or even humanity I'd ever seen from her. It was freaky. But like the next day, when it wasn't my birthday, she went right back to torturing me. I tried to tell the school, but they were insistent that somehow it was my fault. I must be asking to be bullied. Personally, I believe you should punish the bully, not blame the victim, but whatever. She brought a pocket knife and cornered me in the bathroom. She held it right up to my chin and said if I ever tattletailed/snitched again she'd kill me. After 3 years of this shit I finally could not take it. It was 2 months before my elementary school graduation and I told my mom everything. I said I'm not going back to school ever. So I went to a special ed school for a month just to finish 5th grade. Open relationship with a neighbor in my complex a few years back. Neighbor had moved to my city to temporarily do work for his company. By the time I met him, I knew he'd be gone in a few months to move back to his state. Convenient FWBs had to have a mammogram/sonogram because the doc had some concerns around some pain that I was having. Neighbor stayed with me the night before because he knew I was worried. Sounds sweet. The morning of, he offered, I did not ask, to call me after my appointment. They found 3 solid lumps during the sonogram, and when the radiologist told me, he said that cancer was usually a solid lump. Neighbor didn't call that day/night and waited until the next day and acted all surprised that I was upset that he didn't call. He had gone on a date with another woman and forgot to call. Less than a week later, kid you not, I'm walking my dog who is limping. I noticed a lump on the back of her leg and called the neighbor to see if he had noticed anything. I end up walking her to the vet, which was by where we lived, and he comes out of our building to go to the grocery store for wine and cheese for his date that night. Grocery store and vet are in the same direction, so we walk together. Vet looks at the dog and is fairly certain the lump is cancerous. I text neighbor the results. He represented that he loved my dog. No response. I go home, and as I walk up to the door, the dog stops to sniff a woman to the left of me. I pull her away, and as I look up, neighbor is walking towards the door to open it for the woman to my left who is his date. Doesn't even acknowledge me or the dog. After I've just heard cancer twice in a week. This plays into the story. Before that incident, he would mention something about me moving back to his state with him. I always thought he was kidding. In one discussion, he mentioned having unprotected sex with several women in a row without getting tested or telling them he was having unprotected sex with other women. One of the women was his ex-wife. I had to explain STDs to this guy who had a PhD in biological sciences. Before he moved to my area, he had started seeing a woman and accidentally got her pregnant. He pressured her to get an abortion and she actually moved to my area with him. They broke up and she moved back to his state. To start over, he mentioned that he wasn't a fan of me being smart because that meant when we got into an argument he knew he couldn't lie to me to win because my memory was so good. I informed him that was abusive and called gaslighting. One night, I was looking for my peanut butter, jelly, and bread to make a PB&J sandwich. All three things were gone, which was weird. I texted to see if he knew where it all was, and he said yes, in his apartment. And it didn't dawn on him at all that there was anything wrong with taking my things instead of asking for them. We had plans to do a few things before he left. He happened to meet a much younger woman on a hike right at the end of his time here. So, he took the plans with me and flipped them to her. I was so relieved because I had seen him for who he truly was. And I was so ready for him to move out of my building. He sent me this text about how he really wanted to give them a shot. Great. Sigh of relief. Of course I saw him around the building in the last 2 weeks and happily took all the alcohol he had off his hands for an upcoming party. He also brought me breakfast one morning. So weird. Guess who gave up her friends, family, and job for this guy after knowing him less than 2 months to move across the country back to his state? Poor girl. And I know because he called me after he had moved back to tell me all about it. He's blocked now. He moved to my area with a woman and managed to convince another one to move back to his state with him. My ex-roommate/close friend was a sociopath. I think. He used to straight up use girls. We'd wingman for each other and both bring home girls, but he was like a machine about it. He'd say anything, do anything, didn't care if there was a boyfriend being cheated on, or if the girl was clearly in a bad emotional place and needed a shoulder to cry on or something. He'd be the nice guy, then find a way to hook up, and in the same night kick her out, sometimes go out and pick up another girl and do the same thing if it was early enough. He'd also use guys too, but he was already pretty socially/academically/financially set, so there wasn't much need. He didn't physically fight people a lot, though now looking back on it, he was the most likely one to get in fights. For fun he'd build strange social scenarios that would leave people hurt, though. We even talked about it a few times. Once when we were both tripping pretty hard I called him out, and he said he was pretty sure he was socio/psychopathic. He said he just honestly didn't give a shit about anyone but himself, not even me or our other mutual friends. We were useful, we were fun, but he didn't feel any deep connections or emotions about it, and he was fine with it. It's an advantage in his mind. At the time I was in a much more jaded/cynical mindset. I was selling coke/benzos/LSD/molly to pay for college, and had a fuck everyone but me and maybe my close crew mindset. So I kind of understood, in a conceptual way, where he was coming from. I knew he wouldn't pull shit on me because he knew I knew him too well and he needed me. Point, it was a weird time. Last I heard he's working for a major media company I won't name, being pretty successful. Point, I like to think he grew out of the negative and jaded mindset we had. I bet he's become a lot more balanced, regardless of his possible psycho/sociopathic/asshole tendencies.